Prologue. On the Friday morning, after my return from futurity, I woke long after dawn from the deepest of dreamless sleeps. I got out of bed and threw back the curtains. The sun was making his usual sluggish progress up the sky, and I remembered how, from the accelerated perspective of a time-traveller, the sun had fair hopped across heaven. But now, it seemed, I was embedded in oozing time once more, like an insect in seeping amber. The noises of a Richmond morning gathered outside my window, the hoof-steps of horses, the rattle of wheels on cobbles, the banging of doors. A steam tram, spewing out smoke and sparks, made its clumsy way along the Petersham Road, and the gull-like cries of hawkers came floating on the air. I found my thoughts drifting away from my gaudy adventures in time and back to a mundane plane. I considered the contents of the latest Pall Mall Gazette and stock movements, and I entertained an anticipation that the morning's post might bring the latest American Journal of Science, which would contain some speculations of mine on the findings of A. Michelson and E. Morley on certain peculiarities of light reported in that journal 4 years earlier, in 1887. And so on. The details of the everyday crowded into my head, and by contrast, the memory of my adventure and futurity came to seem fantastical, even absurd. As I thought it over now, it seemed to me that the whole experience had something of a hallucinatory, almost dreamlike quality. There had been that sense of precipitate falling, the haziness of everything about time travel, and at last my plunge into the nightmarish world of A.D. 802,701. The grip of the ordinary on our imaginations is remarkable. Standing there, in my pyjamas, something of the uncertainty which had, in the end, assailed me last night returned, and I started to doubt the very existence of the time machine itself, despite my very clear memories of the 2 years of my life I had expended in the nuts and bolts of its construction, not to mention the 2 decades previous, during which I had teased out the theory of time travel from anomalies I had observed during my studies of physical optics. I thought back over my conversation with my companions over dinner the evening before. Somehow, those few hours were far more vivid now than all the days I had spent in that world of futurity, and I remembered their mix of responses to my account. There had been a general enjoyment of a good tale, accompanied by dashes of sympathy or near derision, depending on the temperaments of individuals, and, I recalled, a near universal scepticism. Only one good friend, who I shall call the writer in these pages, had seemed to listen to my ramblings with any degree of sympathy and trust. Standing by the window, I stretched, and my doubts about my memories took a jolt. The ache of my back was real enough, acute and urgent, as were the burning sensations in the muscles of my legs and arms. Protests from the muscles of a no longer young man forced, against his practice, to exert himself. Well then, I argued with myself, if your trip into the future was truly a dream, all of it, including that bleak night when you fought the Morlocks in the forest, where have these aches and pains come from? Have you been capering around your garden, perhaps, in a moon-struck delirium? And there, dumped without ceremony in a corner of my room, I saw a small heap of clothes. They were the garments I had worn to their ruin during my flight to the future, and which now were fit only to be destroyed. I could see grass stains and scorch marks. The pockets were torn, and I remembered how Weena had used those flaps of cloth as impromptu vases to load up with the etiolated flowers of the future. My shoes were missing, of course. I felt an odd twinge of regret for the comfortable old house shoes which I had borne unthinking into a hostile future before abandoning them to an unimaginable fate, and there, on the carpet, were the filthy, blood-stained remnants of my socks. Somehow, it was those socks, those comical, battered old socks, whose rude existence convinced me, above anything else, that I was not yet insane, that my flight into the future had not been entirely a dream. I must return to time, I saw. I must gather evidence that futurity was as real as the Richmond of 1891, to convince my circle of friends and my peers in my scientific endeavours, and to banish the last traces of my own self-doubt. As I formed this resolve, Suddenly I saw the sweet, empty face of Weena, as vivid as if she had been standing there before me. Sadness, and a surge of guilt at my own impetuosity, tore at my heart. Weena, the Eloi child-woman, had followed me to the palace of green porcelain through the depths of the resurgent forest of that distant Thames valley, and had been lost in the confusion of the subsequent fire and the bleak assaults of the Morlocks. I have always been a man to act first and allow my rational brain to catch up later. In my bachelor life, this tendency had never yet led anyone into serious danger except myself, but now, in my thoughtlessness and headlong rush, I had abandoned poor, trusting Weena to a grisly death in the shadows of that dark night of the Morlocks. I had blood on my hands, and not just the ichor of those foul, degraded submen, the Morlocks. I determined I must make recompense, in whatever way I could, for my abominable treatment of poor, trusting Weena. I was filled with resolve. My adventures, physical and intellectual, were not done yet. I had Mrs. Watchit's run me a bath, and I clambered into it. Despite my mood of urgency, I took time to pamper my poor, battered bones. I noted with interest the blistered and scarred state of my feet, and the mild burns I had suffered to my hands. I dressed quickly. Mrs. Watchit's prepared me breakfast. I dug into my eggs, mushrooms, and tomatoes with vigour, and yet I found the bacon and sausages lying heavy in my mouth. When I bit into the thick meat, its juices, full of salt and oil, filled me with a faint disgust. I could not help but remember the Morlocks, and the meat I had seen them consume at their foul repasts. My experiences had not dulled my appetite for mutton at dinner the previous evening, I recalled, but then my hunger had been so much greater. Could it be that a certain shock and disquietude, unravelling from my misadventures, were even now working through the layers of my mind? But a full breakfast is my custom, for I believe that a good dose of peptone in the arteries early in the day is essential for the efficient operation of the vigorous human machine, and today could become as demanding a day as I had faced in my life. Therefore, I put aside my qualms and finished my plate, chewing through my bacon with determination. Breakfast over, I donned a light but serviceable summer suit. As I think I mentioned to my companions at dinner the previous evening, it had become evident to me, during my plummeting through time, that winter had been banished from the world of A.D. 802,701, whether by natural evolution, geogonic planning, or the re-engineering of the sun himself, I could not say, and so I should have no need of winter greatcoats and scarves in futurity. I donned a hat to keep the future sun from my pale English brow, and dug out my stoutest pair of walking boots. I grabbed a small knapsack and proceeded to throw myself about the house, ransacking cupboards and drawers for the equipment I thought I would need for my second journey, much to the alarm of poor, patient Mrs. Watchit's, who, I am sure, had long since resigned my sanity to the mists of mythology. As is my way, I was in a fever to be off, and yet I was determined not to be quite so impetuous as the first time, when I had travelled across 8,000 centuries with no more protection than a pair of house shoes and a single box of matches. I crammed my knapsack with all the matches I could find in the house. In fact, I dispatched Hillier to the tobacconist's to purchase more boxes. I packed in camphor and candles, and, on an impulse, a length of sturdy twine, in case, stranded, I should need to make new candles of my own. I had little conception of how one goes about such manufacture, incidentally, but in the bright light of that optimistic morning I did not doubt my ability to improvise. I took white spirit, salves, some quinine tabloids, and a roll of bandage. I had no gun. I doubt if I should have taken it, even if I had possessed one, for what use is a gun when its ammunition is exhausted? But I slipped my clasp knife into my pocket. I packed up a roll of tools, a screwdriver, several sizes of spanner, a small hacksaw with spare blades, as well as a range of screws and lengths of nickel, brass, and quartz bars. I was determined that no trivial accident befalling the time machine should strand me in any disjointed future for want of a bit of brass. Despite my transient plan to build a new time machine when my original was stolen by the Morlocks in 802,701, I'd seen no evidence in the decayed upper world that I should be able to find the materials to repair so much as a sheared screw. Of course, the Morlocks had retained some mechanical aptitude, but I did not relish the prospect of being forced to negotiate with those bleached worms for the sake of a couple of bolts. I found my Kodak and dug out my flash trough. The camera was new loaded with a roll of 100 negative frames on a paper-stripping roll. I remembered how damned expensive the thing had seemed when I had bought it, no less than $25, purchased on a trip to New York. But if I should return with pictures of futurity, each of those 2-inch frames would be more valuable than the finest paintings. Now, I wondered, was I ready? I demanded advice of poor Mrs. Watchets, though I would not tell her, of course, where I was intending to travel. That good woman, stolid, square, remarkably plain, and yet with a faithful and imperturbable heart, took a look inside my knapsack, crammed as it was, and she raised one formidable eyebrow. And then she made for my room, and returned with spare socks and underwear, and here I could have kissed her, my pipe, a set of cleaners, and the jar of tobacco from my mantle. Thus, with my usual mixture of feverish impatience and superficial intelligence, and with an unending reliance on the goodwill and common sense of others, I made ready to return into time. Bearing my knapsack under one arm and my Kodak under the other, I made towards my laboratory, where the time machine waited. When I reached the smoking room, I was startled to find that I had a visitor. One of my guests of the previous evening, and perhaps my closest friend. It was the writer of whom I have spoken. He stood at the centre of the room in an ill-fitting suit, with his tie knotted about as rough as you could imagine, and with his hands dangling awkward by his side. I recalled again how, of the circle of friends and acquaintances whom I had gathered to serve as the first witnesses to my exploits, it was this earnest young man who had listened with the most intensity, his silence vibrant with sympathy and fascination. I felt uncommon glad to see him, and grateful that he had come, that he had not shunned me as eccentric, as some might, after my performance of the evening before. I laughed, and, burdened as I was with sack and camera, I held out an elbow. He grasped the joint and shook it solemnly. "I'm frightfully busy," I said, "with that thing in there." He studied me. I thought there was a sort of desperation to believe in his pale blue eyes. "But is it not some hoax? Do you really travel through time?" "Really and truly I do," I said, holding his gaze as long as I could, for I wanted him to be convinced. He was a short, squat man with a jutting lower lip, a broad forehead, wispy sideboards, and rather ugly ears. He was young, about 25, I believe, 2 decades younger than myself, yet his lank hair was already receding. His walk had a sort of bounce, and he had a certain energy about him, nervous, like a plump bird's, but he always looked sickly. I know he suffered hemorrhages from time to time, from a soccer game kicking to the kidneys he had received when working as a teacher in some god-forsaken private school in Wales. And today his blue eyes, though tired, were filled, as ever, with intelligence and a concern for me. My friend worked as a teacher, at that time of pupils by correspondence, but he was a dreamer. At our enjoyable Thursday night dinner parties in Richmond, he would pour out his speculations on the future and the past, and share with us his latest thoughts on the meaning of Darwin's bleak, godless analysis and what not. He dreamed of the perfectibility of the human race. He was just the type, I knew, who would wish with all his heart that my tales of time travel were true. I call him writer out of an old kindness, I suppose, for as far as I knew he had only had published various awkward speculations in college journals and the like, but I had no doubt that his lively brain would carve him out a niche in the world of letters of some sort, and, more to the point, he had no doubt of it either. Though I was eager to be off, I paused a moment. Perhaps the writer could serve as my witness on this new voyage. In fact, I wondered now, it could be that he was already planning to write up my earlier adventures in some gaudy form for publication. Well, he would have my blessing. "I only want half an hour," I said, calculating that I could return to this precise time and place with a mere touch of the levers of my machine, no matter how long I chose to spend in the future or past. "I know why you came, and it's awfully good of you. There's some magazines here. If you'll stop to lunch, I'll prove you this time-travelling up to the hilt, specimens and all. If you'll forgive my leaving you now." He consented. I nodded to him, and, without further ado, I set off down the corridor to my laboratory. So I took my leave of the world of 1891. I have never been a man of deep attachments, and I am not one for flowery farewells, but had I known I should never see the writer again, at least not in the flesh, I fancy I would have made something more of a ceremony of it. I entered my laboratory. It was laid out something like a milling shop. There was a steam lathe attached to the ceiling, which powered various metal-turning machines by means of leather bands, and, fixed to benches around the floor, were smaller lathes, a sheet metal stamp, presses, acetylene welding sets, vices, and the like. Metal parts and drawings lay about on the bench, and abandoned fruits of my labours lay in the dust of the floor, for I am not, by nature, a tidy man. Lying at my feet now, for example, I found the nickel bar which had held me up before my first sojourn into time, that bar which had proved to be exactly 1 inch short, so that I had had to get it remade. I had spent much of 2 decades of my life in this room, I reflected. The place was a converted conservatory, giving on to the garden. It was built on a framework of slender, white-painted wrought iron, and had once given a decent view of the river, but I had long since boarded up the panes, to assure myself of the consistency of light, and to deter the curious eyes of my neighbours. My various tools and devices loomed in that oily darkness, and now they reminded me of my half-glimpses of the great machines in the caverns of the Morlocks. I wondered if I myself might not have some morbid streak of the Morlock. When I returned, I resolved, I would kick out the boards and glaze up the room once again, and make it a place of Eloi light rather than Morlock gloom. Now I walked forward to the time machine. That bulky, askew thing sat against the northwest side of the workshop, where, 800 millennia away, the Morlocks had dragged it in their efforts to entrap me inside the pedestal of the White Sphinx. I hauled the machine back to the southeast corner of the laboratory, where I had built it. That done, I leaned over and, in the gloom, made out the 4 chronometric dials which counted the passage of the machine through history's static array of days. Now, of course, the hands were all set to 0, for the machine had returned to its own time. Beside this row of dials, there were the 2 levers which drove the beast, one for the future and one for the past. I reached out and, on impulse, stroked the lever for futurity. The squat, tangled mass of metal and ivory shuddered like a live thing. I smiled. The machine was reminding me that it was no longer of this earth, of this space and time. Alone of all the material objects of the universe, save for those I had carried on my own person, this machine was 8 days older than its world. For I had spent a week in the era of the Morlocks, but had returned to the day of my departure. I dropped my pack and camera to the floor of the laboratory, and hung up my hat on the back of the door. Remembering the Morlocks fiddling with the machine, I settled myself to checking it over. I did not trouble to clean off the various brown spots and bits of grass and moss which still clung to the machine's rails. I have never been one for fussy appearances. But one rail was bent out of shape, and I twisted that back, and I tested the screws, and oiled the quartz bars. As I worked, I remembered my shameful panic when discovering the machine lost to the Morlocks, and I felt a deep surge of affection for the ugly thing. The machine was an open cage of nickel, brass and quartz, ebony and ivory, quite elaborate, like the workings of a church clock, perhaps, and with a bicycle saddle set incongruous in the middle of it all. Quartz and rock crystal, suffused with platinarite, glimmered about the framework, giving the whole a sense of unreality and skewness. Of course, none of it would have been possible without the properties of the strange substance I had labelled platinarite. I remembered how, by chance, I had come into possession of a sample of that material, On that night, 2 decades earlier, when a stranger had walked up to my door and handed me a packet of the stuff. Plattner, he had called himself. He was a bulky chap, a good few years older than myself, with an odd, broad, grey-grizzled head, and dressed in peculiar jungle colours. He instructed me to study the potent stuff he handed me in a glass medicine jar. Well, the stuff had sat uninvestigated on a shelf in the laboratory for over a year, while I progressed with more substantive work. But at last, on a dull Sunday afternoon, I had taken the jar down from its shelf. And what I had found out had, at last, led to this. It was plattnerite, suffused into quartz rods, which fueled the time machine, and made its exploits possible. But I flatter myself to think that it took my own combination of analysis and imagination to realize and exploit the properties of that remarkable substance, where a lesser man may have missed the mark. I had been reluctant to publicize my work, outlandish as the field was, without experimental verification. I promised myself that direct on my return, with specimens and photographs, I would write up my studies for the Philosophical Transactions. It would be a famous addition to the 17 papers I had already placed there on the physics of light. It would be amusing, I reflected, to call my paper something dry, such as Some Reflections on the Anomalous Chronologic Properties of the Mineral Plattnerite, and to bury within it the thunderous revelation of the existence of time travel. At last, I was done. I set my hat square over my eyes once more, and I picked up my pack and camera and fixed them under the saddle. Then, on an impulse, I went to the fireplace of the laboratory and picked up the poker which stood there. I hefted its substantial mass in my hand. I thought it might be useful, and I lodged it in the machine's frame. Then I sat myself in the saddle, and I placed my hand on the white starting levers. The machine shuddered, like the animal of time it had become. I glanced around at my laboratory, at the earthy reality of it, and was struck how out of place we both looked in it now, me in my amateur explorer's garb, and the machine with its otherworldliness and its stains and scuffs from the future, even though we were both, in a way, children of this place. I felt tempted to linger. What harm would it do to expend another day, week, year here, embedded in my own comfortable century? I could gather my energies and heal my wounds. Was I being precipitate once again in this new venture? I heard a footstep in the corridor from the house, a turn of the door handle. It must be the writer coming to the laboratory. Of a sudden, my mind was set. My courage would not grow any stronger with the passage of any more of this dull, ossified 19th-century time, and besides, I had said all the goodbyes I cared to make. I pressed the lever over to its extreme position. I had that odd sense of spinning that comes with the first instant of time travel, and then there came that helpless, headlong feel of falling. I think I uttered an exclamation at the return of that uncomfortable sensation. I fancy I heard a tinkle of glass, a skylight pane, perhaps, blown in by the displacement of air. And, for a shredded remnant of a second, I saw him standing there in the doorway, the writer, a ghostly, indistinct figure, with one hand raised to me, trapped in time. Then he was gone, swept into invisibility by my flight. The walls of the laboratory grew hazy around me, and once more the huge wings of night and day flapped around my head.
The Time Ship.
Book 1. Dark Night. 1. Time Travelling. There are 3 dimensions of space through which man may move freely, and time is simply a 4th dimension, identical in every important characteristic to the others, except for the fact that our consciousness is compelled to travel along it at a steady pace, like the nib of my pen across this page. If only, I had speculated, in the course of my studies into the peculiar properties of light, if only one could twist about the 4 dimensions of space and time, transposing length with duration, say, then one could stroll through the corridors of history as easily as taking a cab into the West End. The platnerite embedded in the substance of the time machine was the key to its operation. The platnerite enabled the machine to rotate, in an uncommon fashion, into a new configuration in the framework of space and time. Thus, spectators who watched the departure of the time machine, like my writer, reported seeing the machine spin giddily before vanishing from history. And thus the driver, myself, invariably suffered dizziness, induced by centrifugal and Coriolis forces which made it feel as if I were being thrown off the machine. But for all these effects, the spin induced by the platnerite was of a different quality from the spinning of a top, or the slow revolution of the earth. The spinning sensations were flatly contradicted, for the driver, by the illusion of sitting quite still in the saddle, as time flickered past the machine. For it was a rotation out of time and space themselves. As night flapped after day, the hazy outline of the laboratory fell away from around me, so that I was delivered into the open air. I was once more passing through that future period in which, I guessed, the laboratory had been demolished. The sun shot like a cannonball across the sky, with many days compressed into a minute, illuminating a faint, skeletal suggestion of scaffolding around me. The scaffolding soon fell away, leaving me on the open hillside. My speed through time increased. The flickering of night and day merged into a deep twilight blue, and I was able to see the moon spinning through its phases like a child's top. And as I travelled still faster, the cannonball's sun merged into an arch of light, spreading across space, an arch which rocked up and down the sky. Around me weather fluttered, with successive flurries of snow-white and spring-green marking out the seasons. At last, accelerated, I entered a new, tranquil stillness, in which only the annual rhythms of the earth itself, the passage of the sun-belt between its solstice extremes, pumped like a heartbeat over the evolving landscape. I am not sure if I conveyed, in my first report, the silence into which one is suspended when undergoing time travel. The songs of the birds, the distant rattle of traffic over cobbles, the ticks of clocks, even the faint breathing of the fabric of a house itself, all of these things make up a complex, unnoticed tapestry to our lives. But now, plucked from time, I was accompanied only by the sounds of my own breathing and by the soft, bicycle-like creaking of the time machine under my weight. I had an extraordinary sensation of isolation. It was as if I had been plunged into some new, stark universe, through the walls of which our own world was visible as if through begrimed window-panes. But within this new universe, I was the only living thing. A deep sense of confusion descended on me, and worked together with the vertiginous plummeting sensation that accompanies a fall into the future to induce feelings of deep nausea and depression. But now the silence was broken by a deep murmur, sourceless, which seemed to fill my ears. It was a low eddying, like the sound of some immense river. I had noticed this during my first flight. I could not be certain of its cause, but it seemed to me it must be some artifact of my unseemly passage through the stately progress of time. How wrong I was, as so often in my hasty hypothesis-making. I studied my 4 chronometric dials, tapping the face of each with my fingernail to ensure they were working. Already the hand on the second of the dials, which measured thousands of days, had begun to drift away from its rest position. These dials, faithful, mute servants, were adapted from steam pressure gauges. They worked by measuring a certain shear tension in a quartz bar doped with platnerite, a tension induced by the twisting effects of time travel. The dials counted days, not years, or months, or leap years, or movable feasts, and that was by conscious design. As soon as I began my investigations into the practicalities of this business of travelling into time, and in particular the need to measure my machine's position in it, I spent some considerable time trying to build a practical chronometric gauge capable of producing a display in common measures, centuries, years, months and days. I soon found I was likely to spend longer on that project than on the rest of the time machine put together. I developed an immense impatience with the peculiarities of our antique calendar system, which has come from a history of inadequate adjustments, of attempts to fix seed time and midwinter that go back to the beginnings of organized society. Our calendar is a historical absurdity, without even the redeeming feature of accuracy, at least on the cosmological timescales which I intended to challenge. I wrote furious letters to the Times, proposing reforms which would enable us to function accurately and without ambiguity on timescales of genuine value to the modern scientist. To begin with, I said, let us discard all this nonsensical clutter of leap years. The year is close to 365 days and a quarter, and that accidental quarter is the cause of all this ridiculous charade of leap year adjustments. I offered two alternative schemes, both guaranteed to remove this absurdity. We could take the day as our base unit and devise regular months and years based on multiples of days. Imagine a 300-day year made up of 10 months, each of 30 days. Of course, the cycle of seasons would soon drift out of synchronization with the structure of the year, but in a civilization as advanced as ours, that would surely cause little trouble. The Royal Observatory at Greenwich, for example, could publish diaries each year to show the dates of the various solar positions, the equinoxes and so forth, just as, in 1891, all diaries showed the movable feasts of the Christian churches. On the other hand, if the cycle of seasons is to be regarded as the fundamental unit, then we should devise a new day as an exact fraction, say 100th, of the year. Naturally, this would mean that the diurnal round, our periods of dark and light, of sleep and wakefulness, would fall at different times each new day. But what of that? Already, I argued, many modern cities operated on a 24-hour schedule. And as for the human side of it, simple diary-keeping is not a difficult skill to acquire. With the help of proper records, one would need plan one's sleeping and wakefulness no more than a few days in advance. Finally, I proposed we should look ahead to the day when man's consciousness is expanded from its 19th century focus on the here and now, and consider how things might be when our thinking must span tens of millennia. I envisaged a new cosmological calendar, based on the precession of the equinoxes, that is, the slow dipping of the axis of our planet under the uneven gravitational influence of sun and moon, a cycle which takes 20 millennia to complete. With some such great year, we might measure out our destiny in unambiguous and precise terms, now and for all time to come. Such rectification, I argued, would have a symbolic significance far beyond its practicality. It would be a fitting way to mark the dawn of the new century, for it would serve as an announcement to all men that a new age of scientific thinking had begun. Needless to say, my contributions were disregarded, save for a ribald response which I chose to ignore in certain sections of the popular press. At any event, after all this, I abandoned my attempts to build a calendar-based chronometric gauge and reverted to a simple count of days. I have always had a ready mind with figures, and did not find it hard to convert, mentally, my dial's day count to years. On my first voyage, I had travelled to day 292,495,934, which, allowing for leap year adjustments, turned out to be a date in the year AD 802,701. Now, I knew, I must travel forwards until my dials showed day 292,495,940, the precise day on which I had lost Weena, and much of my self-respect, in the flames of that forest. My house had been one of a row of terraces, situated on the Petersham Road, that stretch of it below Hill Rise, a little way up from the river. Now, with my house long demolished, I found myself sitting on an open hillside. The shoulder of Richmond Hill rose up behind me, a mass embedded in geological time. The trees blossomed and shivered into stumps, their century-long lives compressed into a few of my heartbeats. The Thames was a belt of silver light, made smooth by my passage through time, and it was cutting itself a new channel. It appeared to be wriggling across the landscape after the manner of a huge, slow worm. New buildings rose like gusts of smoke. Some of them even blew up around me on the site of my old house. These buildings astonished me with their dimensions and grace. The Richmond Bridge of my day was long gone, but I saw a new arch, perhaps a mile long, which laced, unsupported, through the air and across the Thames, and there were towers upthrust into the flickering sky, bearing immense masses at their slender throats. I thought of taking up my Kodak and attempting to photograph these phantasms, but I knew that the spectres would be too light-starved to enable any image to be recorded, diluted by time travel as they were. The architectural technologies I made out here seemed to me as far beyond the capabilities of the 19th century as had been the great Gothic cathedrals from the Romans or Greeks. Surely, I mused, in this future era, man had gained some freedom from the relentless tugging of gravity, for how else could these great structures have been raised against the sky? But before long, the great Thames arch grew stained with brown and green, the colours of irreverent, destructive life, and, in a twinkling, it seemed to me, the arch crumbled from its centre, collapsing to two bare stumps on the banks. Like all the works of man, I saw, even these great structures were transient chimeras, destined to impermanence, compared to the Chthonian patience of the land. I felt an extraordinary detachment from the world, an aloofness brought about by my time-travelling. I remembered the curiosity and exhilaration I had felt when I had first soared through these dreams of future architecture. I remembered my brief, feverish speculation as to the accomplishments of these future races of men. Now I knew different. Now I knew that regardless of these great accomplishments, humanity would inevitably fall backwards, under the inexorable pressure of evolution, into the decadence and degradation of Eloi and Morlocks. I was struck by how ignorant we humans are, or make ourselves, of the passage of time itself. How brief our lives are, and how meaningless the events which assail our little selves when seen against the perspective of the great plastic sweep of history. We are less than mayflies, helpless in the face of the unbending forces of geology and evolution, forces which move inexorably and yet so slowly that, day to day, we are not even aware of their existence. Two, a new vision. I soon passed beyond the age of great buildings. New houses and halls, less ambitious but still huge, shimmered into existence around me, all about the vale of the Thames, and assumed a certain opacity in the eyes of a time-traveller that comes with longevity. The arch of the sun, dipping across the deep blue sky between its solstice extremes, seemed to me to grow brighter, and a green flow spread across Richmond Hill and took possession of the land, banishing the browns and whites of winter. Once more, I had entered that era in which the climate of the earth had been adjusted in favour of humanity. I looked out over a landscape reduced by my velocity to the static. Only the longest-lived phenomena clung to time long enough to register on my fleeting eye. I saw no people, no animals, not even the passage of a cloud. I was suspended in an eerie stillness. If it had not been for the oscillating sun-band and the deep, unnatural day-night blue of the sky, I might have been sitting alone in some late summer park. According to my dials, I was less than a third of the way through my great journey, although 250,000 years had already worn away since my own familiar century, and yet, it seemed, the age in which man built upon the earth was already done. The planet had been rendered into that garden within which the folk who would become the Eloi would live out their futile, petty lives, and already, I knew, proto-Morlocks must have been imprisoned beneath the earth, and must even now be tunnelling out their immense, machinery-choked caverns. Little would change over the 500,000-year interval I had yet to cross, save for the further degradation of humanity and the identity of the victims in the millions of tiny, fearful tragedies which would from now on comprise the condition of man. But, I observed, rousing myself from these morbid speculations, there was a change, slowly becoming apparent in the landscape. I felt disturbed, over and above the time machine's customary swaying. Something was different. Perhaps something about the light. Sitting in my saddle, I peered about at the ghost trees, the level meadows about Petersham, the shoulder of the patient Thames. Then I lifted my face to the time-smoothed heavens, and at last I realized that the sun-band was stationary in the sky. The earth was still spinning on its axis rapidly enough to smear the movement of our star across the heavens and to render the circling stars invisible, but that band of sunlight no longer nodded back and forth between solstices. It was as steady and unchanging as if it were a construction of concrete. My nausea and vertigo returned with a rush. I was forced to grip hard at the rails of the machine, and I swallowed, fighting for control of my own body. It is difficult to convey the impact this simple change in my surroundings had on me. First, I was shocked by the sheer audacity of the engineering involved in the removal of the seasonal cycle. The Earth's seasons had derived from the tilt of the planet's spin axis compared to the plane of its orbit around the Sun. On the Earth, it seemed, there would be no more seasons, and that could only mean, I realized it instantly, that the axial tilt of the planet had been corrected. I tried to envisage how this might have been done. What great machines must have been installed at the poles? What measures had been taken to ensure that the surface of the earth did not shake itself loose in the process? Perhaps, I speculated, some immense magnetic device had been used, which had manipulated the molten and magnetic core of the planet. But it was not just the scale of this planetary engineering which disturbed me. More terrifying still was the fact that I had not observed this regulation of the seasons during my first jaunt into time. How was it possible that I could have missed such an immense and profound change? I am trained as a scientist, after all. My business is to observe. I rubbed my face and stared up at the sun-band where it hung in the sky, defying me to believe in its lack of motion. Its brightness stung my eyes, and it seemed to me that the band was growing still brighter. I wondered at first if this was my imagination or some defect of my eyes. I dropped my face, dazzled, wiping tears against my jacket sleeve and blinking to rid my eyes of stripes of bruised light spots. I am no primitive and no coward, and yet, sitting there on my saddle before the evidence of the immense feats of future men, I felt as if I were a savage with painted nakedness and bones in my hair, cowering before gods in the gaudy sky. I felt a deep fear for my own sanity bubbling from the depths of my consciousness, and yet I clung to the belief that, somehow, I had failed to observe this staggering astronomical phenomenon during my first pass through these years. For the only alternative hypothesis terrified me to the roots of my soul. It was that I had not been mistaken during my first voyage, that the regulation of the Earth's axis had not taken place there, that the course of history itself had changed. The near-eternal shape of the hillside was unchanged. The morphology of the ancient land was unaffected by these evolving lights in the sky, but I could see that the tide of greenery which had coated the land had now receded under the steady glare of the brightened sun. I became aware now of a remote flickering above my head, and I glanced up with my hand raised. The flickering came from the sunband in the sky, or what had been the sunband, for I realized that somehow, once again, I was able to distinguish the cannonball motion of the sun as it shot across the sky on its diurnal round. No longer was its motion too rapid for me to follow, and the passage of night and day was inducing the flickering I saw. At first, I thought my machine must be slowing, but when I glanced down at my dials, I saw that the hands were twisting across the faces with just as much alacrity as before. The pearl-grey uniformity of the light dissolved, and the flapping alternation of day and night became marked. The sun slid across the sky, slowing with every arcing trajectory, hot and bright and yellow, and I soon realized that the burning star was taking many centuries to complete one revolution around the sky of Earth. At last, the sun came to a halt altogether. It rested on the western horizon, hot and pitiless and unchanging. The Earth's rotation had been stilled. Now it rotated with one face turned perpetually to the sun. The scientists of the 19th century had predicted that at last the tidal influences of sun and moon would cause the Earth's rotation to become locked to the sun, just as the moon was forced to keep one face turned to Earth. I had witnessed this myself during my first exploration of futurity, but it was an eventuality that should not come about for many millions of years. And yet here I was, little more than 500,000 years into the future, finding a stilled Earth. Once again, I realized, I had seen the hand of man at work, ape-descended fingers reaching across centuries with the grasp of gods. Not content with tilting up his world, man had slowed the spin of the earth itself, banishing at last the ancient cycle of day and night. I looked around at England's new desert. The land was scoured clean of grass, leaving exposed a dried-out clay. Here and there I saw the flicker of some hardy bush, in shape a little like an olive, which struggled to survive beneath the unrelenting sun. The mighty Thames, which had migrated across perhaps a mile of its plain, shrank within its banks, until I could no longer see the sparkle of its water. I scarce felt these latest changes had done much to improve the place. At least the world of Morlocks and Eloi had seen the retention of the essential character of the English countryside, with its abundant greenery and water. The effect, looking back on it, had been rather like towing the whole of the British Isles to somewhere in the tropics. I pictured the poor planet, one face held in the sunlight forever, the other turned away. On the equator, at the centre of the dayside, it must be warm enough to boil the flesh off a man's bones, and air must be fleeing the overheated sunward side to rush, in immense winds, towards the cooler hemisphere, there to freeze out as a snow of oxygen and nitrogen over the ice-bound oceans. If I were to stop the machine now, perhaps I should be knocked off at once by those great winds, the last exhalations of a planet's lungs. The process could stop only when the dayside was parched, airless, quite without life, and the dark side was buried under a thin shell of frozen air. I realized, with mounting horror, that I could not return home. For to turn back, I must stop the machine, and if I did so, I would be tipped precipitately into a land of vacuum and searing heat, as bleak as the surface of the moon. But dare I carry on, into an unknowable future, and hope that somewhere in the depths of time I would find a world I could inhabit? Now I was sure that something was badly wrong with my perceptions, or memories, of my time-travelling. For it was barely conceivable to me that during my first voyage to the future I might have missed the banishing of the seasons, though I found it hard to believe. But I could not countenance that I had failed to notice the slowing of the earth's spin. There could be no doubt about it. I was travelling through events which differed massively from those I had witnessed during my first sojourn. I am by nature a speculative man, and am in general not short of an inventive hypothesis or two. But at that moment my shock was such that I was bereft of calculation. It was as if my body still plummeted onwards through time, but my brain had been left behind, somewhere in the glutinous past. I think I had had a veneer of courage earlier, a facade that had come from the complacent consideration that, although I was heading into danger, it was at least a danger I had confronted before. Now, I had no idea what awaited me in these corridors of time. While I was occupied by these morbid thoughts, I became aware of continuing changes in the heavens, as if the dismantling of the natural order of things had not yet gone far enough. The sun was growing still brighter, and, it was hard to be sure, the glare of it was so strong, it seemed to me that the shape of the star was now changing. It was smearing itself across the sky, becoming an elliptical patch of light. I wondered if the sun was somehow being spun more rapidly, so that it had become flattened by rotation. And then, it was quite sudden, the sun exploded. 3. In obscurity. Plumes of light erupted from the star's poles, like immense flares. Within a handful of heartbeats, the sun had surrounded itself with a glowing mantle of light. Heat and light blazed down anew on the battered earth. I screamed and buried my face in my hands, but I could still see the light of the enhanced sun, leaking even through the flesh of my fingers and blazing from the nickel and brass of the time machine. Then, as soon as it had begun, the light storm ceased, and a sort of shell closed up around the sun, as if an immense mouth was swallowing the star, and I was plunged into darkness. I dropped my hands, and found myself in pitch blackness, quite unable to see, although dazzle spots still danced in my eyes. I could feel the hard saddle of the time machine beneath me, and when I reached out I found the faces of the little dials, and the machine still swayed as it continued to forge through time. I began to wonder, to fear, if I had lost my sight. Despair welled up within me, blacker than the external darkness. Was my second great adventure into time to end so soon, so ignobly? I reached out, groping for the control levers, and my feverish brain began to concoct schemes wherein I broke off the glass of the chronometric dials and, by touch perhaps, worked my way home. And then I found I was not blind. I did see something. In some ways, this was the queerest aspect of the whole journey so far. So queer that at first I was quite beyond fear. First of all, I made out a lightning in the darkness. It was a vague, suffused brightening, something like a sunrise, and so faint that I was unsure if my bruised eyes were not playing some trick on me. I thought I could see stars all about me, but they were faint, their light tempered as if seen through a murky, stained-glass window. And now, by the dim glow, I began to see that I was not alone. The creature stood a few yards before the time machine. Or rather, it floated in the air, unsupported. It was a ball of flesh, something like a hovering head, all of 4 feet across, with 2 bunches of tentacles which dangled like grotesque fingers towards the ground. Its mouth was a fleshy beak, and it had no nostrils that I could make out. I noticed now that the creature's eyes, 2 of them, large and dark, were human. It seemed to be making a noise, a low, murmuring babble like a river, and I realized, with a stab of fear, that this was exactly the noise I had heard earlier in the expedition, and even during my first venture into time. Had this creature, this watcher, I labelled it, accompanied me, unseen, on both my expeditions through time? Of a sudden, it rushed towards me. It loomed up, no more than a yard from my face. I was unhinged at last. I screamed and, regardless of the consequences, hauled at my lever. The time machine tipped over, the watcher vanished, and I was flung into the air. I was left insensible. For how long I cannot say. I revived slowly, finding my face pressed down against a hard, sandy surface. I fancied I felt a hot breath at my neck, a whisper, a brush of soft hair against my cheek, but when I moaned and made to get up, these sensations vanished. I was immersed in inky darkness. It felt neither warm nor cold. I was sitting on some hard, sandy surface. There was a scent of staleness in the still air. My head ached from the bump it had received, and I had lost my hat. I reached out my arms and cast about all around me. To my great relief, I was rewarded almost immediately by a soft collision with a tangle of ivory and brass. It was the time machine, pitched like me into this darkened desert. I reached out with both hands and fingered the rails and studs of the machine. It was tipped over, and in the dark I could not tell if it was damaged. I needed light, of course. I reached for some matches from my pocket, only to find none there. Like a blessed fool, I had packed my entire supply into the knapsack. A moment of panic assailed me, but I managed to suppress it, and I stood, shaking, and walked to the time machine. I investigated it by touch, searching between the bent rails until I found the knapsack, still stowed secure under the saddle. Impatient, I pulled the pack open and rummaged through it. I found 2 boxes of matches and tucked them into my jacket pockets. Then I took out a match and struck it against its box. There was a face, immediately before me, not 2 feet away, glowing in the match's circle of light. I saw dull, white skin, flaxen hair draping down from the skull, and wide, grey-red eyes. The creature let out a queer, gurgling scream, and disappeared into the darkness beyond the glow of my light. It was a Morlock. The match burned down against my fingers, and I dropped it. I scrabbled for another, in my panic, almost dropping my precious box. 4. The dark night. The sharp sulphur smell of the matches filled my nostrils, and I backed across the sandy surface until my spine was pressed against the brass rods of the time machine. After some minutes of this submission to terror, I had the wit to retrieve a candle from my knapsack. I held the candle close to my face and stared into its yellow flame, ignorant of the warm wax which flowed over my fingers. I gradually began to discern some structure in the world around me. I could see the tangled brass and quartz of the upturned time machine sparkling in the candlelight, and a form, like a large statue or a building, which loomed, pale and huge, not far from where I stood. The land was not completely without light. The sun might be gone, but in patches above me the stars still shone, though slid about by time from the constellations of my boyhood. There was no sign of our friendly moon. In one part of the sky, though, no stars shone. In the west, protruding over the black horizon, there was a flattened ellipse, unbroken by stars, spanning fully a quarter of the sky. This was the sun, shrouded in its astonishing shell. As I came out of my funk, I decided my first action should be to secure my passage home. I must right the time machine, but I would not do it in the dark. I knelt down and felt about on the ground. The sand was hard, the grains fine-packed. I dug into it with my thumb and pushed out a little depression. Into this improvised holder I popped my candle, confident that in a few moments sufficient wax would melt to hold it more firmly in place. Now I had a steady light to guide my operations, and my hands were free. I set my teeth, drew my breath, and grappled with the weight of the machine. I wedged my wrists and knees under its framework, trying to wrestle the thing from the ground. Its construction had been intended for solidity, not ease of handling, until, at last, it gave under my onslaught and tipped over. One nickel rod struck my shoulder, quite painfully. I rested my hand on the saddle and felt where its leather surface was scuffed by the sand of this new future. In the dark of my own shadow, I reached out and found the chronometric dials with my probing fingertips. One glass had shattered, but the dial itself seemed in working order, and the 2 white levers with which I could bring myself home. As I touched the levers, the machine shivered like a ghost, reminding me that it, and I, were not of this time. That at any moment now, of my choosing, I only had to board my device to return to the security of 1891, at the risk of nothing more than a little bruised pride. I lifted the candle from its socket in the sand and held it over my dials. It was, I found, day 239,354,634. Therefore, I estimated, the year was AD 657,208. My wild imaginings about the mutability of past and future must be correct, for this darkened hillside was located in time 150 millennia before Wiener's birth, and I could not envisage a way in which that sunlit garden world could develop from this rayless obscurity. In my remote childhood, I remember being entertained by my father with a primitive wonder toy called a dissolving view. Crudely coloured pictures were thrown onto a screen by a double-barrelled arrangement of lenses. A picture would be projected first by the right-hand lens of the contraption, then the light would be shifted to the left-hand side, so that the picture cast from the right faded as the other grew in brightness. As a child, I was deeply impressed by the way in which a bright reality turned into a phantom, to be replaced by a successor whose form was at first visible only as an outline. There were exhilarating moments when the 2 images were exactly in balance, and it was hard to determine which details were advancing and which were receding realities, or whether any part of the ensemble of images was truly real. Thus, as I stood in that darkened landscape, I felt the sturdy description of the world I had constructed for myself growing misty and faint, to be replaced only by the barest bones of a successor, and with more confusion than clarity. The divergence of the twin histories I had witnessed, in the first, the building of the Eloi's garden world, in the second, the extinguishing of the sun and the establishment of this planetary desert, was incomprehensible to me. How could events be, and then not be? I remembered the words of Thomas Aquinas, that God cannot effect that anything which is past should not have been. It is more impossible than raising the dead. So I had believed, too. I am not much given to philosophical speculation, but I had thought of the future as an extension of the past, fixed and immutable, even for a god, and certainly for the hand of man. Futurity, in my mind, was like a huge room, fixed and static. And into the furniture of the future my time machine could take me, exploring. But now, it seemed, I had learned that the future might not be a fixed thing, but something mutable. If so, I mused, what meaning could be given to the lives of men? It was bad enough to endure the thought that all of one's achievements would be worn away to insignificance by the erosion of time, and I, of all men, knew that well enough. But, at least, one would always have the feeling that one's monuments, and the things one loved, had once been. But if history were capable of this wholesale erasure and alteration, what possible worth could be ascribed to any human activity? Reflecting on these startling possibilities, I felt as if the solidity of my thought and the firmness of my apprehension of the world were melting away. I stared into my candle flame, seeking the outlines of a new understanding. I was not done yet, I decided. My fear was subsiding, and my mind stayed resilient and strong. I would explore this bizarre world, and take what pictures I could with my Kodak, and then return to 1891. There, better philosophers than I could puzzle over this conundrum of 2 futurities exclusive of each other. I reached over the bars of the time machine, unscrewed the little levers that would launch me into time, and stored them safe in my pocket. Then I felt about until I found the sturdy form of my poker, still lodged where I had left it in the structure of the machine. I grasped its thick handle and hefted it in my hand. My confidence grew as I imagined cracking a few of the Morlocks' soft skulls with this piece of primitive engineering. I stuck the poker in a loop of my belt. It hung there, a little awkward, but hugely reassuring, with its weight and solidity, and its resonance of home, and my own fireside. I raised my candle into the air. The spectral statue, or building, which I had noticed close by the machine, came into shadowy illumination. It was indeed a monument of some kind, a colossal figure carved of some white stone, its form difficult to discern in the flickering candlelight. I walked towards the monument. As I did so, on the edge of my vision, I fancied I saw a pair of grey-red eyes widen, and a white back which shivered away across the sandy surface with a shushing of bare feet. I rested my hand on the club of brass tucked in my belt, and continued. The statue was set on a pedestal, which appeared to be of bronze, and decorated with deep-framed, filigreed panels. The pedestal was stained, as if it had once been attacked by verdigris, now long dried out. The statue itself was of white marble, and from a leonine body great wings were spread, so that they seemed to hover over me. I wondered how those great sheets of stone were supported, for I could see no struts. Perhaps there was some metal frame, I mused. Or perhaps some elements of that mastery of gravity, which I had hypothesized in my latest jaunt through the age of great buildings, lingered on in this desolate era. The face of the marble beast was human, and was turned towards me. I felt as if those blank stone eyes were watching me, and there was a smile, sardonic and cruel, on the weather-beaten lips. And with a jolt I recognized this construction. If not for fear of Morlocks, I would have whooped with the joy of familiarity. This was the monument I had come to call the White Sphinx, a structure I had become familiar with in this very spot during my first flight to the future. It was almost like greeting an old friend. I paced around the sandy hillside, back and forth past the machine, remembering how it had been. This spot had been a lawn, surrounded by mauve and purple rhododendrons, bushes which had dropped their blossoms over me in a hailstorm on my first arrival, and, looming over it all, indistinct at first in that hail, had been the imposing form of this Sphinx. Well, here I was again, 150,000 years before that date. The bushes and lawn were gone, and would never come to be, I suspected. That sunlit garden had been replaced by this bleak, darkened desert, and now existed only in the recesses of my own mind. But the Sphinx was here, solid as life, and almost indestructible, it seemed. I patted the bronze panels of the Sphinx's pedestal with something resembling affection. Somehow the existence of the Sphinx, lingering from my previous visit, reassured me that I was not imagining all of this, that I was not going mad in some dim recess of my house in 1891. All of this was objectively real, and, no doubt, like the rest of creation, it all conformed to some logical pattern. The White Sphinx was a part of that pattern, and it was only my ignorance and limitation of mind that prevented me from seeing the rest of it. I was bolstered up, and felt filled with a new determination to continue with my explorations. On impulse, I walked around to the side of the pedestal closest to the time machine, and by candlelight I inspected the decorated bronze panel there. It was here, I recalled, that the Morlocks, in that other history, had opened up the hollow base of the Sphinx and dragged the time machine inside the pedestal, meaning to trap me. I had come to the Sphinx with a pebble and hammered at this panel, just here. I ran over the decorations with my fingertips. I had flattened out some of the coils of the panel, though to no avail. Well, now I found those coils firm and round under my fingers, as good as new. It was strange to think that the coils would not meet the fury of my stone for millennia yet, or perhaps never at all. I determined to move away from the machine and proceed with my exploration. But the presence of the Sphinx had reminded me of my horror at losing the time machine to the clutches of the Morlocks. I patted my pocket. At least, without my little levers, the machine could not be operated. but there was no obstacle to those loathsome creatures crawling over my machine as soon as I was gone from it, perhaps dismantling it or stealing it again. And besides, in this darkened landscape, how should I avoid getting lost? How should I be sure of finding the machine again once I had gone more than a few yards from it? I puzzled over this for a few moments, my desire to explore further battling with my apprehension. Then an idea struck me. I opened my knapsack and took out my candles and camphor blocks. With rough haste I shoved these articles into crevices in the time machine's complex construction. Then I went around the machine with lighted matches until every one of the blocks and candles was ablaze. I stood back from my glowing handiwork with some pride. Candle flames glinted from the polished nickel and brass, so that the time machine was lit up like some Christmas ornament. In this darkened landscape, and with the machine poised on this denuded hillside, I would be able to see my beacon from a fair distance. With any luck, the flames would deter any Morlocks, or if they did not, I should see the diminution of the flames immediately, and could come running back to join battle. I fingered the poker's heavy handle. I think a part of me hoped for just such an outcome. My hands and lower arms tingled as I remembered the queer, soft sensation of my fists driving into Morlock faces. At any rate, now I was prepared for my expedition. I picked up my kodak, lit a small oil lamp, and made my way across the hill, pausing after every few paces to be sure the time machine rested undisturbed. The well. I raised my lamp, but its glow carried only a few feet. All was silent. There was not a breath of wind, not a trickle of water, and I wondered if the Thames still flowed. For lack of a definite destination, I decided to make towards the site of the great food hall which I remembered from Wiener's day. This lay a little distance to the northwest, further along the hillside past the White Sphinx, and so this was the path I followed once more, reflecting in space, if not in time, my first walk in Wiener's world. When last I made this little journey, I remembered, there had been grass under my feet, untended and uncropped, but growing neat and short and free of weeds. Now, soft, gritty sand pulled at my boots as I tramped across the hill. My vision was becoming quite adapted to this night of patchy starlight, but, though there were buildings hereabout, silhouetted against the sky, I saw no sign of my hall. I remembered it quite distinctly. It had been a grey edifice, dilapidated and vast, of fretted stone, with a carved, ornate doorway, and, as I had walked through its carved arch, the little Eloi, delicate and pretty, had fluttered about me with their pale limbs and soft robes. Before long, I had walked so far that I knew I must have passed the site of the hall. Evidently, unlike the Sphinx and the Morlocks, the food palace had not survived in this history. Or perhaps had never been built, I thought with a shiver. Perhaps I had walked, slept, even taken a meal, in a building without existence. The path took me to a well, a feature which I remembered from my first jaunt. Just as I recalled, the structure was rimmed with bronze and protected from the weather by a small, oddly delicate cupola. There was some vegetation, jet black in the starlight, clustered around the cupola. I studied all this with some dread, for these great shafts had been the means by which the Morlocks ascended from their hellish caverns to the sunny world of the Eloi. The mouth of the well was silent. That struck me as odd, for I remembered hearing from those other wells the thud, thud, thud of the Morlocks' great engines, deep in their subterranean caverns. I sat down by the side of the well. The vegetation I had observed appeared to be a kind of lichen. It was soft and dry to the touch, though I did not probe it further, nor attempt to determine its structure. I lifted up the lamp, meaning to hold it over the rim and to see if there might be returned the reflection of water, but the flame flickered, as if in some strong draught, and, in a brief panic at the thought of darkness, I snatched the lamp back. I ducked my head under the cupola, and leaned over the well's rim, and was greeted by a blast of warm, moist air into the face. It was like opening the door to a Turkish bath, quite unexpected in that hot but arid night of the future. I had an impression of great depth, and at the remote base of the well I fancied my dark-adapted eyes made out a red glow. Despite its appearance, this really was quite unlike the wells of the first Morlocks. There was no sign of the protruding metal hooks in the side, intended to support climbers, and I still detected no evidence of the machinery noises I had heard before, and I had the odd, unverifiable impression that this well was far deeper than those Morlocks' cavern drilling. On a whim, I raised my Kodak and dug out the flash lamp. I filled up the trough of the lamp with Blitzlicht pulver, lifted the camera, and flooded the well with magnesium light. Its reflections dazzled me, and it was a glow so brilliant that it might not have been seen on Earth since the covering of the sun 100,000 years or more earlier. That should have scared away the Morlocks, if nothing else, and I began to concoct protective schemes whereby I could connect the flash to the unattended time machine, so that the powder would go off if ever the machine was touched. I stood up and spent some minutes loading the flash lamp and snapping at random across the hillside around the well. Soon a dense cloud of acrid white smoke from the powder was gathering about me. Perhaps I would be lucky, I reflected, and would capture for the wonderment of humanity the rump of a fleeing, terrified Morlock. There was a scratching, soft and insistent, from a little way around the well rim, not 3 feet from where I stood. With a cry, I fumbled at my belt for my poker. Had the Morlocks fallen on me while I daydreamed? Poker in hand, I stepped forward with care. The rasping noises were coming from the bed of lichen, I realized. There was some form moving steady through those tiny, dark plants. There was no Morlock here, so I lowered my club and bent over the lichen bed. I saw a small, crab-like creature, no wider than my hand. The scratching I heard was the rasp of its single, outsized claw against the lichen. The crab's case seemed to me to be jet black, and the creature was quite without eyes, like some blind creature of the ocean depths. So, I reflected as I watched this little drama, the struggle to survive went on, even in this benighted darkness. It struck me that I had seen no signs of life, save for the glimpses of Morlock, away from this well in all my visit here. I am no biologist, but it seemed clear that the presence of this fount of warm, moist air would be bound to attract life here on a world turned to desert, just as it had attracted this blind farmer crab and his crop of lichen. I speculated that the warmth must come from the compressed interior of the earth, whose volcanic heat, evident in our own day, would not have cooled significantly in the intervening 600,000 years, and perhaps the moisture came from aquifers, still extant below the ground. It may be, I mused, the surface of the planet was studded with such wells and cupolas, but their purpose was not to admit access to the interior world of the Morlocks, as in that other history, but to release the Earth's intrinsic resources to warm and moisten this planet deprived of its sun. And such life as had survived the monstrous engineering I had witnessed now clustered around these founts of warmth and moisture. My confidence was increasing. Making sense of things is a powerful tonic for my courage, and after that false alarm with the crab I had no sense of threat, and I sat again on the lip of the well. I had my pipe and some of my tobacco in my pocket, and I packed the bowl full and lit up. I began to speculate on how this history might have diverged from the first I had witnessed. Evidently there had been some parallels. There had been Morlocks and Eloi here, but their grisly duality had been resolved in ages past. I wondered why should such a showdown between the races occur, for the Morlocks, in their foul way, were as dependent on the Eloi as were Eloi on Morlock, and the whole arrangement had a sort of stability. I saw a way it might have come about. The Morlocks were of debased human stock, after all, and it is not in man's heart to be logical about things. The Morlock must have known that he depended on the Eloi for his very existence. He must have pitied and scorned him, his remote cousin, yet reduced to the status of cattle. And yet... And yet, what a glorious morning made up the brief life of the Eloi. The little people laughed and sang and loved across the surface of the world made into a garden, while your Morlock must toil in the stinking depths of the earth to provide the Eloi with the fabric of their luxurious lives. Granted, the Morlock was conditioned for his place in creation, and would no doubt turn in disgust from the Eloi's sunlight and clear water and fruit, even were it offered to him. But still, might he not, in his dim and cunning fashion, have envied the Eloi their leisure? Perhaps the flesh of the Eloi turned sour in the Morlock's rank mouth, even as he bit into it in his dingy cave. I envisaged, then, the Morlocks, or a faction of them, arising one night from their tunnels under the earth, and falling on the Eloi with their weapons and whip-muscled arms. There would be a great culling, and this time not a disciplined harvesting of flesh, but a full-blooded assault with one unthinking purpose, the final extinction of the Eloi. How must the lawns and food palaces have run with blood, those ancient stones echoing to the childish bleating of the Eloi? In such a contest, there could be only one victor, of course. The fragile people of futurity, with their hectic, consumptive beauty, could never defend themselves against the assaults of organized, murderous Morlocks. I saw it all, or so I thought. The Morlocks, triumphant at last, had inherited the earth. With no more use for the garden country of the Eloi, they had allowed it to fall into ruin. They had erupted from the earth and, somehow, brought their own Stygian darkness with them to cover the sun. I remembered how Weena's folk had feared the nights of the new moon. She had called them the dark nights. Now, it seemed to me, the Morlocks had brought about a final dark night to cover the earth forever. The Morlocks had at last murdered the last of Earth's true children, and even murdered Earth herself. Such was my first hypothesis, then. Wild and gaudy, and wrong, in every particular. And I became aware, with almost a physical shock, that in the middle of all this historical speculation I had quite forgotten my regular inspections of the abandoned time machine. I got to my feet and glared across the hillside. I soon picked out the machine's candle-lit glow, but the lights I had built flickered and wavered, as if opaque shapes were moving around the machine. They could only be Morlocks. 6. My encounter with the Morlocks. With a spurt of fear, and, I have to acknowledge it, a lust for blood which pulsed in my head, I roared, lifted my poker club, and pounded back along the path. Careless, I dropped my Kodak. Behind me I heard a soft tinkle of breaking glass. For all I know, that camera lies there still, if I may use the phrase, abandoned in the darkness. As I neared the machine, I saw they were Morlocks all right, perhaps a dozen of them capering around the machine. They seemed alternately attracted and repelled by my lights, exactly like moths around candles. They were the same ape-like creatures I remembered, perhaps a little smaller, with that long flaxen hair across their heads and backs, their skin a pasty white, arms long as monkeys', and with those haunting red-grey eyes. They whooped and jabbered to each other in their queer language. They hadn't yet touched the time machine, I noted with some relief, but I knew it was a matter of moments before those uncanny fingers, ape-like, yet clever as any man's, reached out for the sparkling brass and nickel. But there would be no time for that, for I fell upon these Morlocks like an avenging angel. I laid about me with my poker and my fist. The Morlocks jabbered and squealed and tried to flee. I grabbed one of the creatures as it ran past me, and I felt again the worm-pallor cold of Morlock flesh. Hair like spiderweb brushed across the back of my hand, and the animal nipped at my fingers with its small teeth, but I did not yield. I wielded my club, and I felt the soft, moist collapse of flesh and bone. Those grey-red eyes widened and closed. I seemed to watch all this from a small, detached part of my brain. I had quite forgotten all my intentions to return proof of the working of time travel, or even to find Weena. I suspected at that moment that this was why I had returned into time, for this moment of revenge, for Weena, and for the murder of the earth, and my own earlier indignity. I dropped the Morlock. Unconscious or dead, it was no more than a bundle of hair and bones, and grabbed for its companions, swinging my poker. Then I heard a voice, distinctively Morlock, but quite unlike the others in tone and depth. It issued a single imperative syllable. I turned, my arms soaked in blood up to the elbows of my jacket, and made ready for more fighting. Before me now stood a Morlock who did not run from me. Though he was naked like the rest, his coat of hair seemed to have been brushed and prepared, so that he had something of the effect of a groomed dog, made to stand upright like a man. I took a massive step forward, my club held firm in both hands. Calmly, the Morlock raised his right hand. Something glinted there, and there was a green flash, and I felt the world tip backwards from under me, pitching me down beside my glowing machine, and I knew no more. 7. The Cage of Light. I came to my senses slowly, as if emerging from a deep and untroubled sleep. I was lying on my back, with my eyes closed. I felt so comfortable that for a moment I imagined I must be in my own bed, in my house in Richmond, and that the pink glow showing through my eyelids must be the morning sun seeping around my curtains. But then I became aware that the surface beneath me, though yielding and quite warm, did not have the softness of a mattress. I could feel no sheets beneath me, nor blankets above me. Then, in a flash, it returned to me, all of it, my second flight through time, the darkening of the sun, and my encounter with the Morlocks. Fear flooded me, stiffening my muscles and tightening my stomach. I had been taken by the Morlocks. I snapped my eyes open. And I was instantly dazzled by a brilliant illumination. It came from a remote disk of intense white light directly above me. I cried out and flung an arm across my blinded eyes. I rolled over, pressing my face against the floor. I pushed myself up to a crawling position. The floor was warm and giving, like leather. At first my vision was full of dancing images of that blazing disk, but at last I was able to make out my own shadow under me. And then, still on all fours, I noticed the queerest thing yet. That the surface beneath me was clear, as if made of some flexible glass, and, where my shadow shielded out the light, I could see stars, quite clearly visible through the floor beneath me. I had been deposited on some transparent platform then, with this starry diorama below. It was as if I had been brought to some inverted planetarium. I felt queasy to the stomach, but I was able to stand up. I had to shield my eyes with my hand against the unremitting glare from above. I wished I had not lost the hat I had brought from 1891. I still wore my light suit, although it now bore stains of sand and blood, particularly around the sleeves, though some efforts had been made to clean me up, I noticed with surprise, and my hands and arms were clear of Morlock blood, mucus and ichor. My poker was gone, and I could see no sign of my knapsack. I had been left my watch, which hung on a chain from my waistcoat, but my pockets were empty of matches or candles. My pipe and tobacco were gone too, and I felt an incongruous stab of regret for that, in the middle of all that mystery and peril. A thought struck me, and my hands flew to my vest pocket, and they found the time machine's twin levers still there. I breathed relief. I looked around. I was standing on a flat, even floor of the leather-like clear substance I have described. I was close to the centre of a splash of light perhaps 30 yards wide, cast on that enigmatic floor by the source above me. The air was quite dusty, so that it was easy to pick out the rays of light as they flooded down over me. You must imagine me standing there in the light, as if at the bottom of some dusty mine-shaft, blinking up at the noonday sun. and indeed it looked like sunlight. But I could not understand how the sun could have been uncovered, nor come to be stationary above me. My only hypothesis was that I had been moved, while unconscious, to some point on the equator. Fighting a mounting panic, I paced around my circle of light. I was quite alone, and the floor was bare, save for trays, 2 of them, bearing containers and cartons, which rested on the floor perhaps 10 feet from where I had been laid. I peered out into the encircling gloom, but could make out nothing, even with my eyes quite shielded. I could see no containing walls to this chamber. I clapped my hands, causing dust motes to dance in the lit-up air. The sound was deadened, and no echo was returned. Either the walls were impossibly remote, or they were lagged with some absorbent substance. Either way, I had no clue as to their distance. There was no sign of the time machine. I felt a deep, peculiar fear there on that plain of soft glass. I felt naked and exposed, with nowhere to shelter my back, no corner to make into a fastness. I approached the trays. I peered at the cartons and lifted their lids. There was one large, empty pail, and a bowl of what looked like clear water, and in the last dish there were fist-sized bricks of what I guessed to be food. But it was food processed into smooth yellow, green, or red slabs, so that its origins were quite unrecognizable. I poked at the food with a reluctant fingertip. They were cold and smooth, rather like cheese. I had not eaten since Mrs. Watchett's breakfast, many hours of my tangled life ago, and I was aware of a mounting pressure in my bladder, a pressure which, I guessed, the empty pail was intended to help relieve. I could see no reason why the Morlocks, having preserved me this long, should choose to poison me, but nevertheless I was reluctant to accept their hospitality, and even more so to lose my dignity by using the pail. So I stalked around the tray, and around that circle of light, sniffing like some animal suspicious of a trap. I even picked up the cartons and trays to see if I could make some weapon of them. Perhaps I could hammer out some kind of blade, but the trays were manufactured of a silvery metal, a little like aluminium, so thin and soft it crumpled in my hands. I could no more stab a Morlock with this than with a sheet of paper. It struck me that these Morlocks had behaved with remarkable gentleness. It would have been the work of a moment to have finished me off while I lay unconscious, but they had stayed their brutish hands, even, with surprising skill it seemed, made efforts to clean me up. I was immediately suspicious, of course. For what purpose had they preserved my life? Did they intend to keep me alive, in order to dig out of me, by whatever foul means, the secret of the time machine? I turned away from the food deliberately, and I stepped out of the ring of light, and into the darkness beyond. My heart was hammering. There was nothing tangible to stop me leaving that illuminated shaft, but my apprehension and my craving for light held me in there almost as effectively. At last I chose a direction at random, and walked into the darkness, my arms held loose at my side, my fists curled and ready. I counted out the paces, 8, 9, 10. Beneath my feet, more clearly visible now that I was away from the light, I could see the stars, an inverted hemisphere of them. I felt again as if I was standing on the roof of some planetarium. I turned and looked back. There was the dusty light pillar, reaching up to infinity, with the scattering of dishes and food at its base on the bare floor. It was all quite incomprehensible to me. As the unchanging floor wore away beneath me, I soon gave up counting my steps. The only light was the glow of that central needle-shaft of light and the faint gleam of the stars beneath me, by which I could just make out the profile of my own legs. The only sounds were the scratch of my own breathing and the soft impacts of my boots on the glassy surface. After perhaps 100 yards, I turned through a corner and began to pace out a path around my light needle. Still I found nothing but darkness, and the stars beneath my feet. I wondered if in all this blackness I should encounter those strange floating watchers who had accompanied me on my second voyage through time. Despair began to sink deep into my soul as I blundered on. and I soon began to wish that I could be transported from this place to Wiener's garden world, or even that night landscape where I had been captured, anywhere with rocks and plants and animals and a recognizable sky for me to work with. What kind of place was this? Was I in some chamber, buried deep in the hollowed-out earth? What terrible tortures were the Morlocks devising for me? Was I doomed to spend the rest of my life in this alien barrenness? For a period, I was quite unhinged by my isolation and my awful sense of being stranded. I did not know where I was, nor where the time machine was, and I did not expect to see my home again. I was a strange beast, stranded in an alien world. I called out to the dark, alternately issuing threats and entreaties for mercy or release, and I slammed my fists against the bland, unyielding floor without result. I sobbed and ran and cursed myself for my unmatched folly, having once escaped the clutches of the Morlocks, to have immediately returned myself to the same trap. In the end, I must have bawled like a frustrated child, and I used up my strength, and I sank in the darkness to the ground, quite exhausted. I think I dozed a while. When I came to myself, nothing in my condition had changed. I got myself to my feet. My anger and frenzy had burned themselves out, and, though I felt as desolate as ever in my life, I made room for my body's simple human needs, hunger and thirst being primary among them. I returned, tired out, to my light shaft. That pressure in my bladder had continued to build. With a feeling of resignation, I picked up the pail that had been provided for me, carried it off into the dark a little way, for modesty's sake, as I knew Morlocks must be watching, and when I had done, I left it there, out of sight. I surveyed the Morlock food. It was a bleak prospect. It looked no more appetizing than earlier, but I was just as hungry. I picked up the bowl of water. It was the size of a soup bowl, and raised it to my lips. It was not a pleasant drink, tepid and tasteless, as if all the minerals had been distilled out of it, but it was clear, and it refreshed my mouth. I held the liquid on my tongue for a few seconds, hesitating at this final hurdle. Then, deliberately, I swallowed. After a few minutes I had suffered no ill effects I could measure, and I took a little more of the water. I also dabbed the corner of my handkerchief on the bowl and wiped the water across my brow and hands. I turned to the food itself. I picked up one greenish slab of it. I snapped off a corner. It broke easily, was green all the way through, and crumbled a little like a cheddar. My teeth slid into the stuff. As to its flavour, if you have ever eaten a green vegetable, say broccoli or sprouts, boiled to within an inch of disintegration, then you have something of its savour. Members of the less well-appointed London clubs will recognise the symptoms. But I bit into my slab until it was half gone. Then I picked up the other slabs to try them. Although their colours varied, their texture and flavour differed not a whit. It did not take many mouthfuls of that stuff to sate me, and I dropped the fragments on their tray and pushed it away. I sat on the floor and peered into the dark. I felt an intense gratitude that the Morlocks had at least provided me with this illumination, for I imagined that I had been deposited on this empty, featureless surface in a darkness broken only by the star images beneath me. I might have gone quite mad. And yet I knew, at the same time, that the Morlocks had provided this ring of light for their own purposes, as an effective means to keep me in this place. I was all but helpless, a prisoner of a mere light ray. A great weariness descended on me. I felt reluctant to lose consciousness once more, to leave myself defenceless, but I could see little prospect of staying awake forever. I stepped out of the ring of light and a little way away into the darkness, so that I felt at least some security from its cover of night. I took off my jacket and folded it up into a pillow for my head. The air was quite warm, and the soft floor also seemed heated, so I should not go cold. So, with my portly body stretched out over the stars, I slept. 8. A visitor. I awoke, after an interval I could not measure. I lifted my head and glanced around. I was alone in the dark, and all seemed unchanged. I patted my vest pocket. The time machine levers were still safely there. As I tried to move, stiffness sent pain shooting along my legs and back. I sat up, awkward, and got to my feet feeling every year of my age. I was inordinately grateful that I had not had to leap into action to fend off a tribe of marauding Morlocks. I performed a few rusty physical jerks to loosen up my muscles. Then I picked up my jacket, smoothing out its creases, and donned it. I stepped forward into the light ring. The trays, with food cartons and toilet pail, had been changed, I found. So they were watching me. Well, it was no more than I had suspected. I took the lids off the cartons, only to find the same depressing slabs of anonymous fodder. I made a breakfast of water and some of the greenish stuff. My fear was gone, to be replaced by a numbing sense of tedium. It is remarkable how rapidly the human mind can accommodate the most remarkable of changed circumstances. Was this to be my fate from now on? Boredom, a hard bed, lukewarm water, and a diet of slabs of boiled cabbage? It was like being back at school, I reflected with gloom. Pow! The single syllable, softly spoken, sounded as loud to me in all that silence as a gunshot. I cried out, scrambled to my feet, and held out my food slabs. It was absurd, but I lacked any other weapon. The sound had come from behind me, and I whirled around, my boots squealing on the floor. A Morlock stood there, just beyond the edge of my light circle, half illuminated. He stood upright. He did not share the crouching, ape-like gait of those creatures I had encountered before, and he wore goggles that made a shield of blue glass which coated his huge eyes, turning them black to my view. "Tick-pow!" this apparition pronounced, his voice a queer gurgle. I stumbled backwards, stepping on a tray with a clatter. I held up my fists. "Don't come near me!" The Morlock took a single pace forward, coming closer to the light shaft. Despite his goggles, he flinched a little from the brightness. This was one of that new breed of advanced-looking Morlock, one of which had stunned me, I realized. He seemed naked, but the pale hair which coated his back and head was cut and shaped, deliberately, into a rather severe style, square about the breastbone and shoulders, giving it something of the effect of a uniform. He had a small, chinless face, something like an ugly child's. A ghost of memory of that sweet sensation of Morlock's skull cracking under my club returned to me. I considered rushing this fellow, knocking him to the ground. But what would it avail me? There were uncounted others, no doubt, out there in the dark. I had no weapons, not even my poker, and I recalled how this chap's cousin had raised that queer gun against me, knocking me down without effort. I decided to bide my time. And besides, this might seem strange, I found my anger was dissipating into an unaccountable feeling of humour. This Morlock, despite the standard wormy pallor of his skin, did look comical. Imagine an orangutan, his hair clipped short and dyed pale yellow-white, and then encouraged to stand upright and wear a pair of gaudy spectacles, and you'll have something of the effect of him. "Tick-pow!" he repeated. I took a step towards him. "What are you saying to me, you brute?" He flinched. I imagined he was reacting to my tone rather than my words, and then he pointed, in turn, to the food slabs in my hands. "Tick," he said. "Pow!" I understood. "Good heavens," I said. "You are trying to talk to me, aren't you?" I held up my food slabs in turn. "Tick! Pow! 1, 2. Do you speak English? 1, 2. The Morlock cocked his head to one side, the way a dog will sometimes, and then he said, not much less clearly than I had, 1, 2. That's it. And there's more where that came from. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Morlock strode into my light circle, though I noticed he kept out of my arm's reach. He pointed to my water bowl. "Agua." Agua? That had sounded like Latin, though the classics were never my strong point. "Water," I replied. Again the Morlock listened in silence, his head on a tilt. So we continued. The Morlock pointed to common things, bits of clothing or parts of the body like a head or a limb, and would come up with some candidate word. Some of his tries were frankly unrecognizable to me, and some of them sounded like German or perhaps Old English, and I would come back with my modern usage. Once or twice I tried to engage him in a longer conversation, for I could not see how this simple register of nouns was going to get us very far, but he stood there until I fell silent, and then continued with his patient matching game. I tried him with some of what I remembered of Wiener's language, that simplified, melodic tongue of two-word sentences, but again the Morlock stood patiently until I gave up. This went on for several hours. At length, without ceremony, the Morlock took his leave. He walked off into the dark. I did not follow. Not yet, I told myself again. I ate and slept, and when I awoke, he returned, and we resumed our lessons. As he walked around my light cage, pointing at things and naming them, the Morlock's movements were fluid and graceful enough, and his body seemed expressive, but I came to realize how much one relies, in day-to-day business, on the interpretation of the movements of one's fellows. I could not read this Morlock in that way at all. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking or feeling. Was he afraid of me? Was he bored? And I felt greatly disadvantaged as a result. At the end of our second session of this, the Morlock stepped back from me. He said,
"That should be sufficient. Do you understand me?"
I stared at him, stunned by this sudden facility with my language. His pronunciation was blurred. That liquid Morlock voice is not designed, it seems, for the harsher consonants and stops of English, but the words were quite comprehensible. When I did not reply, he repeated,
"Do you understand me?"
Yes, I understand you, but how did you do this? How can you have learned my language from so few words? For I judged we had covered a bare 500 words, most of those concrete nouns and simple verbs.
"I have access to records of all the ancient languages of humanity, as reconstructed from Nostratic through the Indo-European group and its prototypes. A small number of keywords is sufficient for the appropriate variant to be retrieved. You must inform me if anything I say is not intelligible."
I took a cautious step forward. Ancient? And how do you know I am ancient? Huge lids swept down over those goggled eyes.
"Your physique is archaic, and the contents of your stomach, when analyzed—"
He actually shuddered, evidently at the thought of the remnants of Mrs. Watchett's breakfast. I was astonished. I had a fastidious Morlock. He went on,
"You are out of time. We do not yet understand how you came to arrive on the earth, but no doubt we will learn."
"And in the meantime," I said with some strength, "you keep me in this cage of light, as if I were a beast, not a man. You give me a floor to sleep on and a pail for my toilet." The Morlock said nothing. He observed me, impassive. The frustration and embarrassment which had assailed me since my arrival in this place welled up, now that I was able to express them, and I decided that sufficient pleasantries had been exchanged. I said, "Now that we can speak to each other, you're going to tell me where on earth I am, and where you've hidden my machine. Do you understand that, fellow, or do I have to translate it for you?" And I reached for him, meaning to grab at the hair clumps on his chest. When I came within 2 paces of him, he raised his hand. That was all. I remember a queer green flash. I never saw the device he must have held all the time he was near me, and then I fell to the floor, quite insensible. 9. Revelations and remonstrances. I came to, spread-eagled on the floor once more, and staring up into that confounded light. I hoisted myself up onto my elbows and rubbed my dazzled eyes. My Morlock friend was still there, standing just outside the circle of light. I got to my feet, rueful. These new Morlocks were going to be a handful for me, I realized. The Morlock stepped into the light, its blue goggles glinting. As if nothing had interrupted our dialogue, he said,
"My name is—"
His pronunciation reverted to the usual shapeless Morlock pattern.
"Nebogipfel."
Nebogipfel. Very well. In turn, I told him my name. Within a few minutes he could repeat it with clarity and precision. This, I realized, was the first Morlock whose name I had learned, the first who stood out from the masses of them I had encountered and fought, the first to have the attributes of a distinguishable person. "So, Nebogipfel," I said. I sat cross-legged beside my trays and rubbed at the rash of bruises my latest fall had inflicted on my upper arm. "You have been assigned as my keeper, here in this zoo."
"Zoo?"
He stumbled over that word.
"No, I was not assigned. I volunteered to work with you."
"Work with me?"
We want to understand how you came to be here."
"Do you, by Jove?" I got to my feet and paced around my cage of light. "What if I told you that I came here in a machine that can carry a man through time?" I held up my hands. "That I built such a machine with these hands. What then, eh?" He seemed to think that over.
"Your era, as dated from your speech and physique, is very remote from ours. You are capable of achievements of high technology. Witness your machine, whether or not it carries you through time, as you claim. And the clothes you wear, the state of your hands, and the wear patterns of your teeth, all of these are indicative of a high state of civilization."
"I'm flattered," I said with some heat. "But if you believe I'm capable of such things, that I'm a man, not an ape, why am I caged up in this way?"
"Because," he said evenly, "you have already tried to attack me with every intent of doing me harm. And on the earth you did great damage to—"
I felt fury burning anew. I stepped towards him. "Your monkeys were pawing at my machine," I shouted. "What did you expect? I was defending myself. He said,
"They were children."
His words pierced my rage. I tried to cling to the remnants of my self-justifying anger, but they were already receding from me. "What did you say?"
"Children. They were children. Since the completion of the sphere, the Earth has become a nursery, a place for children to roam. They were curious about your machine, that is all. They would not have done you or it any conscious harm. Yet you attacked them with great savagery."
I stepped back from him. I remembered, now I let myself think about it, that the Morlocks capering ineffectually around my machine had struck me as smaller than those I'd encountered before, and they had made no attempt to hurt me, save only the poor creature who I had captured, and who had then nipped my hand, before I clubbed its face. The one I struck, did it, survive?
"The physical injuries were reparable, but—"
Yes?
"The inner scars, the scars of the mind, these may never heal."
I dropped my head. Could it be true? Had I been so blinded by my loathing of Morlocks that I had been unable to see those creatures around the machine for what they were, not the rat-like, vicious creatures of Wiener's world, but harmless infants? I don't suppose you know what I'm talking about, but I feel as if I'm trapped in another one of those dissolving views.
You are expressing shame,
Nebogipfel said. Shame? I never thought I should hear and accept such remonstrance from a Morlock. I looked at him, defiant. Yes, very well. And does that make me more than a beast in your view, or less of one? He said nothing. Even while I was confronting this personal horror, some calculating part of my mind was running over something Nebogipfel had said. Since the completion of the sphere, the Earth is become a nursery. What? Sphere?
You have much to learn of us.
Tell me about the sphere.
It is a sphere around the sun.
Those 7 simple words, startling, and yet... Of course. The solar evolution I had watched in a time-accelerated sky, the exclusion of the sunlight from the Earth. I understand, I said to Nebogipfel. I watched the sphere's construction. The Morlock's eyes seemed to widen in a very human mannerism as he considered this unexpected news. And now, for me, other aspects of my situation were becoming clear. You said, I essayed to Nebogipfel, on the Earth you did great damage, something on those lines. It was an odd thing to say, I thought now, if I was still on the Earth. I lifted my face and let the light beat down on me. Nebogipfel, beneath my feet, what is visible through this clear floor?
Stars.
Not representations, not some kind of planetarium?
Stars.
I nodded. And this light from above?
It is sunlight.
Somehow, I think I had known it. I stood in the light of a sun, which was overhead for 24 hours of every day. I stood on a floor above the stars. I felt as if the world was shifting about me. I felt light-headed, and there was a remote ringing in my ears. My adventures had already taken me across the deserts of time, but now, thanks to my capture by these astonishing Morlocks, I had been lifted across space. I was no longer on the Earth. I had been transported to the Morlocks' solar sphere. A dialogue with a Morlock.
You say you travelled here on a time machine.
I paced across my little disk of light, caged, restless. The term is precise. It is a machine which can travel indifferently in any direction in time and at any relative rate as the driver determines.
So you claim that you have journeyed here from the remote past on this machine, the machine found with you on the Earth.
Precisely, I snapped. The Morlock seemed content to stand, almost immobile for long hours, as he developed his interrogation. But I am a man of a modern cut, and our moods did not coincide. "Confound it, fellow," I said. "You have observed yourself that I myself am of an archaic design. How else, but through time travel, can you explain my presence here in the year AD 657,208? Those huge curtain eyelashes blinked slowly.
There are a number of alternatives, most of them more plausible than time travel.
Such as? I challenged him.
Genetic resequencing.
Genetic? Nebogipfel explained further, and I got the general drift. You're talking of the mechanism by which heredity operates, by which characteristics are transmitted from generation to generation.
It is not impossible to generate simulacra of archaic forms by unraveling subsequent mutations.
So you think I am no more than a simulacrum, reconstructed like the fossil skeleton of some megatherium in a museum, yes?
There are precedents, though not of human forms of your vintage. Yes, it is possible.
I felt insulted. And to what purpose might I have been cobbled together in this way? I resumed my pacing around the cage. The most disconcerting aspect of that bleak place was its lack of walls, and my constant primeval sense that my back was unguarded. I would rather have been hurled in some prison cell of my own era, primitive and squalid, no doubt, but enclosed. I'll not rise to any such bait. That's a lot of nonsense. I designed and built a time machine and travelled here on it, and let that be an end to it.
We will use your explanation as a working hypothesis,
Nebogipfel said.
Now, please describe to me the machine's operating principles.
I continued my pacing, caught in a dilemma. As soon as I had realized that Nebogipfel was articulate and intelligent, unlike those Morlocks of my previous acquaintance, I had expected some such interrogation. After all, if a time-traveller from ancient Egypt had turned up in 19th-century London, I would have thought to be on the committee which examined him. But should I share the secret of my machine, my only advantage in this world, with these new Morlocks? After some internal searching, I realized I had little choice. I had no doubt that the information could be forced out of me if the Morlocks so desired. Besides, the construction of my machine was intrinsically simpler than that of, say, a fine clock. A civilization capable of throwing a shell around the sun would have little trouble reproducing the fruit of my poor lathes and presses. And if I spoke to Nebogipfel, perhaps I could put the fellow off while I sought some advantage from my difficult situation. I still had no idea where the machine was being held, still less how I should reach it and have a prospect of returning home. But also, and here is the honest truth, the thought of my savagery among the child Morlocks on the earth still weighed on my mind. I had no desire that Nebogipfel should think of me, nor the phase of humanity which I, perforce, represented, as brutish. Therefore, like a child eager to impress, I wanted to show Nebogipfel how clever I was, how mechanically and scientifically adept, how far above the apes men of my type had ascended. Still, for the first time I felt emboldened to make some demands of my own. "Very well," I said to Nebogipfel. "But first—"
Yes?
"Look here," I said. "The conditions under which you're holding me are a little primitive, aren't they? I'm not as young as I was, and I can't do with this standing about all day. How about a chair? Is that so unreasonable a thing to ask for? And what about blankets to sleep under, if I must stay here?"
Chair.
He had taken a second to reply, as if he was looking up the reference in some invisible dictionary. I went on to other demands. I needed more fresh water, I said, and some equivalent of soap, and I asked, expecting to be refused, for a blade with which to shave my bristles. For a time, Nebogipfel withdrew. When he returned, he brought blankets and a chair, and after my next sleep period, I found my 2 trays of provisions supplemented by a third, which bore more water. The blankets were of some soft substance, too finely manufactured for me to detect any evidence of weaving. The chair, a simple upright thing, might have been of a light wood from its weight, but its red surface was smooth and seamless, and I could not scratch through its paintwork with my fingernails, nor could I detect any evidence of joints, nails, screws, or mouldings. It seemed to have been extruded as a complete whole by some unknown process. As to my toilet, the extra water came without soap, and nor would it lather, but the liquid had a smooth feel to it, and I suspected it had been treated with some detergent. By some minor miracle, the water was delivered warm to the touch, and stayed that way, no matter how long I let the bowl stand. I was brought no blade, though. I was not surprised. When next Nebogipfel left me alone, I undressed myself by stages and washed away the perspiration of some days, as well as lingering traces of Morlock blood. I also took the opportunity of rinsing through my underwear and shirt. So my life in the cage of light became a little more civilized. If you imagine the contents of a cheap hotel room dumped into the middle of the floor of some vast ballroom, you will have the picture of how I was living. When I pulled together the chair, trays, and blankets, I had something of a cosy nest, and I did not feel quite so exposed. I took to placing my jacket pillow under the chair, and so sleeping with my head and shoulders under the protection of this little fastness. Most of the time I was able to dismiss the prospect of stars beneath my feet. I told myself that the lights in the floor were some elaborate illusion, but sometimes my imagination would betray me, and I would feel as if I was suspended over an infant drop, with only this insubstantial floor to save me. All this was quite illogical, of course, but I am human, and must needs pander to the instinctive needs and fears of my nature. Nebogipfel observed all this. I could not tell if his reaction was curiosity or confusion, or perhaps something more aloof, as I might have watched the antics of a bird in building a nest, perhaps. And in these circumstances, the next few days wore away, I think 4 or 5, as I strove to describe to Nebogipfel the workings of my time machine, and as well seeking subtly to extract from him some details of this history in which I had landed myself. I described the researches into physical optics which had led to my insights into the possibility of time travel. It is becoming well known, or was in my day, that the propagation of light has anomalous properties, I said. The speed of light in a vacuum is extremely high. It travels hundreds of thousands of miles each second, but it is finite. And more important, as demonstrated most clearly by Michelson and Morley a few years before my departure, this speed is isotropic. I took some care to explain this rum business. The essence of it is that light, as it travels through space, does not behave like a material object, such as an express train. Imagine a ray of light from some distant star overtaking the Earth in, say, January, as our planet traverses its orbit around the Sun. The speed of the Earth in its orbit is some 70,000 miles per hour. You would imagine, if you were to measure the speed of that passing ray of starlight as seen from the Earth, that the result would be reduced by that 70,000-odd miles per hour. Conversely, in July, the Earth will be at the opposite side of its orbit. It will now be heading into the path of that faithful starlight beam. Measure the speed of the beam again, and you would expect to find the recorded speed increased by the Earth's velocity. Well, if steam trains came to us from the stars, this would no doubt be the case. But Michelson and Morley proved that for starlight this is not so. The speed of the starlight, as measured from the Earth, whether we are overtaking or heading into the beam, is exactly the same. These observations had correlated with the sort of phenomenon I had noted about platnerite for some years previously, though I had not published the results of my experiments, and I had formulated a hypothesis. One only needs to loosen the shackles of the imagination, particularly regarding the business of dimensions, to see what the elements of an explanation might be. How do we measure speed, after all? Only with devices which record intervals in different dimensions. A distance travelled through space, measured with a simple yardstick, and an interval in time, which may be recorded with a clock. So, if we take the experimental evidence of Michelson and Morley at face value, then we have to regard the speed of light as the fixed quantity and the dimensions as variable things. The universe adjusts itself in order to render our light speed measurements constant. I saw that one could express this geometrically, as a twisting of the dimensions. I held up my hand, with 2 fingers and thumb held at right angles. If we are in a framework of 4 dimensions, well, imagine rotating the whole business around, like this. I twisted my wrist, so that length comes to rest where breadth used to be, and breadth where height was, and, most important, duration and a dimension of space are interchanged. Do you see? One would not need a full transposition, of course, just a certain intermingling of the two to explain the Michelson-Morley adjustment. I have kept these speculations to myself, I said. I am not well known as a theoretician. Besides, I have been reluctant to publish without experimental verification. But there were others thinking along the same lines. I know Fitzgerald in Dublin, Lawrence in Leiden, and Henri Poincaré in France, and it cannot be long before some more complete theory is expounded, dealing with this relativeness of frames of reference. Well then, this is the essence of my time machine, I concluded. The machine twists space and time around itself, thus mutating time into a spatial dimension, and then one may proceed into past or future as easy as riding a bicycle. I sat back in my chair. Given the uncomfortable circumstances of this lecture, I told myself, I had acquitted myself remarkably well. But my Morlock was not an appreciative audience. He stood there, regarding me through his blue goggles. Then, at length, he said,
"Yes, but how exactly?"
11. Out of the cage. This response irritated me intensely. I got out of my chair and began to pace about my cage. I came near to Nebogipfel, but I managed to resist the impulse to lapse into threatening simian gestures. I flatly refused to answer any more questions until he showed me something of his sphere world. "Look here," I said, "don't you think you're being a little unfair? After all, I've travelled across 600,000 years to see something of your world, and all I've had so far is a darkened hillside in Richmond, and—" I waved a hand at the encircling darkness. "This, and your endless questions. Look at it this way, Nebogipfel. I know you will want me to give you a full account of my journey through time, and what I saw of history as it unfolded to your present. How can I tell such a tale if I have no understanding of its conclusion, let alone of that other history which I witnessed?" I left my speech there, hoping I had done enough to convince him. He lifted his hand to his face. His thin, pallid fingers adjusted the goggles resting there, like any gentleman adjusting a pince-nez.
"I will consult about this," he said at last. "We will speak again."
And he departed. I watched him walk away, his bare soles pad-padding across the soft, starry floor. After I had slept once more, Nebogipfel returned. He raised his hand and beckoned. It was a stiff, unnatural gesture, as if he had learned it only recently.
"Come with me," he said.
With a surge of exhilaration, tinged with not a little fear, I snatched my jacket up from the floor. I walked beside Nebogipfel, into the darkness which had encircled me for so many days. My shaft of sunlight receded behind me. I glanced back at the little spot which had been my inhospitable home, with its disordered trays, its heap of blankets, and my chair, perhaps the only chair in the world. I will not say I watched it go with any nostalgia, for I had been miserable and fearful during the whole of my stay in that cage of light, but I did wonder whether I would ever see it again. Beneath our feet, the eternal stars hung like a million Chinese lanterns, borne on the breast of an invisible river. As we walked, Nebogipfel held out blue goggles, very like the set he wore himself. I took these, but I protested. "What do I need of these? I'm not dazzled, as you are."
"They are not for light. They are for darkness. Put them on."
I lifted the goggles to my face. The set was built on two hoops of some pliable substance, which sandwiched the blue glass of the goggles itself. When I lifted the goggles to my face, the hoops slipped easily around my head and gripped there lightly. I turned my head. I had no impression of blueness, despite the tint of my goggles. That shaft of sunlight seemed as bright as ever, and the image of Nebogipfel was as clear as it had been before. "They don't seem to work," I said. For answer, Nebogipfel tipped his head downwards. I followed his gaze, and my step faltered. For, beneath my feet, and through the soft floor, the stars blazed. Those lights were no longer masked by the sheen of the floor, or by my eyes' poor dark adaptation. It was as if I stood poised above some starry night in the mountains of Wales or Scotland. I suffered an intense stab of vertigo, as you might imagine. I detected a trace of impatience about Nebogipfel now. He seemed anxious to proceed. We walked on in silence. Within a very few paces, it seemed to me, Nebogipfel slowed, and I saw now, thanks to my goggles, that a wall lay a few feet from us. I reached out and touched its soot-black surface, but it had only the soft, warm texture of the floor. I could not understand how we had reached the boundaries of this chamber so quickly. I wondered if somehow we had walked along some moving pavement which had assisted our footsteps. But Nebogipfel volunteered no information. "Tell me what this place is before we leave it," I said. His flaxen-haired head turned towards me.
"An empty chamber."
"How wide?"
"Approximately 2,000 miles.
I tried to conceal my reaction to this. 2,000 miles? Had I been alone in a prison cell large enough to hold an ocean? "You have a great deal of room here," I said evenly.
"The sphere is large," he said. "If you are accustomed only to planetary distances, you may find it difficult to appreciate how large. The sphere fills the orbit of the primal planet you called Venus. It has a surface area corresponding to nearly 300 million Earths."
300 million? My amazement met only with a blank stare from the Morlock, and more of that subtle impatience. I understood his restlessness, and yet I felt resentful and a little embarrassed. To the Morlock, I was like some irritating man from the Congo come to London, who must ask the purpose and provenance of the simplest items, such as a fork or a pair of trousers. To me, I reasoned, the sphere was a startling construction, but so might the pyramids have been to some Neanderthaler. For this complacent Morlock, the sphere around the sun was part of the historic furniture of the world, no more to be remarked on than a landscape tamed by 1,000 years of agriculture. A door opened before us. It did not fold back, you understand, but rather it seemed to scissor itself away, much as does the diaphragm of a camera, and we stepped forward. I gasped, and almost stumbled backwards. Nebogipfel watched me with his usual analytical calm. From a room the size of a world, a room carpeted with stars, 1,000,000 Morlock faces swivelled towards me. The Morlocks of the Sphere. You must imagine that place. A single immense room, with a carpet of stars and a complex, engineered ceiling, and all of it going on forever, without walls. It was a place of black and silver without any other colour. The floor was marked out by partitions that came up to chest height, though there were no dividing walls. There were no enclosed areas, nothing resembling our offices or homes anywhere. And there were Morlocks, a pale scattering of them, all across that transparent floor. Their faces were like grey flakes of snow sprinkled over the starry carpet. The place was filled with their voices. Their constant, liquid babbling washed over me, oceanic in itself and remote from the sounds of the human palate, and removed, too, from the dry voice Nebogipfel had become accustomed to using in my company. There was a line at infinity, utterly straight and a little blurred by dust and mist, where the roof met the floor, and that line showed none of the bowing effect that one sometimes sees as one studies an ocean. It is hard to describe. It may seem that such things are beyond one's intuition until they are experienced, but at that moment, standing there, I knew I was not on the surface of any planet. There was no far horizon beyond which rows of Morlocks were hidden like receding sea-going ships. Instead, I knew that the Earth's tight, compact contours were far away. My heart sank, and I was quite daunted. Nebogipfel stepped forward to me. He had doffed his goggles, and I had an impression it was with relief.
"Come," he said gently. "Are you afraid? This is what you wanted to see. We will walk, and we will talk further."
With great hesitation, it took me a genuine effort to step forward, away from the wall of my immense prison cell. I came after him. I caused quite a stir in the population. Their little faces were all around me, huge-eyed and chinless. I shrank away from them as I walked, my dread of their cold flesh renewed. Some of them reached towards me with their long, hair-covered arms. I could smell something of their bodies, a sweet, musty smell that was all too familiar. Most walked as upright as a man, although some preferred to lope along like an orangutan, with knuckles grazing the floor. Many of them had their hair, on scalp and back, coiffed in some style or other, some in a plain and severe fashion like Nebogipfel, and some in a more flowing, decorative style. But there were one or two whose hair ran as wild and ragged as any Morlocks I had encountered in Wiener's world, and at first I suspected that these individuals still ran savage, even here in this city room. But they behaved as easily as the rest, and I hypothesized that these unkempt manes were simply another form of affectation, much as a man will sometimes allow his beard to grow to great profusion. I became aware that I was passing by these Morlocks with remarkable speed, much quicker than my pace allowed. I almost stumbled at this realization. I glanced down, but I could see nothing to differentiate the stretch of transparent floor on which I walked from any other, but I knew I must be on some form of moving pavement. The crowding, pallid Morlock faces, the absence of colour, the flatness of the horizon, my unnatural speed through this bizarre landscape, and above all, the illusion that I was floating above a bottomless well of stars, combined into the semblance of a dream. But then some curious Morlock would come too close, and I would get a whiff of his sickly scent, and reality pressed in again. This was no dream. I was lost, I realized, marooned in this sea of Morlocks, and again I had to struggle to keep walking steadily, to avoid bunching my fists and driving them into the curious faces pressing around me. I saw how the Morlocks were going about their mysterious business. Some were walking, some conversing, some eating food of the bland, uninteresting type which had been served to me, all as uninhibited as kittens. This observation, combined with the utter lack of any enclosed spaces, led me to understand that the Morlocks of the sphere had no need of privacy, in the sense we understand it. Most of the Morlocks seemed to me to be working, though at what I could not fathom. The surfaces of some of their partitions were inlaid with panes of a blue, glowing glass, and the Morlocks touched these panes with their thin, worm-like fingers, or talked earnestly into them. In response, graphs, pictures, and text scrolled across the glass slabs. In some places this remarkable machinery was carried a stage further, and I saw elaborate models, representing what I could not say, springing into existence in mid-air. At a Morlock's command, a model would rotate, or split open, displaying its interior, or fly apart, in dwindling arrays of floating cubes of coloured light. And all of this activity, you must imagine, was immersed in a constant flow of the Morlock's liquid, guttural tongue. Now we passed a place where a fresh partition was emerging from the floor below. It rose up complete and finished, like something emerging from a vat of mercury. When its growth was done, it had become a thin slab about 4 feet high, featuring 3 of the omnipresent blue windows. When I crouched down to peer through the transparent floor, I could see nothing beneath the surface, no box or uplifting machinery. It was as if the partition had appeared out of nothing. "Where does it come from?" I asked Nebogipfel. He said, after some thought, evidently he had to choose his words,
"The sphere has a memory. It has machines which enable it to store that memory. And the form of the data blocks," he meant the partitions, "is held in the sphere's memory to be retrieved in this material form as requested."
For my entertainment, Nebogipfel caused more extrusions. On one pillar I saw a tray of foodstuffs and water rising out of the floor, as if prepared by some invisible butler. I was struck by this idea of extrusions from the uniform and featureless floor. It reminded me of the Platonist theory of thought expounded by some philosophers, that to every object there exists, in some realm, an ideal form, an essence of chair, the summation of tableness, and so on. And when an object is manufactured in our world, templates stored in the Platonic overworld are consulted. Well, here I was in a Platonic universe made real. The whole of this mighty, sun-girdling sphere was suffused by an artificial, godlike memory, a memory within whose rooms I walked even as we spoke, and within the memory was stored the ideal of every object the heart could desire, or at least as desired by a Morlock heart. How very convenient it would be to be able to manufacture and dissolve equipment and apparatus as one required. My great draughty house in Richmond could be reduced to a single room, I realized. In the morning, the bedroom furniture could be commanded to fade back into the carpet, to be replaced by the bathroom suite, and next the kitchen table. Like magic, the various apparatuses of my laboratory could be made to flow from the walls and ceiling until I was ready to work. And at last, of an evening, I could summon up my dinner table, with its comfortable surrounds of fireplace and wallpaper, and perhaps the table could be manufactured already replete with food. All our professions of builders, plumbers, carpenters, and the like would disappear in a trice, I realized. The householder, the owner of such an intelligent room, would need to engage no more than a peripatetic cleaner, though perhaps the room could take care of that, too, and perhaps there would be occasional boosts to the room's mechanical memory to keep pace with the latest vogues. So my fecund imagination ran on, quite out of my control. I soon began to feel fatigued. Nebogipfel took me to a clear space, though there were Morlocks in the distance all about me, and he tapped his foot on the floor. A sort of shelter was extruded. It was perhaps 4 feet high, and little more than a roof set on 4 fat pillars, something like a substantial table, perhaps. Within the table there arose a bundle of blankets and a food stand. I climbed into the hut gratefully. It was the first enclosure I had enjoyed since my arrival on the sphere, and I acknowledged Nebogipfel's consideration at providing it. I made a meal of water and some of the greenish cheese stuff, and I took off my goggles. I was immersed in the endless darkness of that Morlock world, and was able to sleep, with my head settled on a rolled-up blanket. This odd little shelter was my home for the next few days, as I continued my tour of the Morlock's city chamber with Nebogipfel. Each time I arose, Nebogipfel had the floor absorb the shelter once again, and he evoked it afresh in whatever place we stopped, so we had no luggage to carry. I have noted that the Morlocks did not sleep, and I think my antics in my hut were the source of considerable fascination to the natives of the sphere, just as those of an orangutan catch the eye of the civilized man, I suppose, and they would have crowded around me as I tried to sleep, pressing their little round faces in on me, and rest would have been impossible, had not Nebogipfel stayed by me and deterred such sightseeing. 13. How the Morlocks lived. In all the days Nebogipfel led me through that Morlock world, we never encountered a wall, door, or other significant barrier. As near as I could make it out, we were restricted, the whole time, to a single chamber. But it was a chamber of a stupendous size, and it was, in its general details, homogeneous, for everywhere I found the same carpet of Morlocks pursuing their obscure tasks. The simplest practicalities of such arrangements were startling enough. I considered, for example, the prosaic problems of maintaining a consistent and stable atmosphere at an even temperature, pressure, and humidity over such scales of length. And yet, Nebogipfel gave me to understand this was but one chamber in a sort of mosaic of them that tiled the sphere from pole to pole. I soon came to understand that there were no cities on this sphere in the modern sense. The Morlock population was spread over these immense chambers, and there were no fixed sites for any given activity. If the Morlocks wished to assemble a work area, or clear it for some other purpose, the relevant apparatuses could be extruded directly from the floor, or else absorbed back. Thus, rather than cities, there were to be found nodes of population of higher density, nodes which shifted and migrated according to purpose. After one sleep, I had clambered out of the shelter and was sitting cross-legged on the floor, sipping water. Nebogipfel remained standing, seemingly without fatigue. Then I saw, approaching us, a brace of Morlocks, the sight of which made me swallow a mouthful of water too hastily. I sputtered, and droplets of water sprayed across my jacket and trousers. I suppose the pair were indeed Morlocks. but they were like no Morlocks I had seen before. Whereas Nebogipfel was a little under 5 feet tall, these were like cartoon caricatures, extended to a height of perhaps 12 feet. One of the long creatures noticed me, and he came loping over, metal splints on his legs clattering as he walked. He stepped over the intervening partitions like some huge gazelle. He bent down and peered at me. His red-grey eyes were the size of dinner plates, and I quailed away from him. His odour was sharp, like burnt almonds. His limbs were long and fragile-looking, and his skin seemed stretched over that extended skeleton. I was able to see, embedded in one shin and quite visible through drum-tight skin, the profile of a tibia no less than 4 feet long. Splints of some soft metal were attached to those long leg bones, evidently to help strengthen them against snapping. This attenuated beast seemed to have no greater number of follicles than your average Morlock, so that his hair was scattered over that stretched-out frame in a very ugly fashion. He exchanged a few liquid syllables with Nebogipfel, then rejoined his companion, and, with many a backward glance at me, went on his way. I turned to Nebogipfel, stunned. Even he seemed an oasis of normality after that vision. Nebogipfel said,
"They are,"
a liquid word I could not repeat,
"from the higher latitudes."
He glanced after our 2 visitors.
"You can see that they are unsuited to this equatorial region. Splints are required to help them walk, and—"
"I don't see it at all," I broke in. "What's so different about the higher latitudes?"
"Gravity," he said.
Dimly, I began to understand. The Morlock's sphere was, as I have recorded, a titanic construction which filled up the orbit once occupied by Venus, and, Nebogipfel now told me, the whole thing rotated about an axis. Once, Venus's year had been 225 days. Now, said Nebogipfel, the great sphere turned in just 7 days and 13 hours.
"And so the rotation,"
Nebogipfel began, "induces centrifugal effects, simulating the Earth's gravity at the equator. Yes," I said, "I see it. The spin of the sphere kept us all plastered to this floor, but away from the equator, the turning circle of a point on the sphere about the rotation axis was less, and so the effective gravity was reduced. Gravity dwindled to 0, in fact, at the sphere's rotation poles, and in those extraordinary broad continents of lower gravity, such remarkable animals as those 2 loping Morlocks lived, and had adapted to their conditions." I thumped my forehead with the back of my hand. "Sometimes I think I am the greatest fool who ever lived," I exclaimed to the bemused Nebogipfel, for I had never thought to inquire about the source of my weight here on the sphere. What sort of scientist was it who failed to question, even to observe properly, the gravity which, in the absence of anything so convenient as a planet, glued him to the surface of this sphere? I wondered how many other marvels I was passing by, simply from the fact that it did not occur to me to ask about them, and yet to Nebogipfel such features were merely a part of the world, of no more novelty than a sunset or a butterfly's wing. I teased out of Nebogipfel details of how the Morlocks lived. It was difficult, for I scarcely knew how to begin even to phrase my questions. That may seem odd to state, but how was I to ask, for instance, about the machinery which underpinned this transforming floor? It was doubtful if my language contained the concepts required even to frame the query, just as a Neanderthaler would lack the linguistic tools to inquire about the workings of a clock. And as to the social and other arrangements which, invisibly, governed the lives of the millions of Morlocks in this immense chamber, I remained as ignorant as might a tribesman arrived in London fresh from Central Africa would have been of social movements, of telephone and telegraph wires, of the parcels delivery company, and the like. Even their arrangements for sewage remained a mystery to me. I asked Nebogipfel how the Morlocks governed themselves. He explained to me, in a somewhat patronizing manner, I thought, that the sphere was a large enough place for several nations of Morlocks. These nations were distinguished mainly by the mode of government they chose. Almost all had some form of democratic process in place. In some areas, a representative parliament was selected by a universal suffrage, much along the lines of our own Westminster Parliament. Elsewhere, suffrage was restricted to an elite subgroup, composed of those considered especially capable, by temperament and training, of governance. I think the nearest models in our philosophy are the classical republics, or perhaps the ideal form of republic imagined by Plato, and I admit that this approach appealed to my own instincts. But in most areas, the machinery of the sphere had made possible a form of true universal suffrage, in which the inhabitants were kept abreast of current debates by means of the blue windows in their partitions, and then instantly registered their preferences on each issue by similar means. Thus, governance proceeded on a piecemeal basis, with every major decision subject to the collective whim of the populace. I felt distrustful of such a system. But surely there are some in the population who cannot be empowered with such authority. What about the insane or the feeble-minded? He considered me with a certain stiffness.
We have no such weaknesses.
I felt like challenging this utopian, even here in the heart of his utopia. And how do you ensure that? He did not answer me immediately. Instead, he went on.
Each member of our adult population is rational and able to make decisions on behalf of others, and is trusted to do so. In such circumstances, the purest form of democracy is not only possible, it is advisable, for many minds combine to produce decisions superior to those of one.
I snorted. Then what of all these other parliaments and senates you have described?
Not everyone agrees that the arrangements in this part of the sphere are ideal, he said. Is that not the essence of freedom? Not all of us are sufficiently interested in the mechanics of governance to wish to participate, and for some, the entrusting of power to another through representation, or even without any representation at all, is preferable. That is a valid choice.
Fine. But what happens when such choices conflict?
We have room, he said heavily. You must not forget that fact. You are still dominated by planet-bound expectations. Any dissenter is free to depart and to establish a rival system elsewhere.
These nations of the Morlocks were fluid things, with individuals joining and leaving as their preferences evolved. There was no fixed territory or possessions, nor even any fixed boundaries, as far as I could make out. The nations were mere groupings of convenience, clusterings across the sphere. There was no war among the Morlocks. It took me some time to believe this, but at last I was convinced. There were no causes for war. Thanks to the mechanisms of the floor, there was no shortage of provision, so no nation could argue for goals of economic acquisition. The sphere was so huge that the empty land available was almost unlimited, so that territorial conflicts were meaningless, and, most crucially, the Morlocks' heads were free of the canker of religion, which has caused so much conflict through the centuries. "You have no god, then?" I said to Nebogipfel, with something of a thrill. Though I have some religious tendencies myself, I imagined shocking the clerics of my own day with an account of this conversation.
"We have no need of a god," Nebogipfel retorted.
The Morlocks regarded a religious set of mind, as opposed to a rational state, as a hereditable trait, with no more intrinsic meaning than blue eyes or brown hair. The more Nebogipfel outlined this notion, the more sense it made to me. What notion of God has survived through all of humanity's mental evolution? Why, precisely the form it might suit man's vanity to conjure up. A God with immense powers, and yet still absorbed in the petty affairs of man. Who could worship a chilling God, even if omnipotent, if he took no interest whatsoever in the flea-bite struggles of humans? One might imagine that, In any conflict between rational humans and religious humans, the rational ought to win. After all, it is rationality that invented gunpowder, and yet, at least up to our 19th century, the religious tendency has generally won out, and natural selection operated, leaving us with a population of religiously inclined sheep. It has sometimes seemed to me capable of being deluded by any smooth-tongued preacher. The paradox is explained because religion provides a goal for men to fight for. The religious man will soak some bit of sacred land with his blood, sacrificing far more than the land's intrinsic economic or other value.
But we have moved beyond this paradox, Nebogipfel said to me. We have mastered our inheritance. We are no longer governed by the dictates of the past, either as regards our bodies or our minds.
But I did not follow up this intriguing notion. The obvious question to ask was, in the absence of a god, then, what is the purpose of all your lives? For I was entranced by the idea of how Mr. Darwin, with all his modern critics in the churches, would have loved to have witnessed this ultimate triumph of his ideas over the religionists. In fact, as it turned out, my understanding of the true purpose of the Morlocks' civilization would not come until much later. I was impressed, though, with all I saw of this artificial world of the Morlocks. I am not sure if my respectful awe has been reflected in my account here. This brand of Morlock had indeed mastered their inherited weaknesses. They had put aside the legacy of the brute, the legacy bequeathed by us, and had thereby achieved a stability and capability almost unimaginable to a man of 1891, to a man like me, who had grown up in a world torn apart daily by war, greed, and incompetence. And this mastery of their own nature was all the more striking for its contrast with those other Morlocks, Wiener's Morlocks, who had, quite obviously, fallen foul of the brute within, despite their mechanical and other aptitudes. (14) Constructions and Divergences. I discussed the construction of the sphere with Nebogipfel. I imagine great engineering schemes which broke up the giant planets, Jupiter and Saturn, and—
No, Nebogipfel said. There was no such scheme. The primal planets, from the Earth outward, still orbit the sun's heart. There would not have been sufficient material in all the planets combined even to begin the construction of such an entity as this sphere.
Then how? Nebogipfel described how the sun had been encircled by a great fleet of spacefaring craft, which bore immense magnets of a design, involving electrical circuits whose resistance was somehow reduced to zero, I could not fathom. The craft circled the sun with increasing speed, and a belt of magnetism tightened around the sun's million-mile midriff. And, as if that great star were no more than a soft fruit held in a crushing fist, great founts of the sun's material, which is itself magnetized, were forced away from the equator to gush from the star's poles. More fleets of spacecraft then manipulated this huge cloud of lifted material, forming it at last into an enclosing shell, and the shell was then compressed using shaped magnetic fields once more, and transmuted into the solid structures I saw around me. The enclosed sun still shone, for even the immense detached masses required to construct this great artifact were but an invisible fraction of the sun's total bulk, and within the sphere sunlight shone perpetually over giant continents, each of which could have swallowed millions of splayed-out Earths. Nebogipfel said,
A planet like the Earth can intercept only an invisible fraction of the sun's output, with the rest disappearing, wasted, into the sink of space. Now all of the sun's energy is captured by the enclosing sphere, and that is the central justification for constructing the sphere. We have harnessed a star.
In a million years, Nebogipfel told me, the sphere would capture enough additional solar material to permit its thickening by 1/25th of an inch, an invisibly small layer, but covering a stupendous area. The solar material, transformed, was used to further the construction of the sphere. Meanwhile, some solar energy was harnessed to sustain the interior of the sphere and to power the Morlocks' various projects. With some excitement, I described what I had witnessed during my journey through futurity, the brightening of the sun and that jetting at the poles, and then how the sun had disappeared into blackness as the sphere was thrown around it. Nebogipfel regarded me, I fancied, with some envy.
"So," he said, "you did indeed watch the construction of the sphere. It took 10,000 years.
But to me, on my machine, no more than heartbeats passed.
You have told me that this is your second voyage into the future, and that during your first you saw differences."
Yes. Now I confronted that perplexing mystery once more. Differences in the unfolding of history. Nebogipfel, when I first journeyed to the future, your sphere was never built. I summarized to Nebogipfel how I had formerly travelled far beyond this year of AD 657,208. During that first voyage, I had watched the colonization of the land by a tide of rich green, as winter was abolished from the earth and the sun grew unaccountably brighter. But, unlike my second trip, I saw no signs of the regulation of the earth's axial tilt, nor did I witness anything of the slowing of its rotation, and, most dramatic, without the construction of the sun-shielding sphere, the earth had remained fair, and had not been banished into the Morlocks' Stygian darkness. And so, I told Nebogipfel, I arrived in the year AD 802,701, 150,000 years into your future, yet I cannot believe, if I had travelled on so far this time, that I should find the same world again. I summarized to Nebogipfel what I had seen of Wiener's world, with its Eloi and degraded Morlocks. Nebogipfel thought this over.
"There has been no such state of affairs in the evolution of humanity in all of recorded history, my history," he said. "And since the sphere, once constructed, is self-sustaining, it is difficult to imagine that such a descent into barbarism is possible in our future."
So there you have it, I agreed. I have journeyed through two quite exclusive versions of history. Can history be like unfired clay, able to be remade?
"Perhaps it can," Nebogipfel murmured. "When you returned to your own era, to 1891, did you bring any evidence of your travels?"
Not much, I admitted, but I did bring back some flowers, pretty white things like mallows, which an Eloi had placed in my pocket. My friends examined them. The flowers were of an order they couldn't recognize, and I remember how they remarked on the gynecium.
"Friends?" Nebogipfel said sharply. "You left an account of your journey before embarking once more?"
Nothing written, but I did give some friends a foolish account of the affair over dinner. I smiled. And if I know one of that circle, the whole thing was no doubt written up in the end in some popularized and sensational form, perhaps presented as fiction. Nebogipfel approached me.
"Then there," he said to me, his quiet voice queerly dramatic, "there is your explanation."
Explanation?
For the divergence of histories.
I faced him, horrified by a dawning comprehension. You mean that, with my account, my prophecy, I changed history?
Yes. Armed with that warning, humanity managed to avoid the degradation and conflict that resulted in the primitive, cruel world of Eloi and Morlock. Instead, we continued to grow. Instead, we have harnessed the sun.
I felt quite unable to face the consequences of this hypothesis, although its truth and clarity struck me immediately. I shouted, "But some things have stayed the same. Still you Morlocks skulk in the dark?"
"We are not Morlocks,"
Nebogipfel said softly.
"Not as you remember them. And as for the dark, what need have we of a flood of light? We choose the dark. Our eyes are fine instruments capable of revealing much beauty. Without the brutal glare of the sun, the full subtlety of the sky can be discerned."
I could find no distraction in goading Nebogipfel, and I had to face the truth. I stared down at my hands, great battered things, scarred with decades of labour. My sole aim, to which I had devoted the efforts of these hands, had been to explore time, to determine how things would come out on the cosmological scale, beyond my own few mayfly decades of life. But, it seemed, I had succeeded in far more. My invention was much more powerful than a mere time-travelling machine. It was a history machine, a destroyer of worlds. I was a murderer of the future. I had taken on, I realized, more powers than God himself, if Aquinas is to be believed. By my twisting up of the workings of history, I had wiped over billions of unborn lives, lives that would now never come to be. I could hardly bear to live with the knowledge of this presumption. I have always been distrustful of personal power, for I have met not one man wise enough to be entrusted with it, but now I had taken to myself more power than any man who had ever lived. If I should ever recover my time machine, I promised myself then, I would return into the past, to make one final, conclusive adjustment to history, and abolish my own invention of the infernal device. And I realized now that I could never retrieve Weena, for not only had I caused her death, now, it turned out, I had nullified her very existence. Through all this turmoil of the emotions, the pain of that little loss sounded sweet and clear, like the note of an oboe in the midst of the clamour of some great orchestra. "15. Life and Death among the Morlocks. One day, Nebogipfel led me to what was, perhaps, the most disquieting thing I saw in all my time in that city chamber. We approached an area, perhaps a half-mile square, where the partitions seemed lower than usual. As we neared, I became aware of a rising level of noise, a babble of liquid throats, and a sharply increased smell of Morlock, of their characteristic musty, sickly sweetness. Nebogipfel bade me pause on the edge of this clearing. Through my goggles, I was able to see that the surface of the cleared-out area was alive. It pulsated, with the mewling, wriggling, toddling form of babies. There were thousands of them, these tumbling Morlock infants, their little hands and feet pawing at each other's clumps of untidy hair. They rolled, just like young apes, and poked at junior versions of the informative partitions I have described elsewhere, or crammed food into their dark mouths. Here and there, adults walked through the crowd, raising one who had fallen here, untangling a miniature dispute there, soothing a wailing infant beyond. I gazed out over this sea of infants, bemused. Perhaps such a collection of human children might be found appealing by some, not by me, a confirmed bachelor, but these were Morlocks. You must remember that the Morlock is not an attractive entity to human sensibilities, even as a child, with his worm-pallor flesh, his coolness to the touch, and that spider-webbing of hair. If you think of a giant tabletop covered in wriggling maggots, you will have something of my impression as I stood there. I turned to Nebogipfel. But where are their parents? He hesitated, as if searching for the right phrase.
They have no parents. This is a birth farm. When old enough, the infants will be transported from here to a nursery community, either on the sphere or...
But I had stopped listening. I glanced at Nebogipfel up and down, but his hair masked the form of his body. With a jolt of wonder, I saw now another of those facts which had stared me in the eyeballs since my arrival here, but which I was too clever by far to perceive. There was no evidence of sexual discrimination, not in Nebogipfel, nor in any of the Morlocks I had come across, not even in those, like my low-gravity visitors, whose bodies were sparsely coated with hair, and so easier to make out. Your average Morlock was built like a child, undifferentiated sexually, with the same lack of emphasis on hips or chest. I realized with a shock that I knew nothing of, nor had I thought to question, the Morlock's processes of love and birth. Nebogipfel told me something now of the rearing and education of the Morlock young. The Morlock began his life in these birth farms and nursery communities. The whole of the earth, to my painful recollection, had been given over to one such, and there, in addition to the rudiments of civilized behaviour, the youngster was taught one essential skill, the ability to learn. It is as if a schoolboy of the 19th century, instead of having drummed into his poor head a lot of nonsense about Greek and Latin and obscure geometric theorems, had been taught instead how to concentrate, and to use libraries, and the mechanisms of how to assimilate knowledge, how, above all, to think. After that, the acquisition of any specific knowledge depended on the needs of the task in hand and the inclination of the individual. When Nebogipfel summarized this to me, its simplicity of logic struck me with an almost physical force. Of course, I said to myself, so much for schools. What a contrast to the battleground of ignorance with incompetence that made up my own unlamented school days. I was moved to ask Nebogipfel about his own profession. He explained to me that once the date of my origin had been fixed, he had made himself into something of an expert in my period and its mores from the records of his people, and he had become aware of several significant differences between the ways of our races.
"Our occupations are not as consuming as yours," he said. "I have 2 loves, 2 vocations."
His eyes were invisible, making his emotions even more impossible to read. He said,
"Physics and the training of the young."
Education, and training of all sorts, continued throughout a Morlock's lifetime, and it was not unusual for an individual to pursue 3 or 4 careers, as we might call them, in sequence, or even in parallel. The general level of intelligence of the Morlocks was, I got the impression, rather higher than that of the people of my own century. Still, Nebogipfel's choice of vocations startled me. I had thought that Nebogipfel must specialize solely in the physical sciences, such was his ability to follow my sometimes rambling accounts of the theory of the time machine and the evolution of history. "Tell me," I said lightly, "for which of your talents were you appointed to supervise me, your expertise in physics or your nannying skills?" I thought his black, small-toothed mouth stretched in a grin. Then the truth struck me, and I felt a certain humiliation burn in me at the thought. I am an eminent man of my day, and yet I had been put in the charge of one more suited to shepherding children. And yet, I reflected now, what was my blundering about when I first arrived in the year 657,208 but the actions of a comparative child? Now Nebogipfel led me to a corner of the nursery area. This special place was covered by a structure about the size and shape of a small conservatory, done out in the pale, translucent material of the floor. In fact, this was one of the few parts of that city chamber to be covered over in any way. Nebogipfel led me inside the structure. The shelter was empty of furniture or apparatus, save for 1 or 2 of the partitions with glowing screens which I had noticed elsewhere, and, in the centre of the floor, there was what looked like a small bundle, of clothing perhaps, being extruded from the glass. The Morlocks who attended here had a more serious bent than those who supervised the children, I perceived. Over their pale hair they wore loose smocks, vest-like garments with many pockets, crammed with tools which were mostly quite incomprehensible to me. Some of the tools glowed faintly. This latest class of Morlock had something of the air of the engineer, I thought. It was an odd attribute in this sea of babies, and although they were distracted by my clumsy presence, the engineers watched the little bundle on the floor and passed instruments over it periodically. My curiosity engaged, I stepped towards that central bundle. Nebogipfel hung back, letting me proceed alone. The thing was only a few inches long, and was still half embedded in the glass, like a sculpture being hewn from some rocky surface. In fact, it did look a little like a statue. Here were the buds of 2 arms, I thought, and there was what might become a face, a disc coated with hair and split by a thin mouth. The bundle's extrusion seemed slow, and I wondered what was so difficult for the hidden devices about manufacturing this particular artifact. Was it especially complex, perhaps? And then, it was a moment which will haunt me as long as I live. That tiny mouth opened. The lips parted with a soft popping sound, and a mewling, fainter than that of the tiniest kitten, emerged to float on the air, and the miniature face crumpled, as if in some mild distress. I stumbled backwards, as shocked as if I had been punched. Nebogipfel seemed to have anticipated something of my distress. He said,
"You must remember that you are dislocated in time by 500,000 years. The interval between us is 10 times the age of your species."
"Nebogipfel, can it be true that you're young? You yourself are extruded from this floor, manufactured with no more majesty than a cup of water?" The Morlocks had indeed mastered their genetic inheritance, I thought, for they had abolished gender and done away with birth. "Nebogipfel," I protested, "this is inhuman." He tilted his head. Evidently the word meant nothing to him.
"Our policy is designed to optimize the potential of the human form. For we are human too," he said severely. "That form is dictated by a sequence of 1,000,000 genes, and so the number of possible human individuals, while large, is finite. And all of these individuals may be," he hesitated, "imagined by the sphere's intelligence."
Sepulture, he told me, was also governed by the sphere, with the abandoned bodies of the dead being passed into the floor without ceremony or reverence for the dismantling and reuse of their materials.
"The sphere assembles the materials required to give the chosen individual life, and—"
"Chosen?" I confronted the Morlock, and the anger and violence which I had excluded from my thoughts for so long flooded back into my soul. "How very rational! But what else have you rationalized out, Morlock? What of tenderness? What of love?" "16. Decision and Departure." I stumbled out of that grisly birthing hut and stared around at the huge city chamber, with its ranks of patient Morlocks pursuing their incomprehensible activities. I longed to shout at them, to shatter their repulsive perfection. But I knew, even in that dark moment, that I could not afford to allow their perception of my behaviour to worsen once more. I wanted to flee even from Nebogipfel. He had shown some kindness and consideration to me, I realized, more than I deserved, perhaps, and more, probably, than men of my own age might have afforded some violent savage from 500,000 years before Christ. But still he had been, I sensed, fascinated and amused by my reactions to the birthing process. Perhaps he had engineered this revelation to provoke just such an extreme of emotion in me. Well, if such was his intention, Nebogipfel had succeeded. But now my humiliation and unreasoning anger were such that I could scarcely bear to look on his ornately coiffed features. And yet I had nowhere else to go. Like it or not, I knew, Nebogipfel was my only point of reference in this strange Morlock world, the only individual alive whose name I knew, and, for all I knew of Morlock politics, my only protector. Perhaps Nebogipfel sensed some of this conflict in me. At any rate, he did not press his company on me. Instead, he turned his back and once more evoked my small sleeping hut from the floor. I ducked into the hut and sat in its darkest corner, with my arms wrapped around me. I cowered like some forest animal brought to New York. I stayed in there for some hours. Perhaps I slept. At last I felt some resilience of mind returning, and I took some food and performed a perfunctory toilet. I think, before the incident of the birth farm, I had come to be intrigued by my glimpses of this new Morlock world. I have always thought myself, above all, a rational man, and I was fascinated by this vision of how a society of rational beings might order things, of how science and engineering might be applied to build a better world. I had been impressed by the Morlock's tolerance of different approaches to politics and governance, for instance, but the sight of that half-formed homunculus had quite unhinged me. Perhaps my reaction demonstrates how deep embedded are the basic values and instincts of our species. If it was true that the new Morlocks had conquered their genetic inheritance, the taint of the ancient oceans, then, at that moment of inner turmoil, I envied them their equanimity. I knew now that I must get away from the company of the Morlocks. I might be tolerated, but there was no place for me here, any more than for a gorilla in a Mayfair hotel, and I began to formulate a new resolve. I emerged from my shelter. Nebogipfel was there, waiting, as if he had never left the vicinity of the hut. With a brush of his hand over a pedestal, he caused the discarded shelter to dissolve back into the floor. "Nebogipfel," I said briskly, "it must be obvious to you that I am as out of place here as some zoo animal escaped in a city." He said nothing. His gaze seemed impassive. "Unless it is your intention to hold me as a prisoner, or as a specimen in some laboratory, I have no desire to stay here. I request that you allow me access to my time machine so that I might return to my own age."
"You are not a prisoner," he said. "The word has no translation in our language. You are a sentient being, and as such you have rights. The only constraints on your behavior are that you should not further harm others by your actions."
"Which constraints I accept," I said stiffly.
"And," he went on, "that you should not depart in your machine."
"Then so much for my rights," I snarled at him. "I am a prisoner here, and a prisoner in time."
"Although the theory of time travel is clear enough, and the mechanical structure of your device is obvious, we do not yet have any understanding of the principles involved," the Morlock said. I thought this must mean that they did not yet understand the significance of platnerite. "But,"
Nebogipfel went on,
"we think this technology could be of great value to our species."
"I'm sure you do." I had a sudden vision of these Morlocks with their magical devices and wondrous weapons, returning on adapted time machines to the London of 1891. The Morlocks would keep my humanity safe and fed. But, deprived of his soul, and perhaps at last of his children, I foresaw that modern man would survive no more than a few generations. My horror at this prospect got the blood pumping through my neck, and yet, even at that moment, some remote, rational corner of my mind was pointing out to me certain difficulties with this picture. Look here, I told myself, if all modern men were destroyed in this way, but modern man is nevertheless the ancestor of the Morlock, then the Morlocks could never evolve in the first place, and so never capture my machine and return through time. It's a paradox, isn't it? For you can't have it both ways. You have to remember that in some remote part of my brain the unsolved problem of my second flight through time, with the divergence of histories I had witnessed, was still fermenting away, and I knew in my heart that my understanding of the philosophy behind this time-travelling business was still limited at best. But I pushed all that away as I confronted Nebogipfel. "Never! I will never assist you to acquire time travel." Nebogipfel regarded me.
"Then, within the constraints I have set out for you, you are free to travel anywhere in our worlds."
"In that case, I ask that you take me to a place, wherever it might be in this engineered solar system, where men like me still exist." I think I threw out this challenge expecting a denial of any such possibility. But to my surprise, Nebogipfel stepped towards me.
"Not precisely like you," he said, "but still, come."
And with that, he stepped out once more across that immense, populated plain. I thought his final words had been more than ominous, but I could not understand what he meant, and in any event I had little choice but to follow him. We reached a clear area, perhaps a quarter-mile across. I had long since lost any sense of direction in that immense city chamber. Nebogipfel donned his goggles, and I retained mine. Suddenly, without warning, a beam of light arced down from the roof above and skewered us. I peered up into a warm yellowness, and saw dust motes cascading about in the air. For a moment I thought I had been returned to my cage of light. For some seconds we waited. I could not see that Nebogipfel had issued any commands to the invisible machines that governed this place, but then the floor under my feet gave a sharp jolt. I stumbled, for it had felt like a small earthquake, and was quite unexpected, but I recovered quickly. What was that? Nebogipfel was unperturbed.
"Perhaps I should have warned you. Our ascent has started."
Ascent? A disk of glass, perhaps a quarter-mile wide, was rising up out of the floor, I saw now, and was bearing me and Nebogipfel aloft. It was as if I stood atop some immense pillar which thrust out of the ground. Already we had risen through perhaps 10 feet, and our pace upwards seemed to be accelerating. I felt a whisper of breeze on my forehead. I walked a little way towards the lip of the disk, and I watched as that immense, complex plain of Morlocks opened up below me. The chamber stretched as far as I could see, utterly flat, evenly populated. The floor looked like some elaborate map, perhaps of the constellations, done out in silver thread and black velvet, and overlaying the real star vista beneath. One or two silvery faces were turned up to us as we ascended, but most of the Morlocks seemed quite indifferent. Nebogipfel, where are we going?
"To the interior," he said calmly.
I was aware of a change in the light. It seemed much brighter and more diffuse. It was no longer restricted to a single ray, as might be seen at the bottom of a well. I craned up my neck. The disk of light above me was widening, even as I watched, so that I could now make out a ring of sky around the central disk of sun. That sky was blue, and speckled with high, fluffy clouds. But the sky had an odd texture, a blotchiness of colour which at first I attributed to the goggles I still wore. Nebogipfel turned from me. He tapped with his foot at the base of our platform, and an object was extruded. At first I could not recognize it. It was a shallow bowl with a stick protruding from its centre. It was only when Nebogipfel picked it up and held it over his head that I recognized it for what it was, a simple parasol, to keep the sun from his etiolated flesh. Thus prepared, we rose up into the light. The shaft widened, and my 19th-century head ascended into a plain of grass. "17. In the interior."
"Welcome to the interior,"
Nebogipfel announced, comical with his parasol. Our quarter-mile-wide pillar of glass ascended through its last few yards quite soundlessly. I felt as if I were rising like some illusionist's assistant on a stage. I took off my goggles and shaded my eyes with my hands. The platform slowed to a halt, and its edge merged with the meadow of short, wiry grass which ringed it, as seamless as if it were some foundation of concrete which had been laid there. My shadow was a sharp, dark patch directly beneath me. It was noon here, of course. Everywhere in the interior it was noon, all day and every day. The blinding sun beat down on my head and neck. I suspected I should soon get burned, but the pleasurable feel of this captive sunlight was worth the cost at that moment. I turned, studying the landscape. Grass. A featureless plain of it. Grass grew everywhere, all the way to the horizon, except that there was no horizon here on this flattened-out world. I looked up, expecting to see the world curve upwards, For I was, after all, no longer glued to the outer surface of a little ball of rock like the earth, but standing on the inside of an immense hollow shell. But there was no such optical effect. I saw only more grass, and perhaps some clumps of trees or bushes far in the distance. The sky was a blue-tinged plain of high, light cloud, which merged with the land at a flat seam of mist and dust. "I feel as if I'm standing on some immense tabletop," I said to Nebogipfel. "I thought it would be like some huge bowl of a landscape. What a paradox it is that I cannot tell if I am inside a great sphere or on the outside of a gigantic planet."
"There are ways to tell," Nebogipfel replied from beneath his parasol. "Look up."
I craned my neck backwards. At first I could see only the sky and the sun. It could have been any sky of Earth. Then, gradually, I began to make out something beyond the clouds. It was that blotchiness of texture about the sky which I had observed as we ascended, and attributed to some defect of the goggles. The blotches were something like a distant watercolouring done in blue and grey and green, but finely detailed, so that the largest of the patches was dwarfed by the tiniest scrap of cloud. It looked rather like a map, or several maps, jammed up together and viewed from a great distance. And it was that analogy which led me to the truth. It is the far side of the sphere, beyond the sun. I suppose the colours I can see are oceans and continents and mountain ranges and prairies, perhaps even cities. It was a remarkable sight, as if the rocky coats of thousands of flayed earths had been hung up like so many rabbit furs. There was no sense of curvature, such was the immense scale of the sphere. Rather, it was as if I was sandwiched between layers, between this flattened prairie of grass and the lid of textured sky, with the sun suspended like a lantern in between, and with the depths of space a mere mile or two beneath my feet.
Remember that when you look at the interior's far side, you are looking across the width of the orbit of Venus,
Nebogipfel cautioned me.
From such a distance, the Earth itself would be reduced to a mere point of light. Many of the topographic features here are built on a much larger scale than the Earth itself.
There must be oceans that could swallow the Earth, I mused. I suppose that the geological forces in a structure like this are—
There is no geology here,
Nebogipfel cut in.
The interior and its landscapes is artificial. Everything you see was, in essence, designed to be as it is, and it is maintained that way quite consciously.
He seemed unusually reflective.
Much is different in this history from that other you have described, but some things are constant. This is a world of perpetual day, in contrast to my own world of night. We have indeed split into species of extremes, of dark and light, just as in that other history.
Nebogipfel led me now to the edge of our glass disc. He stayed on the platform, his parasol cocked over his head, but I stepped boldly out onto the surrounding grass. The ground was hard under my feet, but I was pleased to have the sensation of a different surface beneath me after days of that bland, yielding floor. Though short, the grass was tough, wiry stuff, of the kind commonly encountered close to seashores, and when I reached down and dug my fingers into the ground, I found that the soil was quite sandy and dry. I unearthed one small beetle, there in the row of little pits I had dug with my fingers. It scuttled out of sight, deeper into the sand. A breeze hissed across the grass. There was no bird-song, I noticed. I heard no animals call. "The soil's none too rich," I called back to Nebogipfel.
No,
he said.
But the—
a liquid word I could not recognize—
is recovering.
What did you say?
I mean the complex of plants and insects and animals which function together interdependent. It is only 40,000 years since the war.
What war? Now Nebogipfel shrugged. His shoulders lurched, causing his body hair to rustle, a gesture he could only have copied from me.
"Who knows? Its causes are forgotten. The combatants, the nations and their children, all dead."
"You told me there was no warfare here," I accused him.
"Not among the Morlocks," he said, "but within the interior. This one was very destructive. Great bombs fell. The land here was destroyed, all life obliterated."
"But surely the plants, the smaller animals—"
"Everything. You do not understand. Everything died, save the grass and insects, across 1,000,000 square miles. And it is only now that the land has become safe."
"Nebogipfel, what kind of people live here? Are they like me?" He paused.
"Some mimic your archaic variant, but there are even some older forms. I know of a colony of reconstructed Neanderthalers who have reinvented the religions of that vanished folk. And there are some who have developed beyond you, who diverge from you as much as I do, though in different ways. The sphere is large. If you wish, I will take you to a colony of an approximation of your own kind."
"Oh, I'm not sure what I want," I said. "I think I'm overwhelmed by this place, this world of worlds, Nebogipfel. I want to see what I can make of it all before I choose where I will spend my life. Can you understand that?" He did not debate the proposal. He seemed eager to get out of the sunlight.
"Very well. When you wish to see me again, return to the platform and call my name."
And so began my solitary sojourn in the interior of the sphere. In that world of perpetual noon, there was no cycle of days and nights to count the passage of time. However, I had my pocket watch. The time it displayed was, of course, meaningless, thanks to my transfers across time and space, but it served to map out 24-hour periods. Nebogipfel had evoked a shelter from the platform, a plain, square hut with one small window and a door of the dilating kind I have described before. He left me a tray of food and water, and showed me how I could obtain more. I would push the tray back into the surface of the platform. This was an odd sensation, and after a few seconds a new tray would rise out of the surface, fully laden. This unnatural process made me queasy, but I had no other source of food, and I mastered my qualms. Nebogipfel also demonstrated how to push objects into the platform to have them cleaned, as he cleansed even his own fingers. I used this feature to clean my clothes and boots, although my trousers were returned without a crease, but I could never bring myself to insert a part of my body in this way. The thought of pushing a hand or foot, or worse, my face, into that bland surface was more than I could bear, and I continued to wash in water. I was still without shaving equipment, incidentally. My beard had grown long and luxuriant, but it was a depressingly solid mass of iron grey. Nebogipfel showed me how I could extend the use of my goggles. By touching the surface in a certain way, I could make them magnify the images of remote objects, bringing them as close and as sharp as life. I donned the goggles immediately, and focused them on a distant shadow which I had thought was a clump of trees, but it turned out to be no more than an outcropping of rock, which looked rather worn away, or melted. For the first few days, it was enough for me simply to be there, in that bruised meadow. I took to going for long walks. I would take my boots off, enjoying the feeling of grass and sand between my toes, and I would often strip to my pants in the hot sunlight. Soon I got as brown as a berry, though the prow of my balding forehead got rather burned. It was like a rest cure in Bognor. In the evenings I retired to my hut. It was quite cosy in there, with the door closed, and I slept well, with my jacket for a pillow, and with the warm softness of the platform beneath me. The bulk of my time was spent in the inspection of the interior with my magnifying goggles. I would sit at the rim of my platform, or lie in a soft patch of grass with my head propped on my jacket, and gaze around the complex sky. That part of the interior opposite my position, beyond the sun, must lie on the sphere's equator, and so I anticipated that this region would be the most Earth-like, where gravity was strongest and the air was compressed. That central band was comparatively narrow, no more than some tens of millions of miles wide. I say no more, easily enough, but I knew, of course, that the whole of the earth would be lost, a mere mote against that titanic background. Beyond this central band, the surface appeared a dull grey, difficult to distinguish through the sky's blue filter, and I could make out few details. In one of those high-latitude regions there was a splash of silver-white, with sea-shapes of fine grey embedded in it, that reminded me somewhat of the moon, and in another a vivid patch of orange, quite neatly elliptical, whose nature I could not comprehend at all. I remembered the attenuated Morlocks I had met, who had come from the lower gravity regions of the outer shells away from the equator, and I wondered if there were perhaps distorted humans living in those remote, low-gravity world maps of the interior's higher latitudes. When I considered that inner, Earth-like central belt, much of that, even, appeared to be unpopulated. I could see immense oceans, and deserts that could swallow worlds, shining in the endless sunlight. These wastes of land or water separated island worlds, regions little larger than the earth might have been, if skinned and spread out across that surface, and rich with detail. Here I saw a world of grass and forest, with cities of sparkling buildings rising above the trees. There I made out a world locked in ice, whose inhabitants must be surviving as my forebears had in Europe's glacial periods. Perhaps it was cooled by being mounted on some immense platform, I wondered, to lift it out of the atmosphere. On some of the worlds I saw the mark of industry, a complex texture of cities, the misty smoke of factories, bays threaded by bridges, the plume-like wakes of ships on landlocked seas, and sometimes a tracing of vapour across the upper atmosphere, which I imagined must be generated by some flying vessel. So much was familiar enough, but some worlds were quite beyond my comprehension. I caught glimpses of cities which floated in the air, above their own shadows, and immense buildings which must have dwarfed China's wall, sprawling across engineered landscapes. I could not begin to imagine the sort of men which must live in such places. Some days I awoke to comparative darkness. A great sheet of cloud would clamp down on the land, and before long a heavy rain start to fall. It occurred to me that the weather inside that interior must have been regulated, as no doubt were all other aspects of its fabric, for I could readily imagine the immense cyclonic energies which could be generated by that huge world's rapid spin. I would walk about in the weather a bit, relishing the tang of the fresh water. On such days the place would become much more earth-like, with the interior's bewildering far side and its dubious horizon hidden by rain and cloud. After long inspections with the telescopic goggles, I found that the grassy plain around me was just as featureless as it had looked at first sight. One day, it was bright and hot, I decided to try to make for the rocky outcrop I have mentioned, which was the only distinguishable feature within the mist-delineated horizon, even on the clearest day. I bundled up some food and water in a bag I improvised from my long-suffering jacket, and off I set. I got as far as I could before I tired, and then I lay down to attempt to sleep. But I could not settle, not in the open sunlight, and after a few hours I gave up. I walked on a little further, but the rocky outcrop seemed to be getting no nearer, and I began to grow fearful, so far from the platform. What if I were to grow fatigued, or somehow become injured? I should never be able to call Nebogipfel, and I should forfeit any prospect of returning to my own time. In fact, I should die in the grass like some wounded gazelle. And all for a walk to an anonymous clump of rock. Feeling foolish, I turned and hiked back to my platform. 18. The New Eloi. Some days after this, I emerged from my hut after a sleep, and became aware that the light was a little brighter than usual. I glanced up, and saw that the extra illumination came from a fierce point of light a few degrees of arc from the static sun. I snatched up my goggles, and inspected that new star. It was a burning island world. As I watched, great explosions shattered the surface, sending up clouds which blossomed like lovely, deadly flowers. Already, I thought, the island world must be devoid of life, for nothing could live through the conflagration I witnessed. But still the explosions rained across the surface, and all in eerie silence. The island world flared brighter than the sun for several hours, and I knew that I was watching a titanic tragedy made by man, or descendants of man. Everywhere in my rocky sky, now I started looking for it, I saw the mark of war. Here was a world in which great strips of land appeared to have been given over to a debilitating and destructive siege warfare, I saw brown lanes of churned-up countryside, immense trenches, hundreds of miles wide, in which, I imagined, men were fighting and dying for year after year. Here was a city burning, with white vapour arcs scored over it, and I wondered if some aerial weapon was being exploited there. And here I found a world devastated by the aftermath of war, the continents blackened and barren, with the outlines of cities barely visible through a shifting pile of black cloud. I wondered how many of these joys had visited my own earth in the years after my departure. After some days of this, I took to leaving off my goggles for long periods. I began to find that sky roof, painted everywhere with warfare, unbearably oppressive. Some men of my time have argued for war, would have welcomed it, I think, as, for example, a release of the tension between the great powers. Men thought of war, the next one at least, as a great cleansing, as the last war that ever need be fought. But it was not so, I could see now. Men fought wars because of the legacy of the brute inside them, and any justification was a mere rationalization supplied by our oversized brains. I imagined how it would be if Great Britain and Germany were projected somewhere here as two more splashes of colour against the rocky sky. I thought of those two nations which seemed to me now, from my elevated perspective, in a state of aimless economic and moral muddle, and I doubted if there had been a man alive in 1891 in either country who could have told me the benefits of a war, whatever the outcome, and how ludicrous and futile such a conflict would seem if Britain and Germany were indeed projected up into the interior of this monstrous sphere. All across the sphere, millions of irreplaceable human lives were being lost to such conflicts, which were as remote and meaningless to me as the paintings on the ceiling of a cathedral. And you would think that men living in that sphere, and able to see a million island worlds like their own, would have abandoned their petty little ambitions and discovered the sort of perspective I now understood. But it seemed it was not so. The base parts of human instincts dominated still, even in the year AD 657,208. Here in the sphere, even the daily education of 1,000, a million wars going on all across the iron sky was not enough, apparently, to make men see the futility and cruelty of it all. I found my mind turning, for contrast, to Nebogipfel and his people, and their rational society. I will not pretend that a certain revulsion did not still tinge my mind at the thought of the Morlocks and their unnatural practices, but I understood now that this arose from my own primitive prejudices, and my unfortunate experiences in Wiener's world, which were quite irrelevant to an assessment of Nebogipfel. I was able, given time to contemplate, to work out how the falling away of Morlock gender differences might have come about. I considered how, among humans, circles of loyalty spread out around an individual. First of all, one must fight to preserve oneself and one's direct children. Next, one will fight for siblings, but perhaps with only a reduced intensity, since the common inheritance must be halved. In next priority, one would fight for the children of siblings and more remote relations in diminishing bands of intensity. Thus, with depressing reliability, men's actions and loyalties may be predicted, for only with such a hierarchy of allegiance, in a world of shortage and instability, can one's inheritance be preserved for future generations. But the Morlock's inheritance was secured, and not through an individual child or family, but through the great common resource that was the sphere. And so the differentiation and specialization of the sexes became irrelevant, even harmful, to the orderly progress of things. It was a pretty irony, I thought, that it was precisely this diagnosis of the vanishing of sexes from a world made stable, abundant, and peaceful that I had once applied to the exquisite and decadent Eloi. And now here I was coming to see that it was their ugly cousins, the Morlocks, who, in this version of things, had actually achieved that remote goal. All this worked its way through my thinking, and slowly, it took some days, I came to a decision about my future. I could not remain inside this interior. After the godlike perspective loaned me by Nebogipfel, I could not bear to immerse my life and energies in any one of the meaningless conflicts sweeping like brush-fires across these huge plains. Nor could I remain with Nebogipfel and his Morlocks, for I am not a Morlock, and my essential human needs would make it unbearable to live as Nebogipfel did. Furthermore, as I have said, I could not live with the knowledge that my time machine still existed, an engine so capable of damaging history. I began to formulate a plan to resolve all this, and I summoned Nebogipfel.
"When the sphere was constructed," Nebogipfel said, "there was a schism. Those who wished to live much as men had always lived came into the interior, and those who wished to put aside the ancient domination of the gene
became Morlocks. And so the wars, meaningless and eternal, wash like waves across this unbounded interior surface."
"Yes."
Nebogipfel, is the purpose of the sphere to sustain these quasi-humans, these new Eloi, to give them room to wage their wars without destroying humanity?
"No."
He held up his parasol in a dignified pose I no longer found comical.
"Of course not. The purpose of the sphere is for the Morlocks, as you call us, to make the energies of a star available for the acquisition of knowledge."
He blinked his huge eyes.
"For what goal is there for intelligent creatures but to gather and store all available information?"
The mechanical memory of the sphere, he said, was like an immense library which stored the wisdom of the race accumulated across 500,000 years, and much of the patient toil of the Morlocks I had seen was devoted to the further gathering of information, or to the classification and reinterpretation of the data already collected. These new Morlocks were a race of scholars, and the whole energy of the sun was given over to the patient, coral-like growth of that great library. I rubbed my beard. I understand that, the motive at least. I suppose it is not so far from the impulses which have dominated my own life. But don't you fear that one day you will finish this quest? What will you do when the mathematics is perfected, for instance, and the final theory of the physical universe is demonstrated? He shook his head in another gesture he had acquired from me.
"That is not possible. A man of your own time, Kurt Gödel, was the first to demonstrate that."
"Who?"
"Kurt Gödel, a mathematician who was born some 10 years after your departure in time."
This Gödel, I was astonished to learn, as Nebogipfel again displayed his deep study of my age, would, in the 1930s, demonstrate that mathematics can never be finished off. Instead, its logical systems must forever be enriched by incorporating the truth or falsehood of new axioms. It makes my head ache to think about it. I can imagine the reception this poor Gödel got when he brought this news to the world. Why, my old algebra teacher would have thrown him out of the room. Nebogipfel said,
"Gödel showed that our quest to acquire knowledge and understanding can never be completed."
I understood. He has given you an infinite purpose. The Morlocks were like a world of patient monks, I saw now, working tirelessly to comprehend the workings of our great universe. At last, at the end of time, that great sphere, with its machine mind and its patient Morlock servants, would become a kind of god, embracing the sun. I agreed with Nebogipfel that there could be no higher goal for an intelligent species. I had rehearsed my next words, and spoke them carefully. "Nebogipfel, I wish to return to the Earth. I will work with you on my time machine." His head dipped.
"I am pleased. The value to our understanding will be immense."
We debated the proposition further, but it took no more persuasion than that, for Nebogipfel did not seem suspicious, and did not question me. And so I made my brief preparations to leave that meaningless prairie. As I worked, I kept my thoughts to myself. I had known that Nebogipfel, eager as he was to acquire the technology of time travel, would accept my proposal. And it gave me some pain, in the light of my new understanding of the essential dignity of the new Morlocks, that I was now forced to lie to him. I would indeed return to the Earth with Nebogipfel, but I had no intention of remaining there, for as soon as I got my hands on my machine again, I meant to escape with it into the past. "19. How I crossed interplanetary space. I was forced to wait 3 days until Nebogipfel pronounced himself ready to depart. It was, he said, a matter of waiting until the Earth and our part of the sphere entered the proper configuration with each other. My thoughts turned to the journey ahead with some anticipation. I would not say fear, for I had, after all, already survived one such crossing of interplanetary space, although insensible at the time, but rather with quickening interest. I speculated on the means by which Nebogipfel's space yacht might be propelled. I thought of Verne, who had his argumentative Baltimore gun-clubbers firing that ludicrous cannon with its man-bearing shell across the gap between the Earth and Moon. But it only took a little mental calculation to show that an acceleration sufficient to launch a projectile beyond the Earth's gravity would also have been so strong as to smear my poor flesh and Nebogipfel's across the interior of the shell like strawberry jam. What, then? It is a commonplace that interplanetary space is without air, and so we could not fly like birds to the Earth, for the birds rely on the ability of their wings to push against the air. No air, no push. Perhaps, I speculated, my space yacht would be driven by some advanced form of firework rocket, for a rocket, which flies by pushing out behind it masses of its own spent propellant, would be able to function in the airlessness of space if oxygen were carried to sustain its combustion. But these were mundane speculations, grounded in my 19th century understanding. How could I tell what might be possible by the year AD 657,208? I imagined yachts tacking against the sun's gravity as if against an invisible wind, or, I thought, there might be some manipulation of magnetic or other fields. Thus my speculations raged, until Nebogipfel came to summon me, for the last time, from the interior. As we dropped into Morlock darkness, I stood with my head tipped back, peering up at the receding sunlight, and, just before I donned my goggles, I promised myself that the next time my face felt the warmth of man's star, it would be in my own century. I think I had been expecting to be transported to some Morlock equivalent of a port, with great ebony space yachts nuzzling against the sphere like liners against a dock. Well, there was none of that. Instead, Nebogipfel escorted me, across a distance of no more than a few miles via strips of moving floor, to an area which was kept clear of artefacts and partitions, and Morlocks in general, but was otherwise unremarkable. And in the middle of this area was a small chamber, a clear-walled box, a little taller than I was, like a lift compartment, which sat there, squat, on the star-spattered floor. At Nebogipfel's gesture, I stepped into the compartment. Nebogipfel followed, and behind us the compartment sealed itself shut with a hiss of its diaphragm door. The compartment was roughly rectangular, its rounded corners and edges giving it something of the look of a lozenge. There was no furniture. There were, however, upright poles fixed at intervals about the cabin. Nebogipfel wrapped his pale fingers around one of these poles.
"You should prepare yourself. At our launch, the change in effective gravity is sudden."
I found these calm words disturbing. Nebogipfel's eyes, blackened by the goggles, were on me with their usual disconcerting mixture of curiosity and analysis, and I saw his fingers tighten their grip on the pillar. And then, it happened faster than I can relate it, the floor opened. The compartment fell out of the sphere, and I and Nebogipfel with it. I cried out, and I grabbed at a pole like an infant clinging to its mother's leg. I looked upwards, and there was the surface of the sphere, now turned into an immense black roof which occluded half the universe from my gaze. At the centre of this ceiling I could see a rectangle of paler darkness, which was the door through which we had emerged. Even as I watched, that door diminished with our distance, and in any event it was already folding closed against us. The door tracked across my view with magisterial slowness, showing how our compartment capsule was starting to tumble in space. It was clear to me what had happened. Any schoolboy can achieve the same effect by whirling a conker around his head and then releasing the string. Well, the string, which had held us inside the rotating sphere, the solidity of its floor, had now vanished, and we had been thrown out into space without ceremony. And below me, I could hardly bear to glance down, there was a pit of stars, a flawless cavern into which I and Nebogipfel were falling forever. Nebogipfel? For the love of God, what has happened to us? Has some disaster occurred? He regarded me. Disconcertingly, his feet were hovering a few inches above the floor of the capsule, for while the capsule fell through space, so we, within it, fell too, like peas in a matchbox.
We have been released from the sphere. The effects of its spin are—
I understand all that, I said, but why? Are we intending to fall all the way to the earth? His answer I found quite terrifying.
Essentially, he said, yes.
And then I had no further energy for questions, for I became aware that I, too, was starting to float about that little cabin like a balloon, and with that realization came a fight with nausea which lasted many minutes. At length, I regained some control over my body. I had Nebogipfel explain the principles of this flight to the earth, and when he had done so, I realized how elegant and economical was the Morlocks' solution to travel between the sphere and its cordon of surviving planets, so much so that I should have anticipated it and dismissed all my nonsensical speculations of rockets. And yet, here was another example of the inhuman bias of the Morlock soul. Instead of the grandiose space yacht I had imagined, I would travel from Venus's orbit to the Earth in nothing more grand than this lozenge-shaped coffin. Few men of my century realized quite how much of the universe is vacancy, with a few pockets of warmth and life swimming through it, and what immense speeds are therefore required to traverse interplanetary distances in a practicable time. But the Morlock sphere was, at its equator, already moving at enormous velocities. So the Morlocks had no need of rockets or guns to reach interplanetary speeds. They simply dropped their capsules out of the sphere and let the rotation do the rest. And so they had done with us. At such speeds, the Morlock told me, we should reach the vicinity of the Earth in just 47 hours. I looked around the capsule, but I could see no signs of rockets or any other motive force. I floated in that little cabin, feeling huge and clumsy. My beard drifted before my face in a grey cloud, and my jacket persisted in rucking itself up around my shoulder blades. I understand the principles of the launch, I said to Nebogipfel, but how is this capsule steered? He hesitated for some seconds.
It is not. Have you misunderstood what I have told you? The capsule needs no motive force for the velocity imparted to it by the sphere.
Yes, I said anxiously. I followed all of that, but what if, now, we were to detect that we were off track by some mistake of our launch, that we were going to miss the Earth? For I realized that the most minute error of the sphere, of even a fraction of a degree of arc, could, thanks to the immensity of interplanetary distances, cause us to miss the Earth by millions of miles, and then, presumably, we would go sailing off forever into the void between the stars, allocating blame until our air expired. He seemed confused.
There has been no mistake.
But still, I stressed, if there were, perhaps through some mechanical flaw, then how should we, in this capsule, correct our trajectory? He thought for some time before answering.
Flaws do not occur, he repeated, and so this capsule has no need of corrective propulsion, as you suggest.
At first, I could not quite believe this, and I had to have Nebogipfel repeat it several times before I accepted its truth. But true it was. After launch, the craft flew between the planets with no more intelligence than a hurled stone. My capsule fell across space as helpless as Verne's lunar cannon shot. As I protested the foolishness of this arrangement, I got the impression that the Morlock was becoming shocked, as if I were pressing some debating point of moral dubiety on a vicar of ostensibly open mind, and I gave it up. The capsule twisted slowly, causing the remote stars and the immense wall that was the sphere to wheel around us. I think that without that rotation I might have been able to imagine that I was safe and at rest, in some desert night perhaps. But the tumbling made it impossible to forget that I was in a remote, fragile box, falling without support or attachment or means of direction. I spent the first few of my hours in that capsule in a paralysis of fear. I could not grow accustomed to the clarity of the walls around us, nor to the idea that, now that we were launched, we had no means of altering our trajectory. The journey had the elements of a nightmare, a fall through endless darkness with no means of adjusting the situation to save myself. And there you have, in a nutshell, the essential difference between the minds of Morlock and human. For what man would trust his life to a ballistic journey across interplanetary distances without any means of altering his course? But such was the new Morlock way. After 500,000 years of steadily perfected technology, the Morlock would trust himself unthinkingly to his machines, for his machines never failed him. I, though, was no Morlock. Gradually, however, my mood softened. Apart from the slow tumble of the capsule, which continued throughout my journey to the earth, the hours passed in a stillness and silence broken only by the whisper-like breathing of my Morlock companion. The craft was tolerably warm, and so I was suspended in complete physical comfort. The walls were made of that extruding floor stuff, and, at a touch from Nebogipfel, I was provided with food, drink, and other requirements, although the selection was more limited than in the sphere, which had a larger memory than our capsule. So we sailed through the grand cathedral of interplanetary space with utter ease. I began to feel as if I were disembodied, and a mood of utter detachment and independence settled on me. It was not like a journey, nor even, after those first hours, a nightmare. Instead, it took on the qualities of a dream. "20. My account of the far future. On the second day of our flight, Nebogipfel asked me once again about my first journey into futurity.
"You managed to retrieve your machine from Morlocks," he prompted, "and you went on further into the future of that history."
For a long period, I simply held on to the machine, I remembered. Much as now I am clinging to these poles, uncaring where I went. At last I brought myself to look at my chronometric dials, and I found that the hands were sweeping with immense rapidity further into futurity. "You must recall," I told him, "that in this other history the axis of the Earth and its rotation had not been straightened out. Still day and night flickered like wings over the Earth, and still the sun's path dipped between its solstices as the seasons wore away. But gradually I became aware of a change, that, despite my continuing velocity through time, the flickering of night and day returned and grew more pronounced.
"The Earth's rotation was slowing,"
Nebogipfel said. "Yes. At last the days spread across centuries. The sun had become a dome, huge and angry, glowing with its diminished heat. Occasionally its illumination brightened, spasms which recalled its former brilliancy, but each time it reverted to its sullen crimson. I began to slow my plummeting through time. When I stopped, it was on such a landscape as I had always imagined might prevail on Mars. The huge, motionless sun hung on the horizon, and in the other half of the sky stars like bones still shone. The rocks strewn across the land were a virulent red, stained an intense green, as if by lichen, on every west-facing plain. My machine stood on a beach which sloped down to a sea, so still it might have been coated in glass. The air was cold and quite thin. I felt as if I was suspended atop some remote mountain. Little remained of the familiar topography of the Thames Valley. I imagined how the scraping of glaciation and the slow breathing of the seas must have obliterated all trace of the landscape I had known, and all trace of humanity. Nebogipfel and I hovered there, suspended in space in our shining box, and I whispered my tale of far futurity to him. In that calm, I rediscovered details I may not have recounted to my friends in Richmond. I saw a thing like a kangaroo, I recalled. It was perhaps 3 feet tall, squat, with heavy limbs and rounded shoulders. It loped across the beach. It looked forlorn, I remember. Its coat of grey fur was tangled, and it pawed feebly at the rocks, evidently trying to prize free handfuls of lichen to make its miserable repast. I got a sense of great degeneration about it. Then I was surprised to see that the thing had 5 feeble digits to both its fore and hind feet, and it had a prominent forehead and forward-looking eyes. Its hints of humanity were most disagreeable. But then there was a touch at my ear, like a hair stroking me, and I turned in my saddle. There was a creature just behind the machine. It was like a centipede, I suppose, but wrought on a huge scale. 3 or 4 feet wide, perhaps 30 feet in length, its body segmented, and the chitin of its plates, they were crimson, scraping as it moved. Cilia, each a foot long, waved in the air, moist, and it was one of these which had touched me. Now this beast lifted up its stump of a head, and its mouth gaped wide, with damp mandibles waving before it. It had a hexagonal arrangement of eyes which swiveled about, fixing on me. I touched my lever and slipped through time away from this monster. I emerged onto the same dismal beach, but now I saw a swarm of the centipede things, which clambered heavily over each other, their cases scraping. They had a multitude of feet on which they crawled, looping their bodies as they advanced. And in the middle of this swarm I saw a mound, low and bloody, and I thought of the sad kangaroo beast I had observed before. I could not bear this scene of butchery. I pressed at my levers and passed on through a million years. Still that awful beach persisted. But now, when I turned from the sea, I saw, far up the barren slope behind me, a thing like an immense white butterfly which shimmered, fluttering across the sky. Its torso might have been the size of a small woman's, and the wings, pale and translucent, were huge. Its voice was dismal, eerily human, and a great desolation settled over my soul. Then I noticed a motion across the landscape close to me, a thing like an outcropping of Mars-red rock, which shifted across the sand towards me. It was a sort of crab, a thing the size of a sofa, its several legs picking their way over the beach, and with eyes, a greyish-red but human in shape, on stalks, waving towards me. Its mouth, as complex as some bit of machinery, twitched and licked as the thing moved, and its metallic hull was stained with the green of the patient lichen. As the butterfly, ugly and fragile, fluttered above me, the crab thing reached up towards it with its big claws. It missed, but I fancy I saw scraps of some pale flesh embedded in that claw's wide grasp. As I have since reflected on that sight, I told Nebogipfel, that sour apprehension has confirmed itself in my mind. For it seems to me that this arrangement of squat predator and fragile prey might be a consequence of the relationship of Eloi and Morlock I had observed earlier.
But their forms were so different. The centipedes, and then the crabs.
Over such deserts of time, I insisted, evolutionary pressure is such that the forms of species are quite plastic, so Darwin teaches us, and zoological retrogression is a dynamic force. Remember that you and I, and Eloi and Morlock, are all, if you look at it on a wide enough scale, nothing but cousins within the same antique mudfish family. Perhaps, I speculated, the Eloi had taken to the air in that species' desperate attempt to flee the Morlocks, and those predators had emerged from their caves, abandoning at last all simulation of mechanical invention, and now crawled across those cold beaches, waiting for a butterfly Eloi to tire and fall from the sky. Thus that antique conflict, with its roots in social decay, had been reduced, at last, to its mindless essentials. I travelled on, I told Nebogipfel, in strides a millennium long, on into futurity. Still that crowd of crustaceans crawled among the lichen sheets and the rocks. The sun grew wider and duller. My last stop was 30 million years into the future, where the sun had become a dome which obscured a wide arc of sky. Snow fell, a hard, pitiless sleet. I shivered and was forced to tuck my hands into my armpits. I could see snow on the hilltops, pale in the starlight, and huge bergs drifted across the eternal sea. The crabs were gone, but the vivid green of the lichen mats persisted. On a shoal in the sea, I fancied I saw some black object which I thought flopped with the appearance of life. An eclipse, caused by the passage of some inner planet across the sun's face, now caused a shadow to fall over the earth. Nebogipfel, you may have felt at ease there, but a great horror fell upon me, and I got off the machine to recover. Then, when the first arc of crimson sun returned to the sky, I saw that the thing on the shoal was indeed moving. It was a ball of flesh, like a disembodied head, a yard or more across, with two bunches of tentacles which dangled like fingers across the shoal. Its mouth was a beak, and it was without a nose. Its eyes, two of them, large and dark, seemed human. And even as I described the thing to the patient Nebogipfel, I recognized the similarity between this vision of futurity and my odd companion during my most recent trip through time, the floating, green-lit thing I had called the Watcher. I fell silent. Could it be, I mused, that my Watcher was no more than a visitation to me from the end of time itself? And so, I said at last, I clambered aboard my machine once more. I had a great dread of lying there helpless in that awful cold, and I returned to my own century. On, I whispered, and the huge eyes of Nebogipfel were fixed on me, and I saw in him remnant flickers of that curiosity and wonder which characterizes humankind. Those few days in space seemed to have little relation to the rest of my life. Sometimes the period I spent floating in that compartment is like a momentary pause, shorter than a heartbeat in the greater sweep of my life, and at other times I feel as if I spent an eternity in the capsule, drifting between worlds. It was as if I became disentangled from my life, and able to look upon it from without, as if it were an incomplete novel. Here I was, as a young man, fiddling with my experiments and contraptions and heaps of platnerite, spurning the opportunity to socialize and to learn of life and love and politics and art, spurning even sleep in my quest for an unattainable perfection of understanding. I even supposed I saw myself after the completion of this interplanetary voyage, with my scheme to deceive the Morlocks and escape to my own era. I still had every intention of carrying that plan through, you must understand, but it was as if I watched the actions of some other, littler figure than I was. At last I had the idea that I was becoming something outside not only the world of my birth, but all worlds, and space and time as well. What was I to become in my own future but, once again, a mote of consciousness buffeted by the winds of time? It was only as the earth grew perceptibly nearer, a darker shadow against space, with the light of the stars reflected in the ocean's belly, that I felt drawn back to the ordinary concerns of humanity, that once again the details of my schemes and my hopes and fears for my future worked their lifelong clockwork in my brain. I have never forgotten that brief interplanetary interlude, and sometimes, when I am between waking and sleeping, I imagine I am again adrift between sphere and the earth, with only a patient Morlock for company. Nebogipfel contemplated my vision of the far future.
You said you travelled 30 million years.
That, or more, I replied. Perhaps I can recall the chronology more precisely if— He waved that away.
Something is wrong. Your description of the sun's evolution is plausible, but its destruction our science tells us, should take place over thousands of millions of years, not a mere handful of millions.
I felt defensive. I have recounted what I saw, honestly and accurately.
I do not doubt you have, Nebogipfel said. But the only conclusion is that in that other history, as in my own, the evolution of the sun did not proceed without intervention.
You mean?
I mean that some clumsy attempt must have been made to adjust the sun's intensity or longevity, or perhaps even, as we have, to mine the star for habitable materials.
Nebogipfel's hypothesis was that perhaps my Eloi and Morlocks were not the full story of humanity in that sorry, lost history. Perhaps, Nebogipfel speculated, some race of engineers had left the Earth and tried to modify the sun, just as had Nebogipfel's own ancestors. But the attempt failed, I said, aghast.
Yes, the engineers never returned to the Earth, which was abandoned to the slow tragedy of Eloi and Morlock, and the sun was rendered unbalanced, its lifetime curtailed.
I was horrified, and I could bear to speak of this no more. I clung to a pole, and my thoughts turned inward. I thought again of that desolate beach, of those hideous, devolved forms with their echoes of humanity and their utter absence of mind. The vision had been foul enough when I had considered it a final victory of the inexorable pressures of evolution and retrogression over the human dream of mind. But now I saw that it might have been humanity itself, in its overweening ambition, which had unbalanced those opposing forces and accelerated its own destruction. Our capture by the Earth was elaborate. It was necessary for us to shed some millions of miles per hour of speed in order to match the Earth's progress around the sun. We skimmed several times on diminishing loops around the belly of the planet. Nebogipfel told me that the capsule was being coupled with the planet's gravitational and magnetic fields, a coupling enhanced by certain materials in the hull and by the manipulation of satellites, artificial moons which orbited the Earth and adjusted its natural effects. In essence, I understood, our velocity was exchanged with that of the Earth, which forever after would travel around the sun a little further out and a little more rapid. I hung close to the wall of the capsule, watching the darkened landscape of Earth unfold. I could see, here and there, the glow of the Morlocks' larger heating wells. I noted several huge, slender towers which appeared to protrude above the atmosphere itself. Nebogipfel told me that the towers were used for capsules travelling from the Earth to Sphere. I saw specks of light crawling along the lengths of those towers. They were interplanetary capsules, bearing Morlocks to be borne off to their sphere. It was by means of just such a tower, I realized, that I, insensible, had been launched into space and carried to the sphere. The towers worked as lifts beyond the atmosphere, and a similar series of coupling manoeuvres to ours, performed in reverse, if you understand me, would hurl each capsule off into space. The speed acquired by the capsules on launch would not match that imparted by the sphere's rotation, and the outward journey thereby took longer than the return. But on arrival at the sphere, magnetic fields would hook the capsules with ease, accelerating them to a seamless rendezvous. At last we dipped into the atmosphere of the Earth. The hull blazed with frictional heat, and the capsule shuddered. It was the first sensation of motion I had endured for days, but Nebogipfel had warned me, and I was ready braced against the supporting poles. With this meteoric blaze of fire, we shed the last of our interplanetary speed. With some unease, I watched the darkened landscape which spread below us as we fell. I thought I could see the broad, meandering ribbon of the Thames, and I began to wonder if, after all this distance, I would, after all, be dashed against the unforgiving rocks of the Earth. But then, my impressions of the final phase of our shuddering descent are blurred and partial. Suffice it for me to record a memory of a craft, something like an immense bird, which swept down out of the sky and swallowed us, in a moment, into a kind of stomach-hold. In darkness, I felt a deep jolt as that craft pushed at the air, discarding its velocity, and then our descent continued with extreme gentleness. When next I could see the stars, there was no sign of the bird-craft. Our capsule was settled on the dried, lifeless soil of Richmond Hill, not 100 yards from the White Sphinx. "21. On Richmond Hill. Nebogipfel had the capsule dilate open, and I stepped from it, cramming my goggles onto my face. The night-soaked landscape leapt to clarity and to detail, and for the first time I was able to make out some detail of this world of AD 657,208. The sky was brilliant with stars, and the scar of obscurity made by the sphere was looming and distinct. There was a rusty smell coming off the ubiquitous sand, and a certain dampness, as of lichen and moss, and everywhere the air was thick with the sweet stink of Morlock. I was relieved to be out of that lozenge, and to feel firm earth beneath my boots. I strode up the hill to the bronze-plated pedestal of the Sphinx, and stood there, halfway up Richmond Hill, on the site that had once, I knew, been my home. A little further up the hill there was a new structure, a small, square hut. I could see no Morlocks. It was a sharp contrast to my impressions of my earlier time here, when, as I stumbled in the dark, they had seemed to be everywhere. Of my time machine there was no sign, only grooves dug deep into the sand, and the queer, narrow footprints characteristic of the Morlock. Had the machine been dragged into the base of the Sphinx again? Thus, was history repeating itself? Or so I thought. I felt my fists bunching, so rapidly had my elevated, interplanetary mood evaporated, and panic bubbled within me. I calmed myself. Was I a fool, that I could have expected the time machine to be waiting for me outside the capsule as it opened? I could not resort to violence, not now, not when my plan for escape was so ripe. Nebogipfel joined me. "We appear to be alone here," I said.
"The children have been moved from this area."
I felt a renewed access of shame. Am I so dangerous? "Tell me where my machine is." He had removed his goggles, but I could not read those grey-red eyes.
"It is safe. It has been moved to a more convenient place. If you wish, you may inspect it."
I felt as if a steel cable attached me to my time machine and was drawing me in. I longed to rush to the machine and leap aboard its saddle, be done with this world of darkness and Morlocks, and make for the past. But I must needs be patient. Struggling to keep my voice even, I replied, "That isn't necessary." Nebogipfel led me up the hill to the little building I had noticed earlier. It followed the Morlock's usual seamless, simple design. It was like a doll's house, with a simple hinged door and a sloping roof. Inside there was a pallet for a bed, with a blanket on it, and a chair, and a little tray of food and water, all refreshingly solid-looking. My knapsack was on the bed. I turned to Nebogipfel. "You have been considerate," I said, sincere.
"We respect your rights."
He walked away from my shelter. When I took my goggles off, he melted into shadow. I closed the door with some relief. It was a pleasure to return to my own human company for a while. I felt shame that I was planning so systematically to deceive him and his people. But my scheme had brought me across hundreds of millions of miles already, to within a few hundred yards of the time machine, and I could not bear the thought of failure now. I knew that if I had to harm Nebogipfel to escape, I would. By touch, I opened the knapsack, and I found and lit a candle. A comforting yellow light and a curl of smoke turned that inhuman little box into a home. The Morlocks had kept back my poker, as I might have anticipated, but much of the other equipment had been left for me. Even my clasp knife was there. With this, and using a Morlock tray as a crude mirror, I hacked off my irritating growth of beard and shaved as close as I could. I was able to discard my underwear and don fresh. I would never have anticipated that the feeling of truly clean socks would invoke such feelings of sensual pleasure in me, and I thought fondly of Mrs. Watchett's, who had packed these invaluable items for me. Finally, and most pleasurably, I took a pipe from the knapsack, packed it with tobacco, and lit it from the candle flame. It was in this condition, with my few possessions around me, and the rich scent of my finest tobacco still lingering, that I lay down on the little bed, pulled the blanket over me, and slept. I awoke in the dark. It was an odd thing to wake without daylight, like being disturbed in the small hours, and I never felt refreshed by a sleep the whole time I was in the Morlocks' dark night. It was as if my body could not calculate what time of day it was. I had told Nebogipfel that I should like to inspect the time machine, and I felt a great nervousness as I went through a brief breakfast and toilet. My plan did not amount to much in the way of strategy. It was merely to take the machine at the first opportunity. I was gambling that the Morlocks, after millennia of sophisticated machines which could change their very shapes, would not know what to make of a device as crude, in its construction, as my time machine. I thought they would not expect that so simple an act as the reattachment of 2 levers could restore the machine's functionality, or so I prayed. I emerged from the shelter. After all my adventures, the levers to the time machine were safe in my jacket's inside pocket. Nebogipfel walked towards me, his thin feet leaving their sloth-like footprints in the sand, and his 2 hands empty. I wondered how long he had been near, waiting for my emergence. We walked along the flank of the hill together, heading south in the direction of Richmond Park. We set off without preamble, for the Morlocks were not given to unnecessary conversation. I have said that my house had stood on the Petersham Road, on the stretch below Hill Rise. As such, it had been halfway up the shoulder of Richmond Hill, a few hundred yards from the river, with a good westerly prospect, or it would have had, if not for the intervening trees, and I had been able to see something of the meadows at Petersham beyond the river. Well, in the year AD 657,208, all of the intervening clutter had been swept away, and I was able to see down the flank of a deepened valley to where the Thames lay in its new bed, glittering in the starlight. I could see, here and there, the coal-hot mouths of the Morlocks' heat-wells, puncturing the darkened land. Much of the hillside was bare sand or given over to moss, but I could see patches of what looked like the soft glass which had carpeted the sphere, glittering in the enhanced starlight. The river itself had carved out a new channel a mile or so from its 19th-century position. It appeared to have cut off the bow from Hampton to Kew, so that Twickenham and Teddington were now on its east side, and it seemed to me that the valley was a good bit deeper than in my day, or perhaps Richmond Hill had been lifted up by some other geological process. I remembered a similar migration of the Thames in my first voyage into time. Thus, it seemed to me, the discrepancies of human history are mere froth. Under it all, the slow processes of geology and erosion would continue their patient work regardless. I spared a moment to glance up the hill towards the park, for I wondered for how long those ancient woodlands and herds of red and fallow deer had survived the winds of change. Now, the park could be no more than a darkened desert, populated only by cacti and a few olives. I felt my heart harden. Perhaps these Morlocks were wise and patient. Perhaps their industrious pursuit of knowledge on the sphere was to be applauded, but their neglect of the ancient earth was a shame. We reached the vicinity of the park's Richmond Gate, close to the site of the Star and Garter, perhaps half a mile from the site of my house. On a level patch of land, a rectangular platform of soft glass had been laid. This platform shimmered in the patchy starlight. It appeared to be manufactured of that marvellous, glassy material of which the sphere floor was composed, and from its surface had been evoked a variety of the podiums and partitions which I had come to recognize as the characteristic tools of the Morlocks. These were abandoned now. There was nobody about but Nebogipfel and I, and there, at the heart of the platform, I saw a squat and ugly tangle of brass and nickel, with ivory like bleached bone shining in the starlight, and a bicycle saddle in the middle of it all. It was my time machine, evidently intact, and ready to take me home. 22. Rotations and Deceptions. I felt my heart pump. I found it difficult to walk at a steady pace behind Nebogipfel, but walk I did. I dropped my hands into my jacket pockets, and I grasped the 2 control levers there. I was already close enough to the machine to see the studs on which the levers must be fitted for the thing to work, and I meant to launch the machine as soon as I could, and to get away from this place.
"As you can see," Nebogipfel was saying, "the machine is undamaged. We have moved it, but not attempted to pry into its workings."
I sought to distract him from his close attention. "Tell me, now that you've studied my machine, and listened to my theories on the subject, what is your impression?"
"Your machine is an extraordinary achievement, ahead of its age."
I have never been one with much patience for compliments. "But it is the platnerite which enabled me to construct it," I said.
"Yes. I would like to study this platnerite more closely."
He donned his goggles and studied the machine's shimmering quartz bars.
"We have talked a little of multiple histories, of the possible existence of several editions of the world. You have witnessed, too, yourself."
The history of Eloi and Morlocks, and the history of the sphere.
You must think of these versions of history as parallel corridors, stretching ahead of you. Your machine allows you to go back and forth along a corridor. The corridors exist independently of each other. Looking ahead from any point, a man looking along one corridor will see a complete and self-consistent history. He can have no knowledge of another corridor, and nor can the corridors influence each other. But in some corridors, conditions may be very different. In some, even the laws of physics may differ.
Go on.
You said the operation of your machine depended on a twisting about of space and time, he said. Turning a journey in time into one through space. Well, I agree. That is indeed how the platnerite exerts its effects. But how is this achieved? Picture now, he said, a universe, another history, in which this space-time twisting is greatly pronounced.
He went on to describe a variant of the universe almost beyond my imagining, in which rotation was embedded in the very fabric of the universe.
Rotation suffuses every point of space and time. A stone, thrown outward from any point, would be seen to follow a spiral path. Its inertia would act like a compass, swinging around the launch point. It is even thought by some that our own universe might undergo such a rotation, but on an immensely slow scale, taking 100,000 million years to complete a single turn. The rotating universe idea was first described some decades after your time, by Kurt Gödel, in fact.
Gödel? It took me a moment to place the name. The man who will demonstrate the imperfectibility of mathematics?
The same.
We walked around the machine, and I kept my stiff fingers wrapped around the levers. I planned to maneuver myself into precisely the most propitious spot to reach the machine. Tell me how this explains the operation of my machine.
It is to do with axis twisting. In a rotating universe, a journey through space but reaching the past or future is possible. Our universe rotates, but so slowly that such a path would be 100,000 million light-years long, and would take the best part of 1,000,000,000,000 years to traverse.
Of little practical use, then.
But imagine a universe of greater density than ours, a universe as dense everywhere as the heart of an atom of matter. There a rotation would be complete in mere fractions of a second.
But we are not in such a universe. I waved my hand through empty space. That is evident.
But perhaps you are. For fractions of a second, and thanks to your machine, or at least to its platnerite component. My hypothesis is that, because of some property of the platnerite, your time machine is flickering back and forth to this ultra-dense universe, and on each traverse is exploiting that reality's axis twisting to travel along a succession of loops into the past or future, so you spiral through time.
I considered these ideas. They were extraordinary, of course, but it seemed to me no more than a somewhat fantastic extension of my preliminary thoughts of the intertwining of space and time, and the fluidity of their relevant axes. And besides, my subjective impression of time travel was bound up with feelings of twisting, of rotation. These ideas are startling, but I believe they would bear further examination, I told Nebogipfel. He looked up at me.
Your flexibility of mind is impressive for a man of your evolutionary era.
I barely heard his dismissive remark. I was close enough now. Nebogipfel touched a rail of the machine with one cautious finger. The device shimmered, belying its bulk, and a breeze ruffled the fine hairs on Nebogipfel's arm. He snatched his hand back. I stared at the studs, rehearsing in my mind the simple action of lifting the levers out of my pockets and fitting them to the studs. It would take less than a second. Could I complete the action before Nebogipfel could render me unconscious with his green rays? The darkness closed in around me, and the stink of Morlock was strong. In a moment, I thought with a surge of irrepressible eagerness, I might be gone from all this.
Is something wrong?
Nebogipfel was watching my face with those great, dark eyes of his, and his stance was upright and tense. Already he was suspicious. Had I betrayed myself? And already, in the darkness beyond, I knew the muzzles of countless guns must be raised towards me. I had bare seconds before I was lost. Blood roared in my ears. I hauled the levers from my pockets, and, with a cry, I fell forward over the machine. I jammed the little bars down on their studs, and with a single motion I wrenched the levers back. The machine shuddered. In that last moment there was a flash of green, and I thought it was all up for me. And then the stars disappeared, and silence fell on me. I felt an extraordinary twisting sensation, and then that dreadful feeling of plummeting, but I welcomed the discomfort, for this was the familiar experience of time travel. I yelled out loud. I had succeeded. I was journeying back through time. I was free. And then I became aware of a coolness around my throat, a softness, as if some insect had settled there, a rustling. I lifted my hand to my neck, and it touched Morlock hair. Book 2, Paradox 1. The Chronic Argo. I wrapped my hand around that thin forearm and prized it from my neck. A hairy body lay sprawled across the nickel and brass beside me. A thin, goggled face was close to mine. The sweet, fetid smell of Morlock was powerful. Nebogipfel! His voice was small and shallow, and his chest seemed to be pumping. Was he afraid?
So you have escaped, and so easily.
He looked like a doll of rags and horsehair, clinging as he was to my machine. He was a reminder of that nightmarish world which I had escaped. I could have thrown him off in a moment, I am sure, and yet I stayed my hand. Perhaps you Morlocks underestimated my capacity for action, I snapped at him. But you suspected, didn't you?
Yes, just in that last second. I have become adept, I think, at interpreting the unconscious language of your body. I realized you were planning to operate the machine. I had just time to reach you before. Do you think we could straighten up? He whispered. I am in some discomfort, and I fear falling off the machine.
He looked at me as I considered this proposition. I felt that there was a decision I had to make, of sorts. Was I to accept him as a fellow passenger on the machine, or not? But I would scarce throw him off. I knew myself well enough for that. Oh, very well. And so we two chronic Argonauts executed an extraordinary ballet, there amid the tangle of my machine. I kept a grip of Nebogipfel's arm to save him from falling, and to ensure that he did not try to reach the controls of the machine, and twisted my way around until I was sitting upright on the saddle. I was not a nimble man, even when young, and by the time I had achieved this goal I was panting and irritable. Nebogipfel, meanwhile, lodged himself in a convenient section of the machine's construction. "Why did you follow me, Nebogipfel?" Nebogipfel stared out at the dark, attenuated landscape of time travel, and would not reply. Still, I thought I understood. I remembered his curiosity and wonder at my account of futurity, while we shared the interplanetary capsule. It had been an impulse for the Morlock to climb after me, to discover if time travel was a reality, and an impulse driven by a curiosity descended, like mine, from a monkey's. I felt obscurely moved by this, and I warmed to Nebogipfel a little. Humanity had changed much in the years that separated us, but here was evidence that curiosity, that relentless drive to find out, and the recklessness that came with it, had not died completely. And then we erupted into light. Above my head I saw the dismantling of the sphere, bare sunlight flooded the machine, and Nebogipfel howled. I discarded my goggles. The uncovered sun at first hung stationary in the sky, but before long it had begun to drift from its fixed position. It arced across the heavens, more and more rapid, and the flapping of day and night returned to the earth. At last the sun shot across the sky too rapidly to follow, and it became a band of light, and the alternation of day and night was replaced by that uniform, rather cold, pearl-like glow. So I saw the regulation of the Earth's axis and rotation was undone. The Morlock huddled over himself, his face buried against his chest. He had his goggles on his face, but their protection did not seem to be enough. He seemed to be trying to burrow into the machine's innards, and his back glowed white in the diluted sunlight. I could not help but laugh. I remembered how he had failed to warn me when our earthbound capsule had dropped out of the sphere and into space. Well, here was retribution. Nebogipfel, it is only sunlight. Nebogipfel lifted his head. In the increased light, his goggles had blackened to impenetrability. The hair on his face was matted and appeared to be tear-stained. The flesh of his body, visible through the hair, glowed a pale white.
"It is not just my eyes," he said. "Even in this attenuated state the light is painful for me. When we emerge into the full glare of the sun—"
"Sunburn!" I exclaimed. After so many generations of darkness, this Morlock would be more vulnerable even to the feeble sun of England than would the palest redhead in the tropics. I pulled off my jacket. "Here," I said. "This should help protect you." Nebogipfel pulled the garment around him, huddling under its folds. "And besides," I said, "when I stop the machine, I will ensure we arrive when it is night, so we can find you shelter." As I thought about this, I realized that to arrive in the hours of darkness would be a good idea in any event. A fine sight I should have made, appearing on Richmond Hill with this monster from the future in the middle of a crowd of gaping promenaders. The permanent greenery receded from the hillside, and we returned to a cycle of seasons. We began our passage back through the age of great buildings which I have described before. Nebogipfel, with the jacket draped over his head, peered out with obvious fascination as bridges and pylons passed over the flickering landscape like mist. As for me, I felt an intense relief that we were approaching my own century. Suddenly, Nebogipfel hissed. It was a queer, cat-like sound, and pressed himself closer to the fabric of the machine. He stared ahead, his eyes huge and fixed. I turned from him, and I realized that the extraordinary optical effects which I had observed during my voyage to the year AD 657,208 were again becoming apparent. I had the impression of star fields, gaudy and crowded, trying to break through the diluted surface of things all about me. And here, hovering a few yards before the machine, was the Watcher, my impossible companion. Its eyes were fixed on me, and I grabbed at a rail. I stared at that distorted parody of a human face, and those dangling tentacles, And again I was struck by the similarity with the flopping creature I had seen on that remote beach 30 million years hence. It is an odd thing, but my goggles, which had been so useful in resolving the Morlock darkness, were of no help to me as I studied this creature. I saw it no more clearly than I could with my naked eyes. I became aware of a low mumbling, like a whimper. It was Nebogipfel, clinging to his place in the machine with every evidence of distress. "You've no need to be afraid," I said, a little clumsily. "I told you of my encounter with this creature on my way to your century. It is a strange sight, but it seems to be without harm." Through his shuddery whimpering, Nebogipfel said,
"You do not understand. What we see is impossible. Your watcher apparently has the ability to cross the corridors, to traverse between potential versions of history, even to enter the attenuated environs of a traveling time machine. It is impossible."
And then, as easily as it had arisen, the star-glow faded, and my watcher receded into invisibility, and the machine surged on its way into the past. At length I said to the Morlock harshly, "You must understand this, Nebogipfel. I have no intention of returning to the future after this last trip." He wrapped his long fingers around the machine's struts.
"I know I cannot return," he said. "I knew that even as I hurled myself onto the machine. Even if your intention was to return to the future—"
"Yes."
"By its return through time once more, this machine of yours is bound to force another adjustment of history in an unpredictable way."
He turned to me, his eyes huge behind the goggles.
"Do you understand? My history, my home is lost, perhaps destroyed. I have already become a refugee in time, just as you are."
His words chilled me. Could he be right? Could I be inflicting more damage on the carcass of history with this new expedition, even as I sat here? My resolve to put all of this right, to put a stop to the time machine's destructiveness, hardened in me. "But if you knew all this was so, your recklessness in following me was folly of the first order."
"Perhaps."
His voice was muffled, for he sheltered his head beneath his arms.
"But to see such sights as I have already witnessed, to travel in time, to gather such information, none of my species has ever had such an opportunity."
He fell silent, and my sympathy for him grew. I wondered how I might have reacted had I been presented with a single second of opportunity, as the Morlock had. The chronometric dials continued to wind back, and I saw that we were approaching my own century. The world assembled itself into a more familiar configuration, with the Thames firmly set in its old bank, and bridges I thought I recognized flickering into existence over it. I pulled the levers over. The sun became visible as a discrete object, flying over our heads like a glowing bullet, and the passage of night was a perceptible flickering. 2 of the chronometric dials were already stationary. Only thousands of days, a mere few years, remained to be traversed. I became aware that Richmond Hill had congealed around me, in more or less the form I recognized from my own day. With the obstructing trees reduced to transient transparency by my travel, I took in a good view of the meadows of Petersham and Twickenham, and all dotted about with stands of ancient trees. It was all reassuring and familiar, despite the fact that my velocity through time was still so high that it was impossible to make out people, or deer, or cows, or other denizens of the hill, meadows, or river, and the flickering of night and day bathed the whole scene in an unnatural glow. Despite all this, I was nearly home. I watched my dials as the thousands hand approached its 0. I was home, and it took all my determination not to halt the machine there and then, for my longing to return to my own year was strong in the extreme. But I kept the levers pressed over, and watched the dials run on into their negative region. Around me, the hill flickered through night and day, with here and there a splash of colour as some picnic party stayed on the grass long enough for them to register on my vision. At last, with the dials reading 6,560 days before my departure, I pressed the levers again. I brought the time machine to rest in the depths of a cloudy, moonless night. If I had got my calculations right, I had landed in July of 1873. With my Morlock goggles, I saw the slope of the hill and the river's flank, and dew glittering on the grass, and I could see that, although the Morlocks had deposited my machine on an open stretch of hillside a half-mile from my house, there was nobody about to witness my arrival. The sounds and scents of my century flooded over me, the sharp tang of wood burning in some grate somewhere, the distant murmur of the Thames, the brush of a breeze through the trees, the naphtha flares of hawkers' barrows. It was all delicious and familiar and welcome. Nebogipfel stood up cautiously. He had slipped his arms into my jacket sleeves, and now that heavy garment hung from him as if he were a child.
"Is this 1891?
"No," I said.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that I have brought us back further in time." I glanced along the hill in the direction of my house. "Nebogipfel, in a laboratory up there, a brash young man is embarking on a series of experiments which will lead, ultimately, to the creation of a time machine."
"You are saying—"
"That this is the year 1873, and I anticipate, soon, meeting myself as a young man." His goggled, chinless face swiveled towards me in what appeared to be astonishment. "Now come, Nebogipfel, and assist me in finding a place of concealment for this contraption." Home. I cannot describe how odd it seemed to me to walk through the night air along the Petersham Road, coming at last to my own house, with a Morlock at my side. The house was an end terrace, with big bay windows, rather unambitious carvings about the door-frame, and a porch with mock Grecian pillars. At the front there was an area with steps, which went down to the basement, railed off by a bit of delicate, black-painted metalwork. The whole effect was really a sort of imitation of the genuinely grand houses on the green, or in the terrace at the top of the hill, but it was a big, roomy, comfortable place, which I had bought as a bargain as a younger man, and from which I had had no thoughts of moving away. I walked past the front door and around towards the rear of the house. At the rear there were balconies, with delicate iron pilasters painted white, giving a view to the west. I could make out the windows of the smoking-room and dining-room, darkened now. It occurred to me that I was not sure what time of the night it was, but I was aware of an odd absence to the rear of the smoking-room. It took me some moments to remember what this represented. An unexpected absence of something is so much harder to identify than an incongruous presence. It was, in fact, the site of the bathroom which I would later have built there. Here, in 1873, I was still forced to wash in a hip bath brought into my bedroom by a servant. And, in that ill-proportioned conservatory protruding from the rear of the house, there was my laboratory, where, I saw with a thrill of anticipation, a light still burned. Any dinner guests had gone, and the servants had long retired, but still I, was working on. I suffered a mixture of emotions I imagine no man has shared before. Here was my home, and yet I could lay no claim to it. I returned to the front door. Nebogipfel was standing a little way into the deserted road. He seemed cautious of approaching the area steps, for the pit into which they descended was quite black, even with the goggles. "You don't need to be fearful," I said. "It's quite common to have kitchens and the like underground in houses like this. The steps and railings are sturdy enough." Nebogipfel, anonymous behind his goggles, inspected the steps suspiciously. I supposed his caution came from an ignorance of the robustness of 19th-century technology. I had forgotten how strange my crude era must seem to him, but nevertheless something about his attitude disturbed me. I was reminded, and it disconcerted me, of an odd fragment of my own childhood. The house where I grew up was large and rambling, impractical actually, and it had underground passages which ran from the house to the stable block, larder, and the like. Such passages are a common feature of houses of that age. There were gratings set in the ground at intervals, black-painted, round things, covering shafts which led down to the passages, for ventilation. I recalled now my own fear, as a child, of those enclosed pits in the ground. Perhaps they had been simple air shafts, but what, my childish imagination had prompted me, if some bony hand came squirming through those wide bars and grabbed my ankle? It occurred to me now, I think something in Nebogipfel's cautious stance was triggering all this, that there was something of a similarity between those shafts in the grounds of my childhood and the sinister wells of the Morlocks. Was that why, in the end, I had lashed out so at that Morlock child in AD 657,208? I am not a man who enjoys such insights into his own character. Quite unfairly, I snapped at Nebogipfel. Besides, I thought you Morlocks liked the dark. And I turned from him and walked up to the front door. It was all so familiar, and yet disconcertingly different. Even at a glance I could see 1,000 small changes from my day 18 years into the future. There was the sagging lintel I would later have replaced, for instance, and there the vacant site which would hold the arched lamp-holder I would one day install at the prompting of Mrs. Watchett's. I came to realize, anew, what a remarkable business this time-travelling was. One might expect the most dramatic changes in a flight across thousands of centuries, and such I had found, but even this little hop of mere decades had rendered me an anachronism.
What shall I do? Should I wait for you?
I considered Nebogipfel's silent presence beside me. Wearing his goggles and with my jacket still drooped about him, he looked comical and alarming in equal measure. I think there is more danger in the situation if you stay outside. What if a policeman were to spot you? He might think you were some odd burglar. If you were arrested— I was unsure whether the possibilities of a Morlock in a police station of 1873 were alarming or comic. Without his web of Morlock machinery, Nebogipfel was quite defenceless. He had launched himself into history quite as unprepared as I had been on my first jaunt. And what of dogs or cats? I wonder what the average Tom of the 1870s would make of a Morlock. A fine meal, I should think. No, Nebogipfel, all in all, I think it would be safer if you stayed with me.
And the young man you were visiting? What of his reaction?
I sighed. Well, I have always been blessed by an open and flexible mind, or so I like to think. Perhaps I am soon to find out. Besides, your presence might convince him, of the veracity of my account. And without allowing myself any further hesitation, I tugged at the bell-pull. From within the house, I heard doors slamming, an irritable shout, "It's all right, I'll go!" and then footsteps, which clattered along the short corridor linking the rest of the house to my laboratory. "It's me," I hissed at Nebogipfel. "Him! It must be late. The servants are abed." A key rattled in the lock of the door. Nebogipfel hissed, "Your goggles!" I snatched the offending anachronisms from my face and jammed them into my trouser pocket, just as the door swung open. A young man stood there, his face glowing like a moon in the light of the single candle he carried. His glance over me, in my shirt-sleeves, was cursory, and the inspection he gave Nebogipfel was even more superficial. So much for the powers of observation I prized. "What the devil do you want? It's after 1 in the morning, you know." I opened my mouth to speak, but my little rehearsed preamble disappeared from my mind. Thus I confronted myself at the age of 26. 3. Moses. Since this experience, I have become convinced that we all, without exception, use the mirror to deceive ourselves. The reflection we see there is so much under our control. We favour our best features, if unconsciously, and adjust our mannerisms into a pattern which our closest friend would not recognise. And, of course, we are under no compulsion to consider ourselves from less favourable angles, such as from the back of the head, or with our prominent nose in full, glorious profile. Well, here was one reflection which was not under my control, and a troubling experience it was. He was my height, of course. If anything, I was startled to find I had shrunk a little in the intervening 18 years. His forehead was odd, peculiarly broad, just as many people have pointed out to me, unkindly, through my life, and dusted with thin, mouse-brown hair, yet to recede or show any streaks of grey. The eyes were a clear grey, the nose straight, the jaw firm, but I had hardly been a handsome devil. He was naturally pale, and that pallor was enhanced by the long hours he had spent, since his formative years, in libraries, studies, teaching-rooms, and laboratories. I felt vaguely repulsed. There was indeed a little of the Morlock in me, and had my ears ever been so prominent? But it was the clothes which caught my eye. The clothes! He wore what I remembered as the costume of a masher. A short, bright red coat over a yellow and black waistcoat, fixed with heavy brass buttons, boots tall and yellow, and a nosegay adorning his lapel. Had I ever worn such garments? I must have done. But anything further from my own sober style would have been difficult to imagine. "Confound it," I couldn't help but say. "You're dressed like a circus clown." He seemed uncertain. He saw something odd about my face, evidently, but he replied briskly enough, "Perhaps I should close this door in your face, sir. Have you climbed the hill just to insult my clothing?" I noticed that his nosegay was rather wilted, and I thought I could smell brandy on his breath. "Tell me, is this Thursday?" "That's a very odd question. I ought to—" "Yes?" He held up the candle and peered into my face. So fascinated was he by me, by his own dimly perceived self, that he ignored the Morlock, a man-thing from the distant future standing not 2 yards away from him. I wondered if there was some clumsy metaphor buried in this little scene. Had I travelled into time, after all, only to seek out myself? But I have no time for irony, and I felt rather embarrassed at even having framed such a literary thought. "It is Thursday, as it happens, or was. We're in Friday's small hours now. What of it? And why don't you know in the first place? Who are you, sir?" "I'll tell you who I am," I said. "And—" I indicated the Morlock, and evoked widened eyes from our reluctant host. "And who this is, and why I'm not sure what hour it is, or even what day. But first, may we come inside? For I would relish a little of your brandy." He stood there for perhaps half a minute, the candle wick sputtering in its pool of wax, and in the distance I heard the sigh of the Thames as it made its languid way through the bridges of Richmond. Then, at length, he said, "I should throw you into the street, but—" "I know," I said gently. I regarded my younger self with indulgence. I have never been shy of feverish speculation, and I could imagine what wild hypotheses were already fermenting in that fecund, undisciplined mind. He came to his decision. He stepped back from the door. I gestured Nebogipfel forward. The Morlock's feet, bare save for a coat of hair, padded on the hall's parquetry floor. My younger self stared anew. Nebogipfel returned his gaze with interest, and he said, It's late. I don't want to get the servants up. Come on through to the dining room. It's probably the warmest place." The hall was dark, with a painted dado and a row of hat pegs. Our reluctant host's broad skull was silhouetted by his single candle as he led the way past the door to the smoking-room. In the dining-room there was still a glow of coals in the fireplace. Our host lit candles from the one he carried, and the room emerged into brightness, for there were a dozen or so candles in there, 2 in brass sticks on the mantel, with a tobacco jar plump and complacent between, and the rest in sconces. I gazed around at this warm and comfortable room, so familiar and yet made so different by the most subtle of rearrangements and redecoration. There was the little table at the door, with its pile of newspapers, replete, no doubt, with gloomy analyses of Mr. Disraeli's latest pronouncements, or perhaps some dreadfully dreary stuff about the Eastern question, and there was my armchair, close to the fire, low and comfortable. But of my set of small octagonal tables, and of my incandescent lamps with their lilies of silver, there was no sign. Our host came up to the Morlock. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. "What is this? It looks like some form of ape, or a deformed child. Is this your jacket it's wearing?" I bridled at this tone, and surprised myself for doing so. "It," I said, "is actually a he, and he can speak for himself." "Can it?" He swiveled his face back to Nebogipfel. "I mean, Can you? Great Scott! He kept on staring into poor Nebogipfel's hairy face, and I stood there on the carpet of the dining-room, trying not to betray my impatience, not to say embarrassment, at this ill-courtesy. He remembered his hospitable duties. "Oh," he said, "I'm sorry. Please, here, sit down." Nebogipfel, swamped by my jacket, stood in the middle of the hearth-rug. He glanced down at the floor and then around the room. He seemed to be waiting for something, and in a moment I understood. So used was the Morlock to the technology of his time, he was waiting for furniture to be extruded from the carpet. Although, later in our acquaintance, the Morlock was to show himself rather knowledgeable about things and flexible of mind, just then he was as baffled as I might have been had I searched for a gas-mantle on the wall of some Stone Age cave. "Nebogipfel," I said, "these are simpler times. The forms are fixed." I pointed to the dining table and chairs. "You must select one of these." My younger self listened to this exchange with evident curiosity. The Morlock, after a few more seconds' hesitation, made for one of the bulkier chairs. I got there before him. "Actually, not this one, Nebogipfel," I said gently. "I don't think you'd find it comfortable. It might try to give you a massage, you see, but it's not designed for your weight." My host looked at me, startled. Nebogipfel, under my guidance, I felt like a clumsy parent as I fussed about him, pulled out a simple upright and climbed up into it. He sat there with his legs dangling like some hairy child. "How did you know about my active chairs?" my host demanded. "I've only demonstrated them to a few friends. The design isn't even patented yet." I did not answer. I simply held his gaze for long seconds. I could see that the extraordinary answer to his question was already forming in his mind. He broke the gaze. "Sit down," he said to me. "Please, I'll fetch the brandy." I sat with Nebogipfel at my own transmuted dining table with a Morlock for company, and I glanced around. In one corner of the dining-room, on its tripod, sat the old Gregorian telescope which I had brought from my parents' home, a simple thing capable of delivering only cloudy images, and yet a window for me as a child into worlds of wonder in the sky, and into the intriguing marvels of physical optics. And, beyond this room, there was the dark passage to the laboratory, with the doors left carelessly open. Through the passage I caught tantalizing glimpses of my workshop itself, the clutter of apparatuses on the benches, sheets of drawings laid across the floor, and various tools and appliances. Our host rejoined us. He carried, clumsily, 3 glasses for brandy and a carafe. He poured out 3 generous measures, and the liquor sparkled in the light of the candles. "Here," he said. "Are you cold? Would you like the fire?" "No," I said. "Thank you." I raised the brandy, sniffed at it, then let it roll over my tongue. Nebogipfel did not pick up his glass. He dipped a pallid finger into the stuff, withdrew it, and licked a drop from his fingertip. He seemed to shudder. Then, delicately, he pushed the glass away from him, as if it were full to the brim with the most noxious ale imaginable. My host watched this curiously. Then, with an evident effort, he turned to me. "You have me at a disadvantage. I don't know you, but you know me, it appears." "Yes," I smiled, "but I am at something of a quandary as to what to call you." He frowned, looking uneasy. "I don't see why that's any sort of problem. My name is—" I held up my hand. I had an inspiration. "No. I will use, if you will permit, Moses." He took a deep pull on his brandy, and gazed at me with genuine anger in his grey eyes. "How do you know about that?" Moses. My hated first name, for which I had been endlessly tormented at school, and which I had kept a secret since leaving home. "Never mind," I said. "Your secret is safe with me. Look here, I'm growing tired of these games. You turn up here with your companion and make all sorts of disparagements about my clothes, and I still don't even know your name." "But," I said, "perhaps you do." His long fingers closed around his glass. He knew something strange and wonderful was going on, but what? I could see in his face, as clear as day, that mixture of excitement, impatience, and a little fear which I had felt so often when confronting the unknown. "Look," I said, "I'm prepared to tell you everything you want to know, just as I promised. But first—" "Yes?" "I would be honoured to view your laboratory, and I'm sure Nebogipfel would be curious. Tell us something of you," I said, "and in the course of that, you will learn about me." He sat for a while, clutching his drink. Then, with a brisk motion, he recharged our glasses, stood up, and took his candle from the mantel. "Come with me." "4. The experiment." Bearing his candle aloft, he led us down the cold passageway to the laboratory. Those few seconds are vivid in my memory, the light of the candle casting huge shadows from Moses's wide skull, and his jacket and boots glimmering in the uncertain light. Behind me, the Morlock's feet padded softly, and in the enclosed space his rotten sweet stench was strong. At the laboratory, Moses made his way around the walls and benches, lighting candles and incandescent lamps. Soon the place was brilliantly lit. The walls were whitewashed and free of ornamentation, save for some of Moses's notes, crudely pinned there, and the single bookcase was crammed with journals, standard texts, and volumes of mathematical tables and physical measurements. The place was cold. In my shirt-sleeves I found myself shivering, and wrapped my arms about my body. Nebogipfel padded across the workshop floor towards the bookcase. He crouched down and studied the battered spines of the volumes there. I wondered if he could read English, for I had seen no evidence of books or papers in the sphere, and the lettering on those ubiquitous panels of blue glass had been unfamiliar. "I'm not very interested in giving you a biographical summary," Moses said, "and nor, more sharply, do I understand yet why you are so interested in me. But I'm willing to play your game. Look here. Suppose I run you through my most recent experimental findings. How does that sound?" I smiled. How in keeping with his character, with little to the surface of the mind but the current puzzle. He went to a bench, on which stood a haphazard arrangement of retort stands, lamps, gratings, and lenses. "I'd be grateful if you wouldn't touch anything here. It may look a little random, but I assure you there's a system. I have the devil of a time keeping Mrs. Penforth and her dusters and brooms out of here, I can tell you." Mrs. Penforth? I had an impulse to ask after Mrs. Watchett's, but then I remembered that Mrs. Penforth had been Mrs. Watchett's predecessor. I had released her some 15 years before my departure into time, after I had caught her pilfering from my small stock of industrial diamonds. I thought of warning Moses of this little occurrence, but no real harm had been done, and I thought, with an oddly paternal mood towards my younger self, it would probably do Moses good to take a closer interest in the affairs of his household for once in a while, and not leave it all to chance. Moses went on, "My general field is physical optics, that is to say, the physical properties of light, which—" "We know," I said gently. He frowned. "All right. Well, recently I've been somewhat diverted by an odd conundrum. It's the study of a new mineral, a sample of which I came upon by chance 2 years ago." He showed me a common 8-ounce graduated medicine bottle plugged with rubber. The bottle was half full of a fine, greenish powder, oddly shining. "Look here. Can you see how there is a faint translucence about it, as if it were glowing from within?" And indeed the material shone, as if it were composed of fine glass beads. "But where," Moses went on, "is the energy source for such illumination?" So I began my researches. At first in odd moments, for I have my work to do. I depend on grants and commissions, which depend in turn on my building up a respectable flow of research results. I have no time for chasing wild geese. But later, he admitted, this plattnerite came to absorb a great deal of my time. For such I had decided to call the stuff, after the rather mysterious chap, Gottfried Plattner, he called himself, who donated it to me. I'm no chemist. Even within the limits of the 3 gases, my practical chemistry has always been a little tentative. But still, I set to with a will. I bought test tubes, a gas supply and burners, litmus paper, and all the rest of that smelly paraphernalia. I poured my green dust into test tubes and tried it with water and with acids, sulphuric, nitric, and hydrochloric, learning nothing. Then I emptied out a heap onto a slate and held it over my gas burner. He rubbed his nose. The resulting bang blew out a skylight and made a fearful mess of one wall, he said. It had been the southwestern wall which had sustained damage, and now, I could not help myself, I glanced that way, but there was nothing to distinguish it, for the repair work had been thorough. Moses noted my glance curiously, for he had not indicated which wall it had been. After this failure, he went on, I was still no closer to unravelling the mysteries of platinoite. Then, however, his tone grew more animated, I began to apply a little more reason to the case. The translucence is an optical phenomenon, after all. So, I reasoned, perhaps the key to the secrets of platinoite lay not in its chemistry, but in its optical properties. I felt a peculiar satisfaction, a kind of remote self-regard, at hearing this summary of my own clear thinking processes, and I could tell that Moses was enjoying the momentum of his own narrative. I have always enjoyed recounting a good tale, to whatever audience. I think there is something of the showman in me. So, I swept aside my clutter of schoolboy chemistry, Moses went on, and began a new series of tests. And very quickly I came upon striking anomalies, bizarre results concerning platinorite's refractive index, which, you may know, depends on the velocity of light within the substance. And it turned out that the behaviour of light rays passing through platinorite is highly peculiar. He turned to the experiment on the bench top. Now look here. This is the clearest demonstration of platinorite's optical oddities which I have been able to devise. Moses had set up his test in 3 parts, in a line. There was a small electric lamp with a curved mirror behind it, and, perhaps a yard away, a white screen, held upright by a retort stand. Between these two, clamped in the claws of another retort, was a cardboard panel which bore the evidence of fine scoring. Beside the lamp, wires trailed to an electromotive cell beneath the bench. The setup was lucidly simple. I have always sought as straightforward as possible a demonstration of any new phenomenon, the better to focus the mind on the phenomenon itself, and not on deficiencies in the experimental arrangement, or, it is always possible, some trickery on behalf of the experimenter. Now Moses closed a switch, and the lamp lit. It was a small yellow star in the candle-lit room. The cardboard panel shielded the screen from the light, save for a dim central glow, cast by rays admitted by the scoring in the panel. Sodium light, Moses said. It is nearly a pure colour, as opposed, say, to white sunlight, which is a mixture of all the colours. This mirror behind the lamp is parabolic, so it casts all the lamp's light towards the interposed card. He traced the paths of the light rays towards the card. On the card, I have scored 2 slits. The slits are a mere fraction of an inch apart, but the structure of light is so fine that the slits are, nevertheless, some 300 wavelengths apart. Rays emerge from the 2 slits, his finger continued on, and travel onwards to the screen, here. Now, the rays from the 2 slits interfere. Their crests and troughs reinforce and cancel each other out at successive places. He looked at me uncertainly. Are you familiar with the idea? You would get much the same effect if you were to drop 2 stones into a still pond and watch how the spreading ripples coalesced. I understand. Well, in just the same way, these waves of light, ripples in the ether, interfere with each other and set up a pattern which one may observe here on this screen beyond. He pointed to the patch of yellow illumination which had reached the screen beyond the slits. Can you see? One really needs a glass. Right at the heart of it, there, you'll see bands of illumination and darkness, alternating a few tenths of an inch apart. Well, those are the spots where the rays from the 2 slits are combining. Moses straightened up. This interference is a well-known effect. Such an experiment is commonly used to determine the wavelength of the sodium light. It works out at a 50,000th part of an inch, if you're interested.
And the platinoite?
Nebogipfel asked. Moses started at hearing the Morlocks' liquid tones, but he carried on gamely. From another part of the bench he produced a glass slide, perhaps 6 inches square, held upright in a stand. The glass appeared to be stained green. Here I have some platinoite. Actually, this slide is a sandwich of 2 glass sheets, with the platinoite sprinkled and scattered between. Do you see? Now, watch what happens when I interpose the platinoite between card and screen. It took him some adjusting, but he arranged affairs so that one of the slits in the cards remained clear, and the other was covered by the plattnerite slide. Thus, one of the two interfering sets of rays would have to pass through plattnerite before reaching the screen. The image of interference bands on the screen was made fainter, it was tinged with green, and the pattern was shifted and distorted. Moses said, "The rays are rendered less pure, of course. Some of the sodium light is scattered from the plattnerite itself, and so emerges with wavelengths appropriate to the greener part of the spectrum. But still, enough of the original sodium light passes through the plattnerite without scattering to allow the interference phenomenon to persist. But can you see the changes this has made?" Nebogipfel bent closer. The sodium light shone from his goggles. "The shifting of a few smears of light on a card may not seem so important to the layman," Moses went on, "but the effect is of great significance if analysed closely. For, and I can show you the mathematics to prove it," he said, waving unconvincingly at a heap of notes on the floor, "the light rays, passing through the plattnerite, undergo a temporal distortion. It is a tiny effect, but measurable. It shows up in a distortion of the interference pattern, you see?"
"A temporal distortion?"
Nebogipfel said, looking up.
"You mean—"
"Yes." Moses' skin was coldly illuminated in the sodium light. "I believe that the light rays, in passing through the plattnerite, are transferred through time." I gazed with a sort of rapture at this crude demonstration of bulb and cards and clamps, for this was the start. It was from this naive beginning that the long, difficult experimental and theoretical trail would lead, at last, to the construction of the time machine itself. "5. Honesty and doubt. I could not betray how much I knew, of course, and I did my best to simulate surprise and shock at his pronouncement. "Well," I said vaguely, "well, great Scott!" He looked at me, dissatisfied. He was evidently forming the opinion that I was something of an unimaginative fool. He turned away and began to tinker with his apparatus. I took the opportunity to draw the Morlock to one side. "What did you make of that? An ingenious demonstration."
"Yes," he said, "but I am surprised he has not noticed the radioactivity of your mysterious substance, plattnerite. The goggles show clearly—"
"Radioactivity?" He looked at me.
"The term is unfamiliar?"
He gave me a quick survey of this phenomenon, which involves, it seems, elements which break up and fly into pieces. All elements do this, according to Nebogipfel, at more or less perceptible rates. Some, like radium, do it in a manner spectacular enough to be measurable, if one knows what to look for. All this stirred up some memories. "I remember a toy called a spinthariscope," I told Nebogipfel, "where radium is held in close proximity to a screen coated with sulfide of zinc."
"And the screen fluoresces. Yes, it is the disintegration of the cores of radium atoms which causes this," he said.
"But the atom is indivisible, or so it is thought."
"The phenomenon of subatomic structure will be demonstrated by Thomson at Cambridge no more than a few years, if I recall my studies, after your departure into time."
"Subatomic structure? By Thomson? Why, I've met Joseph Thomson myself several times. A rather pompous buffer, I always thought, and only a handful of years younger than me." Not for the first time, I felt a deep regret at my precipitate plummeting into time. If only I had stayed to take part in such intellectual excitement, I could have been at the thick of it, even without my experiments in time travel. Surely that would have been adventure enough for any one lifetime. Now Moses seemed to be done, and he reached out to turn off the sodium lamp, but he snatched his hand back with a cry. Nebogipfel had touched Moses's fingers with his own hairless palm.
"I am sorry."
Moses rubbed his hand as if trying to wipe it clean. "Your touch," he said, "it's so cold." He stared at Nebogipfel as if seeing him in all his strangeness for the first time. Nebogipfel apologized again.
"I did not mean to startle you, but—"
"Yes," I said. The Morlock reached out with one worm-like finger and pointed at the slab of platnerite.
"Look!"
With Moses, I bent down and squinted into the illuminated slab. At first I could make out nothing but the speckled reflection of the sodium bulb, a sheen of fine dust on the surface of the glass slides, and then I became aware of a growing light, a glow from deep within the substance of the platnerite itself, a green illumination that shone as if the slide was a tiny window into another world. The glow intensified further, and evoked glittering reflections from the test tubes and slides and other paraphernalia of the laboratory. We retired to the dining room. It was now long hours since the fire had died, and the room was growing chilly, but Moses did not show any awareness of my discomfort. He supplied me with another brandy, and I accepted an offer of a cigar. Nebogipfel asked for some clear water. I lit up my cigar with a sigh, while Nebogipfel watched me with what I took to be blank astonishment, all his acquired human mannerisms forgotten. "Well, sir," I said, "when do you intend to publish these remarkable findings?" Moses scratched his scalp and loosened his gaudy tie. "I'm not certain," he said frankly. "What I have amounts to little more than a catalogue of observations of anomalies, you know, of a substance whose provenance is uncertain. Still, perhaps there are brighter fellows than me out there who might make something out of it, learn how to manufacture more platnerite, perhaps."
"No,"
Nebogipfel said obscurely.
"The means to manufacture radioactive material will not exist for another several decades."
Moses looked at the Morlock curiously, but did not take up the point. I said bluntly, "But you've no intention of publishing." He gave me a conspiratorial wink, another grating mannerism, and said, "All in good time. You know, in some ways, I'm not quite like a true scientist. You know what I mean, the careful, miniature sort of chap who ends up in the press known as a distinguished scientist. You see such a chap giving his little talk on some obscure aspect of toxic alkaloids, perhaps, and floating out of the magic lantern darkness you might hear the odd fragment the chap imagines himself to be reading audibly, and you might catch a glimpse of gold-rimmed spectacles and cloth boots cut open for corns." I prompted, "But you—" "Oh, I'm not meaning to decry the patient plodders of the world. I dare say I have my share of plodding to do in the years to come, but I also have a certain impatience. I always want to know how things turn out, you see." He sipped his drink. "I do have some publications behind me, including one in the Philosophical Transactions, and a number of other studies which should yield papers. But the platnerite work—" "Yes?" "I have an odd notion about that. I want to see how far I can take it myself." I leaned forward. I saw how the bubbles in his glass caught the candlelight, and his face was animated, alive. It was the quietest part of the night, and I seemed to see every detail, hear the tick of every clock in the house with preternatural clarity. "Tell me what you mean." He straightened his ridiculous masher's jacket. "I've told you of my speculation that a ray of light, passing through platnerite, is temporally transferred. By that, I mean that the ray moves between 2 points in space without any intervening interval in time. But it seems to me," he said slowly, "that if light can move through these time intervals in such a fashion, then so, perhaps, can material objects. I have this notion that if one were to mix up the platnerite with some appropriate crystalline substance, quartz perhaps, or some rock crystal, then—" "Yes?" He seemed to recover himself. He put his brandy glass down on a table close to his chair and leaned forward. His grey eyes seemed to shine in the candlelight, pale and earnest. "I'm not sure I want to say any more. Look here, I've been very open with you, and now it's time for you to be just as open with me. Will you do that?" For answer, I looked into his face, into eyes which, though surrounded by smoother skin, were undeniably my own, the eyes which stared out from my shaving mirror every day. Evidently unable to look away, he hissed, "Who are you?" You know who I am, don't you? The moment stretched on, still and silent. The Morlock was a wraith-like presence, hardly noticed by either of us. At length, Moses said, "Yes. Yes. I think I do." I wanted to give him room to take in all of this. The reality of time travel, for any object more substantial than a light ray, was still in the realms of half fantasy for Moses. To be confronted so abruptly with its physical proof, and worse, to be faced by one's own self from the future, must be an immense shock. "Perhaps you should regard my presence here as an inevitable consequence of your own researches," I suggested. "Is not a meeting like this bound to happen if you carry on down the experimental path you've set yourself?" "Perhaps." But now I became aware that his reaction, far from remaining awestruck, as I might have expected, seemed rather less respectful. He seemed to be inspecting me anew. His gaze travelled appraising over my face, my hair, my clothes. I tried to see myself through the eyes of this brash 26-year-old. Absurdly, I felt self-conscious. I brushed back my hair, which had not been combed since the year AD 657,208, and sucked in my stomach, which was rather less well-defined than once it had been, but that disapproval lingered in his face. "Have a good look," I said with feeling. "This is how it turns out for you." He stroked his chin. "Don't take a lot of exercise, do you?" He jerked his thumb. "And him, Nebogipfel, is he?" "Yes," I said. "He is a man from the future, from the year AD 657,208, and much evolved from our present state, who I have brought back on my time machine, on the machine whose first dim blueprint you are already conceiving. I am tempted to ask you how it all turns out for me. Am I a success? Will I marry? And so forth? But I suspect I'm better off without such knowledge." He eyed Nebogipfel. "The future of the species, though, is another matter." "You do believe me, don't you?" He picked up his brandy glass, found it empty, and set it down again. "I don't know. I mean, it is all very easy for a fellow to walk into a house and say that he is one's future self. But you have already conceived of the possibility of time travel yourself, and look at my face. I admit there's a certain superficial resemblance, but it's also quite possible this is all some sort of a prank set up, maybe with malicious intent, to expose me as a quack." He looked at me sternly. "If you are who you say you are, if you are me, then you have surely travelled here with a purpose." "Yes." I tried to put aside my anger. I tried to remember that my communication with this difficult and rather arrogant young man was of vital importance. "Yes, I have a mission." He pulled at his chin. Dramatic words. But how can I be so vital? I am a scientist. Not even that, probably. I am a tinkerer, a dilettante. I am not a politician or a prophet. No, but you are, or will be, the inventor of the most potent weapon that could be devised. I mean, the time machine. What is it you come to tell me? That you must destroy the Platnerite. Find some other line of research. You must not develop the time machine. That is essential. He steepled his fingers and regarded me. "Well, evidently you have a story to tell. Is it to be a long narrative? Do you want some more brandy, or some tea, perhaps?" "No, no, thank you. I will be as brief as I can manage." And so I began my account, with a short summary of the discoveries that had led me to the final construction of the machine, and how I had boarded it for the first time, and launched myself into the history of Eloi and Morlock, and what I discovered when I returned, and tried to go forward in time once more. I suppose I spoke wearily. I could not remember how many hours had elapsed since I had last slept. But as my account developed, I grew more animated, and I fixed on Moses's sincere, round face in the bright circle of the candlelight. At first, I was aware of Nebogipfel's presence, for he sat silently by throughout my account, and at times, during my first description of the Morlocks, for example, Moses turned to Nebogipfel as if for confirmation of some detail. But after a while, he ceased to do even that, and he looked only at my face. Six. Persuasion and Scepticism. The early dawn of summer was well advanced by the time I was done. Moses sat in his chair, his eyes still set on me, his chin cupped in his hand. Then, at length, "Well," he said, as if to break a spell. "Well." He stood up, stretched his back, and crossed the room to the windows. He pulled them back to reveal a cloudy but lightening sky. "It's a remarkable account." "It's more than that," I said, my voice hoarse. "Don't you see? On my second journey into the future, I travelled into a different history. The time machine is a wrecker of history, a destroyer of worlds and species. Don't you see why it must not be built?" Moses turned to Nebogipfel. "If you are a man from the future, what do you have to say to all this?" Nebogipfel's chair was still in shadow, but he cowered from the encroaching daylight.
"I am not a man," he said in his cold, quiet voice, "but I am from a future, one of an infinite number, perhaps, of possible variants, and it seems true. It is certainly logically possible that a time machine can change history's course, thus generating new variants of events. In fact, the very principle of the machine's operation appears to rely on its extension, through the properties of Platnerite, into another parallel history."
Moses went to the window, and the rising sun caught his profile. "But to abandon my research just on your uncorroborated say-so—" "Say-so? I think I deserve a little more respect than that," I said in rising anger. "After all, I am you. Oh, you are so stubborn. I've brought a man from the future. What more persuasion do you want?" He shook his head. "Look," he said, "I'm tired. I've been up all night, and all that brandy hasn't helped much, and you two look as if you could do with some rest as well. I have spare rooms. I'll escort you." "I know the way," I said with some frost. He conceded the point with some humour. "I'll have Mrs. Penforth bring you breakfast, or," he went on, looking at Nebogipfel again, "perhaps I'll have it served in here." "Come," he said. "The destiny of the race can wait for a few hours." I slept deeply, remarkably so. I was wakened by Moses, who brought me a pitcher of hot water. I'd folded up my clothes on a chair. After my adventures in time, they were rather the worse for wear. "I don't suppose you could lend me a suit of clothes, could you?" "You can have a housecoat if you like. I'm sorry, old man, I hardly think anything of mine would fit you." I was angered by this casual arrogance. "One day you too will grow a little older, and then I hope you remember—" "Oh, never mind," I said. "Look, I'll have my man brush out these clothes for you and patch the worst damage. Come down when you're ready." In the dining room, breakfast had been set out as a sort of buffet. Moses and Nebogipfel were already there. Moses wore the same costume as yesterday, or at least an identical copy of it. The bright morning sun turned the parakeet colours of his coat into a clamour even more ghastly than before, and as for Nebogipfel, the Morlock was now dressed, ludicrously, in short trousers and battered blazer. He had a cap tucked over his goggled, hairy face, and he stood patiently by the buffet. "I told Mrs. Penforth to keep out of here," Moses said. "As for Nebogipfel, that battered jacket of yours, it's over the back of that chair, by the way, seemed hardly sufficient for him. So I dug out an old school uniform, the only thing I could find that might fit him. He reeks of mothballs, but he seems a little happier. Now then," he walked up to Nebogipfel, "let me help you, sir. What would you like? You see we have bacon, eggs, toast, sausages." In his quiet, fluid tones, Nebogipfel asked Moses to explain the provenance of these various items. Moses did so, in graphic terms. He picked up a slice of bacon on his fork, for example, and described the nature of the pig. When Moses was done, Nebogipfel picked up a single piece of fruit, an apple, and walked with that and a glass of water to the room's darkest corner. As for me, after subsisting for so long on a diet of the Morlocks' bland stuff, I could not have relished my breakfast more if I had known, which I did not, that it was the last 19th-century meal I should ever enjoy. With breakfast done, Moses escorted us to his smoking room. Nebogipfel installed himself in the darkest corner, while Moses and I sat on opposed armchairs. Moses dug out his pipe, filled it from a small pouch in his pocket, and lit it. I watched him, seething. He was so maddeningly calm. "Do you have nothing to say? I have brought you a dire warning from the future, from several futures, which—" "Yes," he said, "it is dramatic stuff. But," he went on, tamping down his pipe, "I'm still not sure if—" "Not sure?" I cried, jumping to my feet. "What more proof, what persuasion do you want? It seems to me that your logic has a few holes. Oh, do sit down." I sat, feeling weak. Holes? "Look at it this way. You claim that I'm you, and you're me, yes?" "Exactly. We are two slices of a single four-dimensioned entity, taken at different points and juxtaposed by the time machine." "Very well. But let us consider this. If you were once me, then you should share my memories." I fell silent. "Then," Moses said, with a note of triumph, "what memories do you have of a rather burly stranger and an odd companion of this sort turning up on the doorstep one night, eh?" The answer, of course, horrifying, impossible, was that I had no such memories. I turned to Nebogipfel, stricken. How can this not have occurred to me? Of course, my mission is impossible. It always was. I could never persuade young Moses, because I have no memories of how I, when I was Moses, was persuaded in my turn. The Morlock retorted,
"Cause and effect, when time machines are about, are rather awkward concepts."
Moses said, with more of that insufferable cockiness, "Here's another puzzle for you. Suppose I agree with you. Suppose I accept your story about your trips into time and your visions of histories and so forth. Suppose I agree to destroy the time machine." I could anticipate his argument. "Then, if the time machine were never built, you would not be able to return through time to put a stop to its building. And so the machine would be built after all, and you would return through time to stop the building once more, and on it would go like an endless merry-go-round," he cried with a flourish.
"Yes, it is a pathological causal loop,"
Nebogipfel said.
"The time machine must be built in order to put a stop to its own building."
I buried my face in my hands. Apart from my despair at the destruction of my case, I had the uncomfortable feeling that young Moses was more intelligent than I. I should have spotted these logical difficulties. Perhaps it was true, horribly, that intelligence, like more gross physical faculties, declines as age comes on. But, despite all this logic-chopping, it is nevertheless the truth, I whispered, and the machine must never be built. "Then you explain it," Moses said, with less sympathy. "To be or not to be? That, it seems, is not the question," Moses said. "If you are me, you will remember being forced to play the part of Hamlet's father in that dire production at school." "I remember it well." "The question is more, it seems to me, how can things be and, simultaneously, not be?"
"But it is true,"
Nebogipfel said. The Morlock stepped forward a little way into the light and looked from one to the other of us.
"But we must construct, it seems to me, a higher logic, a logic which can take account of the interaction of a time machine with history, a logic capable of dealing with a multiplicity of histories."
And then, just at that moment, when my own uncertainty was greatest, I heard a roar, as of some immense motor which echoed up the hill outside the house. The ground seemed to shudder. It was as if some monster were walking there, and I heard shouting, and though it was quite impossible that such a thing should happen here in sleepy, early-morning Richmond, the rattle of a gun. Moses and I looked wildly at each other. "Great Scott!" Moses said. "What is that?" I thought I heard the gun clatter again, and now a shout turned to a scream, suddenly cut off. Together, we ran out of the smoking room and into the hall. Moses pulled open the door. It was already unlatched, and we spilled into the street. There was Mrs. Penforth, thin and severe, and Poole, Moses's manservant of the time. Mrs. Penforth carried a duster, bright yellow, and she clutched at Poole's arm. They glanced perfunctorily at us, but then looked away, ignoring a Morlock, as if he were no more odd than a Frenchman or Scotsman. There were a number of people in the Petersham Road, standing there staring. Moses touched my sleeve, and he pointed down the road in the direction of the town. "There," he said. "There's your anomaly." It was as if an ironclad had been lifted out of the sea and deposited by some great wave high on Richmond Hill. It was perhaps 200 yards from the house. It was a great box of metal which lay along the length of the Petersham Road like some immense iron insect, at least 80 feet long. But this was no stranded monster. It was, I saw now, crawling towards us, slow, but quite deliberate. And where it passed, I saw that it had scored the road surface with a series of linked indentations, like the trail of a bird. The ironclad's upper surface was a complex speckle of ports. I took them to be gun ports or telescope holes. The morning traffic had been forced to make way for the thing. 2 dog-carts lay overturned in the road ahead of it, as did a brewer's dray with a distressed horse still caught between the shafts and beer spilling from broken barrels. One youth in a cap, foolhardy, hurled a lump of churned-up cobble at the thing's metal hide. The stone bounced off the hull without leaving so much as a scratch, but there was a response. I saw a rifle poke its snout out of one of those upper ports and fire off with a crack at the youth. He fell, where he had stood, and lay still. At that the crowd dispersed quickly, and there were more screams. Mrs. Penforth seemed to be weeping into her duster. Poole escorted her into the house. A hatch in the front of the land ironclad opened with a clang. I caught a brief impression of a dim interior, and I saw a face, I thought masked, peer out towards us.
"It is out of time," Nebogipfel said, "and it has come for us."
Indeed. I turned to Moses. "Well?" I said to him. "Now do you believe me?" 7. The Juggernaut Lord Raglan. Moses's grin was tight and nervous, his face paler than usual, and his broad brow slick with sweat. "Evidently you are not the only time-traveller." The mobile fort, if that was what it was, toiled its way up the road towards my house. It was a long, flat box, with something of the aspect of a dish cover. It was painted in patches of green and mud-brown, as if its natural habitat were some broken-up field. There was a skirt of metal around its base, perhaps to shield its more vulnerable parts from the rifle shots and shrapnel of opponents. I should say the fort was moving at around 6 miles per hour, and, thanks to some novel method of locomotion whose details I could not make out, because of that skirt, it managed to keep itself pretty level, in spite of the hill's incline. Save for the 3 of us, and that wretched brewer's horse, there was not a living soul left in the road now, and there was a silence broken only by the deep grumbling of the fort's engines and the distressed whinnying of the trapped horse. "I don't remember this," I told Nebogipfel. "Any of it. This didn't happen in my 1873. The Morlock studied the approaching fort through his goggles.
"Once again," he said evenly, "we have to consider the possibility of a multiplicity of histories. You have seen more than one version of AD 657,208. Now, it seems, you must endure new variants on your own century."
The fort came to a halt, its engine growling like some immense stomach. I could see masked faces peering out from the various ports at us, and a pennant fluttered languid above its hull. "Do you think we can run for it?" Moses hissed. "I doubt it. See the rifle barrels protruding from those portholes? I don't know what the game is here, but these people clearly have the means and the will to detain us." "Let's show a little dignity. We will go forward," I said. "Let us demonstrate we are not afraid." And so we stepped out, across the mundane cobbles of the Petersham Road, towards the fort. The various rifles and heavier guns tracked us as we walked, and masked faces, some using field glasses, marked our progress. As we neared the fort, I got a better view of its general layout. As I have said, it was more than 80 feet long and perhaps 10 feet tall. The flanks looked like sheets of thick gunmetal, although the arrangement of ports and scopes at the fort's upper rim gave it a mottled impression there. Jets of steam squirted into the air from the rear of the machine. I have mentioned the foot-tall skirt which surrounded the base. Now I was able to see that the skirt was lifted away from the ground, and that the machine stood, not on wheels, as I had assumed, but on feet. These were flat, broad things, about the shape of elephants' feet, but much larger. From the indentations they left in the road behind, I could infer that the lower surfaces of these feet must be grooved for traction. This arrangement of feet was, I realize now, how the fort was keeping itself more or less level on the slope of the road. There was a device like a flail fixed to the front of the fort. It consisted of lengths of heavy chain attached to a drum, which was held out on 2 metal frames before the fort's prow. The drum was held up, so that the chains dangled in the air, like carters' whips, and they made an odd clanking noise as the fort travelled along. But the drum was clearly capable of being lowered, to allow the chains to beat against the ground as the fort advanced. I could not fathom the purpose of this arrangement. We stopped perhaps 10 yards from the blunt prow of the machine. Those riflemen kept their muzzles trained on us. Steam wafted towards us on a stray breeze. I was suffering a deep horror at this latest unremembered turn of events. Now it seemed even my past was no longer a place of reliability and stability. Even that was subject to change, at the whims of time-travellers. I had no escape from the influence of the time machine. It was as if, once invented, its ramifications were spreading into past and future, like ripples from a stone thrown into the placid river of time. "I think it's British," Moses said, breaking into my introspection. "What? Why do you say that?" "Do you think that's a regimental badge, there above the skirt?" I peered more closely. Evidently Moses's eyes were sharper than mine. I've never been much interested in military paraphernalia, but it looked as if Moses might be right. Now he was reading off other bits of text, stenciled in black on that formidable hull. "Live munitions," he read. "Fuel access. It's either British colonial or American, and from a future close enough that the language hasn't changed much." There was a scrape of metal on metal. I saw that a wheel, set in one flank of the fort, was turning. When the wheel was fully turned, a hatch door was pushed open. Its polished metal rim gleamed against the dun hull, and I caught a glimpse of a dark interior, like a cave of steel. A rope ladder was dropped down from the frame. A trooper clambered out and came walking up the road towards us. He wore a heavy canvas suit sewn up into one piece. It was open at the neck, and I could see a lining of khaki cloth. There were spectacularly huge metal epaulettes across his shoulders. He wore a black beret with a regimental badge affixed to the front. He carried a pistol in a web holster which dangled before him. There was a small pouch above this, evidently for ammunition. I saw how the holster flap was open, and his gloved hands never strayed far from his weapon. And, most striking of all, the trooper's face was hidden by the most extraordinary mask, with wide, blackened goggles, and a muzzle like the proboscis of a fly over the mouth. The mask enclosed the head beneath the beret. "Great Scott!" Moses whispered to me. "What a vision!" "Indeed," I said grimly, for I had seen the significance of this apparition immediately. "He has protection against gas. See that? There is not a square inch of the fellow's bare flesh showing, and those epaulettes must be to protect him against darts, perhaps also bearing poison. I wonder what other layers of protection he is wearing under that bulky canvas. What kind of age believes it necessary to send such a brute as this back through time to the innocence of 1873? Moses, this fort comes to us from a very dark future, a future of war. The trooper stepped a little closer to us. In clipped tones, which were muffled by the mask, but were otherwise absolutely characteristic of the officer's class, he called out a challenge to us, in a language which, at first, I failed to recognize. Moses leaned towards me. That was German, and a damn poor accent, too. What on earth is this all about, eh? I stepped forward, my hands raised in the air. We are English. Do you understand? I could not see this trooper's face, but I thought I saw, in the set of his shoulders, evidence of some relief. His voice sounded youthful. This was but a young man, I realized, trapped in a warlike carapace. He said briskly, "Very well, please come with me." We had little choice, it seemed. The young trooper stood by his fort, his hands resting on the hilt of his pistol, as we climbed the few steps into the interior. "Tell me one thing," Moses demanded of the trooper. "What is the purpose of that contraption of chains and drum at the front of the vehicle?" "That's the anti-mine flail," the masked fellow said. "Anti-mine?" "The chains whip at the ground as the raglan advances," he mimed with his gloved hands, although he kept a careful eye on Moses. He was quite evidently British. He had thought we might be Germans. "See? It's all about blowing up the mines buried there before we get to them." Moses thought it over, then climbed after me into the fort. "A charming use of British ingenuity," he said to me. "And look at the thickness of this hull. Bullets would splash off this hide like raindrops. Surely only a field gun could slow such a creature." The heavy hatch door was swung to behind us. It settled into its socket with a heavy thud, and rubber seals settled against the hull. Thus, the daylight was excluded. We were escorted to the centre of a narrow gallery which ran the length of the fort. In that enclosed space, the noise of engines was loud and resonant. There was a smell of engine oil and petrol, and the thin stink of cordite. It was exceedingly hot, and I felt the perspiration start about my collar immediately. The only illumination came from 2 electric lamps, quite inadequate to illuminate that long, compact space. The fort's interior sketched itself into my mind in fleeting impressions of half-light and shadows. I could see the outlines of 8 great wheels, each 10 feet in diameter, lining the fort's flanks and shielded within the hull. At the front of the fort, within the prow, was a single trooper in a high canvas chair. He was surrounded by levers, dials, and what looked like the lenses of periscopes. I took this to be the driver. The fort's rear compartment was an engine and transmission centre. There I could see the hulking forms of machinery. In that darkness, the engines were more like the brooding forms of great beasts than anything contrived by the hand of man. Troopers moved around the machines, masked and heavy-gloved, for all the world like attendants, serving some idols of metal. Little cabins, cramped and uncomfortable-looking, were slung from the long ceiling, and in each of these I could see the shadowy profile of a single trooper. Each soldier had a variety of guns and optical instruments, most of them of unfamiliar design to me, which protruded through the hull of the ship. There must have been 24 of these riflemen and engineers. They were all masked, and wore the characteristic canvas suits and berets, and, to a man, they stared openly down at us. You may imagine how the Morlock attracted their gaze. This was a bleak, intimidating place, a mobile temple dedicated to brute force. I could not help but contrast this with the subtle engineering of Nebogipfel's Morlocks. Our young trooper came up to us. Now that the fort was sealed up again, he had discarded his mask. It dangled at his neck like a flayed face, and I saw that indeed he was quite young, his cheeks rimmed by sweat. "Please come forward," he said. "The captain would like to welcome you aboard." At his guidance, we formed into a line, and began to make our cautious way under the unrelenting and silent gaze of the troopers, towards the prow of the fort. The floor was open, and we were forced to clamber along narrow metal catwalks. Nebogipfel's bare feet pattered over the ribbed metal, almost noiseless. Near the prow of this landboat, and a little behind the driver, there was a cupola of brass and iron which extended up through the roof. Below the cupola stood an individual, masked, hands clasped to rear, with the demeanour of the controller of this fort. The captain wore a beret and coverall of much the same type as the trooper who had greeted us, with those metal epaulettes and a hand-weapon at the waist. But this superior officer also wore a criss-cross of leather belt, cross-strap and sword-frog, and also other rank insignia, including cloth formation signs and shoulder flashes. Campaign ribbons, thick inches of them, decorated the uniform's chest. Moses was staring around with avid curiosity. He pointed to a ladder arrangement set above the captain. "Look there," he said. "I'll wager that he can summon down that ladder by means of those levers in the rail beside him, see? And then ascend up to that cupola above. Thus he would be able to see all around this fortress, the better to guide the engineers and gunners." He sounded impressed by the ingenuity that had gone into this monster of war. The captain stepped forward, but with a noticeable limp. Now the mask was pulled back, and the captain's face was revealed. I could see that this person was still quite young, evidently healthy enough, although extraordinarily pallid, and of a type that one associates with the Navy. Alert, calm, intelligent, profoundly competent. A glove was pulled off, and a hand extended to me. I took the proffered hand. It was small, and my own palm enveloped it like a child's. And I stared, with an astonishment I could not disguise, into that clear face. The captain said, "I wasn't expecting quite such a crowd of passengers. I don't suppose we knew what we were expecting, but you're all welcome here, and I'll ensure you're treated well." The voice was light, but raised to a bray above the rumble of the engines. Pale blue eyes swept over Moses and Nebogipfel with a hint of humour. "Welcome to the Lord Raglan. My name is Hilary Bond. I'm a captain in the 9th Battalion of the Royal Juggernaut Regiment." It was true. This captain, experienced and wounded soldier, and commander of a deadlier fighting machine than I could ever have envisaged, was a woman. Old acquaintance renewed. She smiled, revealing a scar about her chin, and I saw that she could be no more than 25 years of age. "Look here, Captain," I said. "I demand to know by what right you're holding us." She was unruffled. "My mission is a priority for the national defence. I'm sorry if—" But now Moses stepped forward. In his gaudy masher's outfit he looked strikingly out of place in that drab military interior. "Madam Captain, there is no need for national defence in the year 1873. "But there is in the year 1938. This captain was quite immovable, I saw. She radiated an air of unshakable command. "My mission has been to safeguard the scientific research which is proceeding in that house on Petersham Road, in particular to discourage anachronistic interference with its due process." Moses grimaced. "Anachronistic interference? I take it you are talking of time travellers?" I smiled. "A lovely word, that discourage. Have you brought back enough guns, do you think, effectively to discourage?" Now Nebogipfel stepped forward.
"Captain Bond," the Morlock said slowly, "surely you can see that your mission is a logical absurdity. Do you know who these men are? How can you safeguard the research when its prime progenitor," he pointed to Moses with one hairy hand, "is being abducted from his rightful time?"
At that, Bond stared at the Morlock for long seconds, and then she turned her attention to Moses and to me, and I thought she saw, as if for the first time, our resemblance. She snapped out questions to us all, aimed at confirming the truth of the Morlock's remark and Moses's identity. I did not deny it. I could see little advantage to us either way. Perhaps, I calculated, we should be treated with more consideration if we were thought to be historically significant. But I made as little as I could of my shared identity with Moses. At last, Hilary Bond whispered brief instructions to the trooper, and he went off to another part of the craft. "I'll inform the Air Ministry of this when we get back. I'm sure they will be more than interested in you, and you'll have plenty of opportunity to debate their issue with the authorities on our return." "Return?" I snapped. "Return? Do you mean to your 1938? She looked strained. "The paradoxes of time travel are a bit beyond me, I'm afraid. No doubt the clever chaps at the Ministry will untangle it all." I was aware of Moses laughing beside me, loudly and with a touch of hysteria. "Oh, this is rich," he said. "Oh, it's rich. Now I needn't bother building the wretched time machine at all." Nebogipfel regarded me somberly.
"I'm afraid these multiple blows to causality are moving us further and further from the primal version of history, that which existed before the first operation of the time machine."
Now Captain Bond cut us short. "I can understand your consternation, but I can assure you will not be harmed in any way. On the contrary, my mission is to protect you. Also," she said with an easy grace, "I've gone to the trouble of bringing along someone to help you settle in with us. A native of the period, you might say." Another figure made its slow way towards us from the darkened rear of the passage. It came to us wearing the ubiquitous epaulettes, hand-weapon, and mask dangling at the waist, but the uniform, a drab, black affair, bore no military insignia. This new person moved slowly, quite painfully, along the awkward catwalks, with every sign of age. I saw how uniform fabric was stretched over a sagging belly. His voice was feeble, barely audible above the din of the engines. "Good God, it's you!" he called to me. "I'm armed to the teeth for Germans, but do you know, I scarcely expected you to turn up again after that last Thursday dinner party, and not in circumstances like these." As he came into the light, it was my turn for another shock. For, though the eyes were dulled, the demeanour stooped, and barely a trace of red left in that shock of grey hair, and though the man's forehead was disfigured by an ugly scar, as if he had been burned, this was, unmistakably, Philby. I told him I was damned. Philby snickered as he came up to me. I grasped his hand. It was fragile and liver-spotted, and I judged him to be aged no less than 75. "Damned you may be. Damned we all are, perhaps. But it's good to see you, nevertheless." He gave Moses some odd looks. Not surprising, I thought. "Philby, great Scott, man, I'm teeming with questions." "I'll bet you are. That's why they dug me out of my old people's shelter in the Bournemouth Dome. I'm in charge of acclimatization, they call it, to help you natives of the period adjust. Do you see?" "But, Philby, it seems only yesterday. How did you come to this?" He indicated his withered frame with a dismissive, cynical gesture. "How did I come to this? Time, my friend. That wonderful river on whose breast you would have us believe you could skate around like a water boatman. Well, time is no friend of the common man. I've been travelling through time the hard way, and here is what the journey has done to me. For me, it's been 47 years since that last session in Richmond, and your bits of magic quackery with the model time machine, do you remember? And your subsequent disappearance into the day after tomorrow." "Still the same old Philby," I said with affection, and I grasped his arm. "Even you have to admit, at last, that I was right about time travel." "Much good it's done any of us," he growled. "And now," the captain said, "if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I've a nought to command. We'll be ready to depart in a few minutes." And, with a nod to Philby, she turned to her crew. Philby sighed. "Come on," he said. "There's a place at the back where we can sit. It's a little less noisy and dirty than this." We made our way towards the rear of the fort. As we walked through the central passage, I was able to get a closer look at the fort's means of locomotion. Below the central catwalks, I could see an arrangement of long axles, each free to swivel about a common axis, with a metal floor beneath, and the axles were hitched up to those immense wheels. Those elephantine feet we had spotted earlier dangled from the wheels on stumps of legs. The wheels dripped mud and bits of churned-up road surface into the engineered interior. By means of the axles, I saw the wheels could be raised or lowered relative to the main body of the fort, and it seemed that the feet and legs could also be raised on pneumatic pistons. It was through this arrangement that the fort's variable pitch was achieved, enabling it to travel across the most uneven ground or hold itself level on steep hills. Moses pointed out the sturdy, box-shaped steel framework which underpinned the construction of the fort. "And look," he said quietly to me, "can you see something odd about that section? And that, over there? The rods which look rather like quartz. It's hard to see what structural purpose they serve." I looked more closely. It was difficult to be certain in the light of the remote electric lamps, but I thought I could see an odd green translucence about the sections of quartz and nickel, a translucence which looked more than familiar. "It is platinarite," I hissed at Moses. "The rods have been doped. Moses, I am convinced. I cannot be mistaken, despite the uncertain light. Those are components taken from my own laboratory, spares, prototypes, and discards I produced during the construction of my time machine." Moses nodded. "So at least we know these people haven't learned the technique of manufacturing platinarite for themselves yet." The Morlock came up to me and pointed at something stored in a darkened recess in the engine compartment. It took some squinting, but I could make out that that bulky shape was my own time machine, whole and unbroken, evidently extracted from Richmond Hill and brought into this fort, its rails still stained by grass. The machine was wrapped about by ropes, as if confined in a spider web. I felt a powerful urge, at the sight of that potent symbol of safety, to break free of these soldiers, if I could, and make for my machine. Perhaps I could reach my home even now. But I knew it would be a futile attempt, and I stilled myself. Even if I could reach the machine, and I could not, for these troopers would gun me down in a moment, I could not find my home again. After this latest incident, no version of 1891 which I could reach could bear any resemblance to the safe and prosperous year I had abandoned so foolishly. I was stranded in time. Philby joined me. "What do you think of the machinery, eh?" He punched me in the shoulder, and his touch had the withered feebleness of an old man. He said, "The whole thing was designed by Sir Albert Stern, who has been prominent in these things since the early days of the war. I've taken quite an interest in these beasts, as they've evolved over the years. You know I've always had a fascination for things mechanical. Look at that." He pointed into the recesses of the engine compartment. "Rolls-Royce Meteor engines, a whole row of them. And a Merritt Brown gearbox, see it, over there. We've got Horstman suspension, with those 3 bogies to either side." "Yes," I cut in, "but, dear old Philby, what is it all for?" "For? It's for the prosecution of the war, of course." Philby waved his hand about. "This is a Juggernaut, Kitchener class, one of the latest models. The main purpose of the Nauts is to break up the siege of Europe, you see. They can negotiate all but the widest trenchworks with alacrity, although they are expensive, prone to malfunction, and vulnerable to shelling. Raglan is rather an appropriate name, don't you think? For Lord Fitzroy Raglan was the old devil who made such a hash of the siege of Sebastopol in the Crimea. Perhaps poor old Raglan would have—" "The siege of Europe?" He looked at me sadly. "I'm sorry," he said. "Perhaps they shouldn't have sent me after all. I keep forgetting how little you must know. I've turned into the most awful old buffer, I'm afraid. Look here. I've got to tell you that we've been at war since 1914. "War? With whom?" "Well, with the Germans, of course. Who else? And it really is a terrible mess." These words, this casual glimpse of a future Europe darkened by 24 years of war, chilled me to the core. 9. Into time. We came to a chamber, perhaps 10 feet square. It was little more than a box of metal bolted to the inner hull of the Naught. A single electric bulb glowed in the ceiling, and padded leather coated the walls, alleviating the metal bleakness of the fort and suppressing the noise of the engines, although a deeper throb could be felt through the fabric of the vessel. There were 6 chairs here, simple upright affairs that were bolted to the floor, facing each other and fitted with leather harnesses. There was also a low cabinet. Philby waved us to the chairs and started fussing around the cabinet. "I should strap yourselves in," he said. "This time-hurling nonsense is quite vertiginous." Moses and I sat down to face each other. I fastened the restraints loosely around me. Nebogipfel had some trouble with his buckles, and the straps dangled about him until Moses helped him adjust their tightness. Now Philby came pottering up to me with something in his hand. It was a cup of tea in a cracked china saucer, with a small biscuit to one side of the cup. I could not help but laugh. "Philby, the turns of fate never cease to amaze me. Here we are, about to journey through time in this menacing mobile fort, and you serve us with tea and biscuits." "Well, this business is quite difficult enough without life's comforts. You must know that." I sipped the tea. It was lukewarm and rather stewed. Thus fortified, I became, incongruously, rather mischievous. I think on reflection my mental state was a little fragile, and I was unwilling to face my own future or the dire prospect of this 1938 war. "Philby," I teased him, "do you not observe anything, odd about my companions?" "Odd?" I introduced him to Moses, and poor Philby began a staring session which resulted in him dribbling tea down his chin. "And there is the true shock of time travel," I said to Philby with feeling. "Forget all this stuff about the origin of the species, or the destiny of humanity. It's only when you come face to face with yourself as a young man that you realize what shock is all about." Philby questioned us on this issue of our identity for a little longer. Good old Philby, sceptical to the last. "I thought I'd seen enough changes and wonders in my life, even without this time business, but now, well—" He sighed, and I suspected that he had actually seen a little too much in his long lifetime, poor fellow. He always had been prone to a certain brain weariness, even as a young man. I leaned forward, as far as my restraints allowed. "Philby, I can scarce believe that men have fallen so far, become so blind. Why, from my perspective, this damnable future war of yours sounds pretty much like the end of civilization." "For men of our day," he said solemnly, "perhaps it is. But this younger generation, who've grown up to know nothing but war, who have never felt the sun on their faces without fear of the air torpedoes, well, I think they're inured to it. It's as if we're turning into a subterranean species." I could not resist a glance at the Morlock. "Philby, why this mission through time?" "It isn't so much you as the machine. They had to ensure the construction of the time machine, you see," Philby began. "Time technology is so vital to the war effort, or so some of them feel. They knew pretty much how you went about your research, from the bits of notes you left behind, although you never published anything on the subject. There was only that odd account you left with us of your first trip into the remote future on your brief return. And so the Raglan has been sent to guard your house against any intrusion by a time-traveller, like you." Nebogipfel lifted his head.
"More confusion about causality," he said. "Evidently the scientists of 1938 have still not begun to grasp the concept of multiplicity, that one cannot ensure anything about the past. One cannot change history. One can only generate new versions of—"
Philby stared at him, this chattering vision in a school uniform with hair sprouting from every limb. "Not now," I said to Nebogipfel. "Philby, you keep saying they. Who are they?" He seemed surprised by the question. "The government, of course." "Which party?" snapped Moses. "Party? All of that is pretty much a thing of the past." He gave us that chilling news of the death of democracy in Britain with just those casual words. He went on, "I think we have all been expecting to find Die Zeitmaschine here, rolling around Richmond Park and hoping for a bit of assassination." He looked mournful. "It's the Germans, you know. The blessed Germans. They're making the most frightful mess of everything, just as they've always done." And with that, the single electric bulb dimmed, and I heard the engines roar. I felt the familiar, helpless plummeting which told me that this Raglan had launched me into time once more. Book 3. The War with the Germans. 1. A New Vision of Richmond. My latest trip through time was bumpy and even more disorienting than usual, I judged because of the uneven distribution of those scraps of platnerite about the naught. But the journey was brief, and at length the sense of plummeting faded. Philby had been sitting there, with arms folded and jowls tucked against his chest, the perfect picture of misery. Now he glanced up at what I had taken to be a clock on the wall, and he slapped his hand against his bony knee.
"Ha! Here we are. Once more, it is the 16th of June, A.D. 1938.
He began to unravel his constraints. I got out of my chair and took a closer look at that clock. I found that, although the hands made up a conventional clock face, the device also featured several little chronometric dials. I snorted and tapped the glass face of the thing with my finger. I said to Moses, "Look at this. It is a chronometric clock, but it shows years and months. Over-engineering, Moses, a characteristic of government projects. I'm surprised it doesn't feature little dolls with raincoats and sun hats to show the passing of the seasons." After a few minutes, we were joined by Captain Hilary Bond and the young trooper who had collected us from Richmond Hill, whose name, Bond told us, was Harry Oldfield. The little cabin became rather crowded. Captain Bond said, "I've received instructions about you. My mission is to escort you to Imperial College, where research into chronic displacement warfare is being conducted." I had not heard of this college, but I did not inquire further. Oldfield was carrying a box of gas masks and metallic epaulettes. "Here," he said to us, "you'd better put these on." Moses held up a gas mask with distaste.
"You cannot expect me to insert my head into such a contraption." "Oh, you must,"
Philby said anxiously, and I saw he was already buttoning his own mask about his jowly face.
"We've a little way to go in the open out there, you know, and it's not safe. Not safe."
"Come on," I said to Moses, as I grimly took a set of mask and epaulettes for myself. "We're not at home any more, I'm afraid, old man." The epaulettes were heavy, but clipped easily to my jacket. But the mask Oldfield gave me, though roomy and well-fitting, was most uncomfortable. I found the twin eye goggles fogging up almost immediately, the rubber and leather ridges of its construction soon pooling with sweat. I shall never get used to this.
"I hope we're not here long enough to have to,"
Moses hissed with feeling, his voice muffled by his own mask. I turned to Nebogipfel. The poor Morlock, already trussed up in his schoolboy's uniform, was now topped by a ridiculous mask, several sizes too big for him. When he moved his head, the insectile filter on the front of the thing actually wobbled. I patted his head. "At least you'll blend in with the crowds now, Nebogipfel." He forbore to reply. We emerged from the metallic womb of the Raglan into a bright summer's day. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and the sunlight splashed from the drab colours of the naught. My mask immediately filled with perspiration and fog, and I longed to take the heavy, tight thing off my head. The sky overhead was immense, a deep blue and free of cloud, although here and there I could see thin white lines and swirls, tracings of vapour or ice crystals etched across the sky. I saw a glint at one end of such a trail. Perhaps it was sunlight shimmering from some metal flying machine. The Juggernaut was perched on a version of the Petersham Road which was much changed from 1873, or even 1891. I recognized most of the houses from my day. Even my own still stood behind an area rail that was corroded and covered in verdigris. but the gardens and verges seemed uniformly to have been dug over and given up to a crop of a vegetable I did not know, and I saw that many of the houses had suffered great damage. Some had been reduced to little more than fascia, with their roofs and interior partitioning blasted in. Here and there, buildings had been blackened and hollowed out by fire, and others were reduced quite to rubble. Even my own house was broken up, and the laboratory was quite demolished. And the damage was not recent. Resurgent life, green and vital, had reclaimed the interior of many of the houses. Moss and young plants carpeted the remnants of living rooms and hallways, and ivy hung like bizarre curtains over the gaping windows. I was able to see that the trees still fell away down the same sylvan slope to the Thames, but even the trees showed signs of damage. I saw the stumps of snapped-off branches, scorched boles, and the like. It was as if a great wind or fire had passed by here. The pier was undamaged, but of Richmond Bridge only the haunches remained now, blackened and truncated, with the span quite demolished. Much of the riverside meadows towards Petersham had been given over to the same peculiar crop which had inhabited the gardens I saw, and there was a brown scum floating down the river itself. There was nobody about. No traffic moved. The weeds pushed through the broken-up road surfaces. I heard no people, no laughing or shouting, no children playing, no animals, no horses, no birds singing. Of the gaiety which had once characterized a June afternoon from this prospect, the flashing of oars, the laughter of pleasure-seekers floating up off the river, none of that remained. All of that was gone now in this grim year, and perhaps forever. This was a deserted Richmond, a dead place. I was reminded of the splendid ruins in the garden-like world of A.D. 802,701. I had thought all of that remote from me. I had never imagined to see my own familiar England in such a state.
"Great God," Moses said. "What a catastrophe! What destruction! Is England abandoned?" "Oh, no," Trooper Oldfield put in brightly. "But places like this just aren't safe any more. There's the gas and the aerial torpedoes. Most people have gone in to the domes, do you see?" "But it's all so broken down, Philby," I protested. "What's become of the spirit of our people? Where's the will to set to and repair all this? It could be done, you know."
Philby rested a gloved hand on my arm.
"One day, when this wretched business is done, then we'll revive it all, eh? And it shall be just as it was. But for now—"
His voice broke off, and I wished I could see his expression.
"Come on," he said. "We'd better get out of the open."
We left the Raglan behind and hurried along the road towards the town centre, Moses, Nebogipfel, and I, with Philby and the two soldiers. Our companions from 1938 walked in a kind of crouch, with endless, nervous glances at the sky. I noted again how Bond walked with a pronounced limp favouring her left leg. I glanced back with longing at the Juggernaut, for within, I knew, was my time machine, my only possible way home, out of this unfolding nightmare of multiple histories. But I knew there was no prospect of reaching the machine now. All I could do was to wait on events. We walked along Hill Street, and then turned into George Street. There was none of the bustle and elegance which had characterized this shopping street in my year. The department stores, like Gosling's and Wright's, were boarded up, and even the planks which sealed up their windows had faded with years of sunlight. I saw how one corner of Gosling's window had been prized open, evidently by looters. The hole that had been made looked as if it had been gnawed by a rat the size of a human. We passed a squat shelter with a beetling cover, and a pillar beside it with checkered markings and a glass face, now cracked. This, too, looked abandoned, and the bright yellow and black paintwork of the pillar was chipped and peeling.
"It is a shelter against air raids," Philby told me in answer to my query. "One of the early designs. Quite inadequate. If ever a direct impact had come. Well, and the pillar marks a first-aid point, equipped with respirators and masks, hardly used before the great retreat into the domes began."
Air raids. This is not a happy world, Philby, to have coined such terms.
He sighed. "They have aerial torpedoes, you see. The Germans, I mean. Flying machines which can go to a spot 200 miles away, drop a bomb and return. All mechanical, without the intervention of a man. It's a world of marvels, for war is a terrific motivation for the inventive mind, you know. You'll love it here. The Germans, Moses said. We've had nothing but trouble with the Germans since the emergence of Bismarck. Is that old scoundrel still alive? No, but he has able successors, Philby said grimly. I had no comment to make. From my perspective, so detached now from Moses's, even such a brute as Bismarck scarcely seemed to warrant the loss of a single human life. Philby was telling me, in breathless fragments, of more of the marvellous warfaring gargantua of this benighted age, of raider submarines designed to prosecute the gas battles, with practically unlimited cruising range and containing 6 air missiles each, all packed with a formidable supply of gas bombs. Of a torrent of ironmongery which I imagined tearing its way across the battered plains of Europe, of more juggernauts which could go under water, or float, or burrow, and all of it was opposed by an equally formidable array of mines and guns of all sorts. I avoided Nebogipfel's eyes. I could not face his judgment. For this was no patch on a sphere in the sky, populated by ab-human descendants remote from me. This was my world, my race gone mad with war. For my part, I retained something of that greater perspective I had acquired in the interior of that great construct. I could scarcely bear to see my own nation given over to such folly, and it pained me to hear Moses's contributions, bound up as they were by the petty preconceptions of his day. I could hardly blame him, but it distressed me to think that my own imagination had ever been so limited, so malleable. II. A train journey. We reached a crude rail station. But this was not the station I had used in 1891 to ride from Richmond into Waterloo through Barnes. This new construction was away from the centre of the town, being located just off the Kew Road, and it was an odd sort of station. There was nothing in the way of ticket collection points or destination boards, and the platform was a bare strip of concrete. A new line was crudely laid out. A train waited for us. The locomotive was a drab, dark affair which puffed steam mournfully about its soot-smeared boiler, and there was a single carriage. There were no lights on the locomotive, nor any insignia of the governing railway company. Trooper Oldfield pulled open the carriage door. It was heavy, with a rubber seal around the edge. Oldfield's eyes, visible behind their goggles, flicked about. Richmond, on a sunny afternoon in 1938, was not a safe place to be. The carriage was plain. There were rows of hard wooden benches, that was all, nothing in the way of padding or any decoration. The paintwork was a uniform dull brown, without character. The windows were sealed shut, and there were blinds which could be pulled down over them. We settled into our places, facing each other rather stiffly. The heat inside the carriage on that sunny day was stifling. Once Oldfield had closed the door, the train started into motion immediately, with something of a lurch. "Evidently we're the only passengers," Moses murmured. "Well, it's a rum sort of train," I said. "Rather bare amenities, Philby, eh?" "It isn't much of an age for comforts, old man." We passed through some miles of the desolate sort of countryside we had seen around Richmond. The land had been given over almost entirely to agriculture, it seemed to me, and was mostly deserted of people, although here and there I saw a figure or two scraping at some field. It might have been a scene from the 15th century, not the 20th, save for the ruined and bombed-out houses which littered the countryside, with, here and there, the imposing brow of bomb shelters. These were great carapaces of concrete, half submerged in the ground. Soldiers with guns patrolled the perimeters of these shelters, glaring at the world through their bug-faced gas masks, as if daring any refugee to approach. Near Mortlake I saw 4 men hanging from telegraph poles by the roadside. Their bodies were limp and blackened, and evidently the birds had been at them. I remarked on this horrifying sight to Philby. He and the soldiers had not even noticed the presence of the corpses, and he turned his watery gaze in that direction and muttered something about how, no doubt, they were caught stealing Swedes or some such.
I was given to understand such sights were common in this England of 1938. Just then, quite without warning, the train plunged down a slope and into a tunnel. 2 weak electric bulbs set in the ceiling cut into operation, and we sat there in their yellow glow, lowering at each other. I asked Philby, "Is this an underground train? We are on some extension of the Metropolitan line, I imagine." Philby seemed confused.
"Oh, I imagine the line has some number or other."
Moses began to fumble with his mask.
"At least we can be shut of these terrible things."
Bond laid a hand on his arm.
"No," she said, "it isn't safe."
Philby nodded his agreement.
"The gas gets everywhere."
I thought he shuddered, but in that drab, loose outfit of his it was difficult to be sure.
"Until you've been through it."
Then, in brief, vivid words, he painted a picture of a gas raid he had witnessed in the early stages of the war in Knightsbridge, when bombs had still been tipped by hand from floating balloons, and the population was not yet accustomed to it all. And such ghastly scenes had become commonplace, Philby implied, in this world of endless war. It's a wonder to me that morale hasn't cracked altogether, Philby.
"People aren't like that, it seems. People endure. Of course, there have been low moments," he went on. "I remember August of 1918, for instance. It was a moment when it seemed the Western Allies might get on top of the damned Germans after so long and get the war completed. But then came the Kaiser's battle, the Kaiserschlacht, Ludendorff's great victory, in which he smashed his way between the British and French lines. After 4 years of trench war, it was a great breakthrough for them. Of course, the bombing in Paris, which killed so many of the French general staff, didn't help us."
Captain Bond nodded.
"The rapid victory in the West enabled the Germans to turn their attentions to the Russians in the East. Then, by 1925, said Philby, "the blessed Germans had established their dreamed-of Mittel Europa."
He and Bond sketched the situation for me. Mittel Europa, Axis Europe, a single market stretching from the Atlantic coast to beyond the Urals. By 1925, the Kaiser's control extended from the Atlantic to the Baltic, through Russian Poland as far as the Crimea. France had become a weakened rump, shorn of much of its resources. Luxembourg was turned, by force, into a German federal state. Belgium and Holland were compelled to put their ports at German disposal. The mines of France, Belgium and Romania were exploited to fuel further expansion of the Reich to the east, and the Slavs were pushed back, and millions of non-Russians were freed from Moscow's dominance. And so on, in all its meaningless detail.
"Then, in 1926, said Bond, "the Allies, Britain with her empire and America, opened up the front in the West again. It has been the invasion of Europe, the greatest transportation of troops and material across water and through the air ever seen. At first it went well. The populations of France and Belgium rose up, and the Germans were thrown back. But not far, Philby said. Soon it was 1915 all over again, with 2 immense armies bogged down in the mud of France and Belgium."
So the siege had begun. But now the resources available to make war were so much greater. The lifeblood of the British Empire and the American continent on the one hand, and of Mittel Europa on the other, was all poured into that awful sink of war. And then came the war on civilians, waged in earnest, the aerial torpedoes, the gassing.
"The wars of peoples will be more terrible than those of kings,"
Moses quoted grimly.
"But the people, Philby, what of the people?"
His voice, obscured by the mask, was at once familiar, yet removed from me.
"There have been popular protests, especially in the late 20s, I remember. But then they passed Order 1305, which makes strikes and lockouts and the rest of it illegal, and that was the end of that. Since then, well, we've all simply got on with things, I suppose."
I became aware that the walls of the tunnel had receded from the window, as if the tunnel were opening out. We seemed to be entering a large underground chamber. Bond and Oldfield unbuttoned their masks, with every expression of relief. Philby, too, released his straps, and when his poor old head came free of its moist prison, I could see white marks in his chin where the seal of the mask had dug into him.
"That's better," he said.
"We're safe now?"
"Should be," he said. "Safe as anywhere."
I unbuttoned my mask and pulled it free. Moses shed his quickly, then helped the Morlock. When Nebogipfel's little face was exposed, Oldfield, Bond, and Philby all stared quite openly. I cannot blame them, until Moses helped him restore his cap and goggles to their appointed sites. "Where are we?" I asked Philby.
"Don't you recognize it?"
Philby waved his hand at the darkness beyond the window.
It's Hammersmith, old man. We've just crossed the river."
Hilary Bond explained to me.
"It is the Hammersmith Gate. We have reached the Dome of London."
"3. London at war. The London Dome." Nothing, in my own time, had prepared me for this stupendous feat of construction. Picture it. A great pie dish of concrete and steel almost 2 miles across, stretching across the city from Hammersmith to Stepney and from Islington to Clapham. The streets were broken everywhere by pillars, struts, and buttresses which thrust down into the London clay, dominating and confining the populace like the legs of a crowd of giants. The train moved on, beyond Hammersmith and Fulham, and deeper into the Dome. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to see how the streetlights traced out an image of a London I could still recognise. "Here is Kensington High Street, beyond this fence, and is that Holland Park?" and so forth. But for all the familiar landmarks and street names, this was a new London, a London of permanent night, a city which could never enjoy the glow of the June sky outside, but a London which had accepted all this as a price for survival, Philby told me, for bombs and torpedoes would roll off that massive roof or burst in the air harmlessly, leaving Cobbett's great Wen unmarked beneath. Everywhere, Philby said, the cities of men, which had once blazed with light, turning the night side of our turning world into a glowing jewel, had been covered by such brooding, obscuring shells. Now, men hardly moved between the great dome cities, preferring to cower in their man-made darkness. Our new train line appeared to have been slashed through the old pattern of streets. The roads we passed over were quite crowded, but with people on foot or on bicycles. I saw no carriages drawn either by horse or by motor, as I had expected. There were even rickshaws, light carriages pulled by sweating, scrawny cockneys, squirming around the obstacles posed by the dome's pillars. Watching the crowds from the window of my slowing train, I caught a sense, despite the general bustle and busyness, of despondency, downheartedness, disillusion. I saw downturned heads, slumped shoulders, lined, weary faces. There was a certain doggedness, it seemed to me, as people went about their lives, but there seemed to me, and it was not surprising, little joy. It was striking that there were no children anywhere to be seen. Bond told me that the schools were mostly underground now, for greater protection against the possibility of bombs, while the parents worked in the munitions factories or in the huge aerodromes which had sprung up around London, at Balham, Hackney, and Wembley. Well, perhaps that was a safer arrangement. But what a bleak place the city was without the laughter of running children, as even I, a contented bachelor, was prepared to concede. And what kind of preparation for life were those poor subterranean mites receiving? Again, I thought, my travels had landed me in a world of rayless obscurity, a world a Morlock would have enjoyed. But the people who had built this great edifice were no Morlocks. They were my own species, cowed by war into relinquishing the light which was their birthright. A deep and abiding depression settled over me, a mood which was to linger for much of my stay in 1938. Here and there I saw rather more direct evidence of the horror of war. In Kensington High Street I saw one chap making his way along the road. He had to be helped by a thin young woman at his side. His lips were thin and stretched, and his eyes were like beads in shrunken sockets. The skin of his face was a pattern of marks in purple and white on the underlying grey. Philby sniffed when I pointed this out. "War burns," he said.
They always look the same. An aerial fighter, probably, a young gladiator, whose exploits we all adore when the babble machines shout about them, and yet where is there for them to go afterwards?
He glanced at me, and laid a withered hand on my arm.
I don't mean to sound unfeeling, my dear chap. I'm still the Philby you used to know. It's just, God, it's just that one has to steel oneself.
Most of the old buildings of London seemed to have survived, although I saw some of the taller constructions had been torn down to allow the concrete carapace to grow over. I wondered if Nelson's columns still stood, and the new buildings were small, beetling, and drab. But there were some scars left by the early days of the war, before the dome's completion, great bomb sites like vacant eye sockets, and mounds of rubble which no one had yet had the wit or energy to fill. The dome reached its greatest height of 200 feet or so directly above Westminster at the heart of London. As we neared the centre of town, I saw beams of brilliant lights flickering up from the central streets and splashing that universal roof with illumination. And everywhere, protruding from the streets of London, and from immense foundation rafts on the river, there were those pillars, rough-hewn, crowding, with splayed and buttressed bases, 10,000 concrete atlases to support that roof, pillars which had turned London into an immense Moorish temple. I wondered if the basin of chalk and soft clay in which London rested could support this colossal weight. What if the whole arrangement were to sink into the mud, dragging its precious cargo of millions of lives with it? I thought with some wistfulness of that age of building which was to come, when the glimpses I had seen of the mastery of gravity would render a construction like this dome into a trivial affair. Yet, despite the crudity and evident haste of its construction and the bleakness of its purpose, I found myself impressed by the dome. Because it was all hewn out of simple stone and fixed to the London clay with little more than the expertise of my own century, that brooding edifice was more remarkable to me than all the wonders I had seen in the year A.D. 650,208. We travelled on. But we were evidently close to journey's end, for the train moved at little more than walking pace. I saw there were shops open, but their windows were scarcely a blaze of light. I saw dummies wearing more of the drab clothes of the day, and shoppers peering through patched-up glass panes. There was little left of luxury, it seemed, in this long and bitter war. The train drew to a halt.
"Here we are," said Bond. "This is Canning Gate, just a few minutes' walk to Imperial College."
Trooper Oldfield pushed at the carriage door. It opened with a distinct pop, as if the pressure in this dome were high, and a flood of noise burst in over us. I saw more soldiers, these dressed in the drab olive battle dress of infantrymen, waiting for us on the platform. So, grasping my borrowed gas mask, I stepped out into the London Dome. The noise was astonishing. That was my first impression. It was like being in some immense crypt, shared with millions of others. A hubbub of voices, the squealing of train wheels and the hum of trams, all of it seemed to rattle around that vast, darkened roof and shower down over me. It was immensely hot, hotter than the Raglan had been. There was a warm array of scents, not all of them pleasant, of cooking food, of ozone from some machinery, of steam and oil from the train, and above all, of people. Millions of them, breathing and perspiring their way through that great enclosed blanket of air. There were lights placed here and there in the architecture of the dome itself, not enough to illuminate the streets below, but enough that one could make out its shape. I saw little forms up there, fluttering between the lights. They were the pigeons of London, Philby told me, still surviving, though now etiolated by their years of darkness, and the pigeons were interspersed with a few colonies of bats, who had made themselves unpopular in some districts. In one corner of the roof, to the north, a projected light show was playing. I heard the echoing of some amplified voice from that direction, too. Philby called this the babble machine. It was a sort of public kinematograph, I gathered, but it was too remote to make out any details. I saw that our new light rail track had been gouged, quite crudely, through the old road surface, and that this station was little more than a splash of concrete in the middle of Canning Place. Everything about the changes which had wrought this new world spoke of haste and panic. The soldiers formed up into a little diamond around us, and we walked away from the station and along Canning Place towards Gloucester Road. Moses had his fists clenched. In his bright-coloured masher's costume he looked scared and vulnerable, and I felt a pang of guilt that I had brought him to this harsh world of metal epaulettes and gas masks. I glanced along De Vere Gardens to the Kensington Park Hotel, where I had been accustomed to dine in happier times. The pillared porticos of that place still stood, but the front of the building had become shabby, and many of the windows were boarded up, and the hotel appeared to have become part of the new railway terminus. We turned into Gloucester Road. There were many people passing here, on the pavement and in the road, and the tinkling of bicycle bells was a cheerful counterpoint to the general sense of despondency. Our tight little party, and Moses, in his gaudy costume in particular, were treated to many extended stares, but nobody came too close or spoke to us. There were plenty of soldiers hereabouts, in drab uniforms similar to those of the Naught crew, but most of the men wore suits which, if rather plain and ill-cut, would not have looked out of place in 1891. The women wore delicate skirts and blouses, quite plain and functional, and the only source of shock in this was that most of the skirts were cut quite high, to within 3 or 4 inches of the knee, so that there were more feminine calves and ankles on display in a few yards than, I think, I had ever seen in my life. This latter was not of much interest to me, against the background of so much change, but it was, apparently, of rather more fascination to Moses, and I found the way he stared rather ungentlemanly. But, uniformly, all the pedestrians wore those odd metal epaulettes, and all lugged about, even in this summer heat, heavy webbing cases bearing their gas masks. I became aware that our soldiers had their holsters open, to a man. I realized that the weapons were not intended for us, for I could see the thin eyes of the soldiers as they surveyed the crush of people close to us. We turned east along Queensgate Terrace. This was a part of London I had been familiar with. It was a wide, elegant street lined by tall terraces, and I saw that the houses here were pretty much untouched by the intervening time. The fronts of the houses still sported the mock Greco-Roman ornamentation I remembered, pillars carved with floral designs and the like, and the pavement was lined by the same black-painted area rails. Bond stopped us at one of these houses, halfway along the street. She climbed the step to the front door and rapped on it with a gloved hand. A soldier, another private in battle dress, opened it from within. Bond said to us, "All the houses here were requisitioned by the Air Ministry a while ago. You'll have everything you need. Just ask the privates, and Philby will stay with you." Moses and I exchanged glances. "But what are we to do now?" I asked. "Just wait," she said. "Freshen up, get some sleep. Heaven knows what hour your bodies think it is. I've had instructions from the Air Ministry. They are very interested in meeting you," she told me. "A scientist from the Ministry is taking charge of your case. He will be here to see you in the morning." "Well, good luck. Perhaps we'll meet again." And with that, she shook my hand and Moses's in a manly fashion, and she called Trooper Oldfield to her, and they set off down the Mews once more, 2 young warriors, erect and brave, and every bit as fragile as that war-burned wretch I had seen earlier in Kensington High Street. 4. The House in Queensgate Terrace. Philby showed us around the house. The rooms were large, clean and bright, though the curtains were drawn. The house was furnished comfortably, but plainly, in a style that would not have seemed out of place in 1891. The chief difference was a proliferation of new electrical gadgets, especially a variety of lights and other appliances, such as a large cooker, refrigerating boxes, fans and heaters. I went to the window of the dining room and pulled back its heavy curtain. The window was a double layer of glass, sealed around its rim with rubber and leather. There were seals around the door frames, too, and beyond, on this English June evening, there was only the darkness of the dome, broken by the distant flickering of light beams on the roof. And under the window I found a box, disguised by an inlaid pattern, which contained a rack of gas masks. Still, With the curtains drawn and the lights bright, it was possible to forget, for a while, the bleakness of the world beyond these walls. There was a smoking-room which was well stocked with books and newspapers. Nebogipfel studied these, evidently uncertain as to their function. There was also a large cabinet faced with multiple grilles. Moses opened this up to find a bewildering landscape of valves, coils, and cones of blackened paper. This device turned out to be called a phonograph. It was the size and shape of a Dutch clock, and down the front of it were electric barometric indicators, an electric clock and calendar, and various engagement reminders, and it was capable of receiving speech and even music, broadcast by a sophisticated extension of the wireless telegraphy of my day, with high faithfulness. Moses and I spent some time with this device, experimenting with its controls. It could be tuned to receive radio waves of different frequencies by means of an adjustable capacitor. This ingenious device enabled the resonant frequency of the tuned circuits to be chosen by the listener, and there turned out to be a remarkable number of broadcasting stations, 3 or 4 at least. Philby had fixed himself a whisky and water, and he watched us experiment, indulgent.
"The phonograph is a marvellous thing," he said. "Turns us all into one people, don't you think? Although the stations are MOI, of course."
MOI?
Ministry of Information.
Philby then tried to engage our interest by telling us of the development of a new type of phonograph which could carry pictures.
"It was a fad before the war, but it never caught on because of the distortion of the domes. And if you want pictures, there's always the Babel machine, eh? All MOI stuff again, of course. But if you like stirring speeches by politicians and soldiers, and encouraging homilies from the great and good, then it's your thing."
He swigged his whisky and grimaced.
"But what can you expect? It's a war, after all."
Moses and I soon tired of the phonograph's stream of bland news, and of the sounds of rather feeble orchestras drifting in the air, and we turned the device off. We were given a bedroom each. There were changes of underclothes for us all, even the Morlock, though the garments were clearly hastily assembled and ill-fitting. One private, a narrow-faced boy called Puttick, was to stay with us in the house. Although he wore his battle-dress whenever I saw him, this Puttick served pretty well as a manservant and cook. There were always other soldiers outside the house, though, and in the terrace beyond. It was pretty clear we were under guard, or prisoners. Puttick called us into the dining-room for dinner at around 7. Nebogipfel did not join us. He asked only for water and a plate of uncooked vegetables, and he stayed in the smoking-room, his goggles still clamped to his hairy face, and he listened to the phonograph and studied magazines. Our meal proved to be plain, though palatable, with as centrepiece a plate of what looked like roast beef with potatoes, cabbage, and carrots. I picked at the meat stuff. It fell apart rather easily, and its fibres were short and soft. "What's this?" I asked Philby.
"Soya."
What?
"Soya beans. They are grown all over the country, out of the domes. Even the oval cricket ground has been given over to their production, for meat isn't so easy to come by these days. It's hard to persuade the sheep and cattle to keep their gas masks on, you know."
He cut off a slice of this processed vegetable and popped it into his mouth.
"Try it. It's palatable enough. These modern food mechanics are quite ingenious."
The stuff had a dry, crumbling texture on my tongue, and its flavour made me think of damp cardboard.
"It's not so bad," Philby said bravely. "You'll get used to it."
I could not find a reply. I washed the stuff down with the wine. It tasted like a decent Bordeaux, though I forbore to ask its provenance, and the rest of the meal passed in silence. I took a brief bath. There was hot water from the taps, a liberal supply of it, and then, after a quick round of brandy and cigars, we retired. Only Nebogipfel stayed up, for Morlocks do not sleep as we do, and he asked for a pad of paper and some pencils. He had to be shown how to use the sharpener and eraser. I lay there, hot in that narrow bed, with the windows of my room sealed shut, and the air becoming steadily more stuffy. Beyond the walls, the noise of this war-spoiled London rattled around the confines of its dome, and through gaps in my curtains I saw the flickering of the ministry news lamps deep into the night. I heard Nebogipfel moving about the smoking-room. Strange as it may seem, I found something comforting in the sounds of narrow Morlock feet as they padded about, and the clumsy scratching of his pencils across paper. At last I slept. There was a small clock on a table beside my bed, which told me that I woke at 7 in the morning, though of course it was still as black as the deepest night outside. I hauled myself out of bed. I put on that battered light suit which had already seen so many adventures, and I dug out a fresh set of underclothes, shirt and tie. The air was clammy, despite the earliness of the hour. I felt cotton-headed and heavy of limb. I opened the curtain. I saw Philby's babble machine still flickering against the roof. I thought I heard snatches of some stirring music like a march, no doubt intended to hasten reluctant workers to another day's toil on behalf of the war effort. I made my way downstairs to the dining room. I found myself alone, save for Puttick, the soldier manservant, who served me with a breakfast of toast, sausages, stuffed with some unidentifiable substitute for meat, and, this was a rare treat, Puttick gave me to believe, an egg, softly fried. When I was done, I set off, clutching a last piece of toast, for the smoking-room. There I found Moses and Nebogipfel hunched over books and piles of paper on the big desk. Cold cups of tea littered the desk's surface. "No sign of Philby?" I asked. "Not yet," Moses told me. My younger self wore a dressing-gown. He was unshaven, and his hair was mussed. I sat down at the desk. "Confound it, Moses, you look as if you haven't slept." He grinned, and drew a hand through the peak of hair over his broad forehead. "Well, so I haven't. I just couldn't settle. I think I've been through rather too much, you know, and my head's been in something of a spin. I knew Nebogipfel was still up, so I came down here." He looked at me out of eyes that were red and black-lined. "We've had a fascinating night, fascinating. Nebogipfel's been introducing me to the mysteries of quantum mechanics." "Of what?"
"Indeed," Nebogipfel said, "and Moses, in his turn, has been teaching me to read English."
"He's a damned fast learner, too," said Moses. "He needed little more than the alphabet and a quick tour of the principles of phonetics, and he was off." I leafed through the detritus on the desk. There were several sheets of notepaper covered in odd, cryptic symbols. Nebogipfel's writing, I surmised. When I held up a sheet, I saw how clumsily he had used the pencils. In several places the paper was torn clean through. Well, the poor chap had never before had to make do with any implement so crude as a pen or pencil. I wondered how I should have got on with wielding the flint tools of my own ancestors, who were less remote in time from me than was Nebogipfel from 1938. "I'm surprised you've not been listening to the phonograph," I said to Moses. "Are you not interested in the details of this world we find ourselves in?" Moses replied, "But much of its output is either music or fiction, and that of the moralizing, uplifting sort, which I have never found palatable, as you know, and I have become quite overwhelmed with the stream of trivia which masquerades as news. One wants to deal with the great issues of the day. Where are we? How did we get here? Where are we headed? And instead one is inundated with a lot of nonsense about train delays and rationing shortfalls and the obscure details of remote military campaigns whose general background one is expected to know already." I patted his arm. "What do you expect? Look here, we're dipping into history like temporal tourists. People are generally obsessed by the surface of things, and rightly so. How often in your own year do you find the daily newspapers filled with deep analyses of the causes of history? How much of your own conversation is occupied with explanations as to the general pattern of life in 1873? "Your point is taken," he said. He showed little interest in the conversation. He seemed unwilling to engage much concentration in the world around him. Instead, "Look," he said, "I must tell you something of what your Morlock friend has related of this new theory." His eyes were brighter, his voice clear, and I saw that this was an altogether more palatable subject for him. It was an escape, I supposed, from the complexities of our predicament into the clean mysteries of science. I resolved to humour him. There would be time enough for him to confront his situation in the days to come. "I take it this has some bearing on our current plight."
"Indeed it does,"
said Nebogipfel. He ran his stubby fingers over his temples, in a gesture of evident and very human weariness.
Quantum mechanics is the framework within which I must construct my understanding of the multiplicity of histories which we are experiencing.
It's a remarkable theoretical development, Moses enthused. Quite unforeseen in my day, even unimaginable. It's astonishing that the order of things can be overturned with such speed. I put down Nebogipfel's bit of paper. "Tell me," I said. 5. The Many Worlds Interpretation. Nebogipfel made to speak, but Moses held up his hand. "No, let me. I want to see if I've got it straightened out. Look here. You imagine the world is made up, pretty much, of atoms, don't you? You don't know the composition of these things, for they are far too fine to see, but that's pretty much all there is to it. A lot of little hard particles bouncing around like billiard balls." I frowned at this oversimplification. "I think you should remember who you're talking to." "Oh, let me do this my own way, man. Follow me closely now, for I have to tell you that this view of things is wrong in every particular." I frowned. "How so?" "To begin with, you can put aside your particle, for there is no such animal. It turns out that, despite the confidence of Newton, one can never tell precisely where a particle is or where it is heading." "But if one had microscopes fine enough, surely, to inspect a particle, any degree of accuracy one desired—" "Put it aside," he commanded. "There is a fundamental limitation on measurement, called the uncertainty principle, I gather, which places a sort of bottom level to such exercises. We have to forget about any definiteness about the world, you see. We must think in terms of probability. The chance of finding a physical object at such and such a place, with a speed of so-and-so, etc. There's a sort of fuzziness about things which—" I said bluntly, "But look here, let's suppose I perform some simple experiment. I will measure at some instant the position of a particle with a microscope of an accuracy I can name. You'll not deny the plausibility of such an experiment, I hope? Well then, I have my measurement. Where's the uncertainty in that?"
"But the point is," Nebogipfel put in, "there is a finite chance that if you are able to go back and repeat the experiment, you would find the particle in some other place, perhaps far removed from the first location."
The two of them kept up the argument in this vein for some time. "Enough," I said. "I concede the point, for the sake of the discussion. But what is the relevance for us?"
Will be, a new philosophy called the Many Worlds Interpretation of Quantum Mechanics,"
Nebogipfel said, and the sound of his queer, liquid voice delivering such a striking phrase sent shivers along my spine.
"There is another 10 or 20 years to elapse before the crucial papers are published. I remember the name of Everett."
"It's like this," Moses said. "Suppose you have a particle which can be in just two places, here or there, we will say, with some chance associated with each place, all right? Now, you take a look with your microscope and find it here."
"According to the many worlds idea," Nebogipfel said, "history splits into two when you perform such an experiment. In the other history, there is another you who has just found the object there, rather than here."
"Another history?"
Moses said, "With all the reality and consistency of this one." He grinned. "There is another you. There is an infinite number of yous, propagating like rabbits at every moment."
"What an appalling thought," I said. "I thought 2 were more than enough. But look, Nebogipfel, couldn't we tell if we were being split up in this way?"
"No," he said, "because any such measurement in either history would have to come after the split. It would be impossible to measure the consequences of the split itself."
"Would it be possible to detect if these other histories were there, or for me to travel there, to meet another of this sheaf of twin selves you say I have?"
"No," Nebogipfel said, "quite impossible, unless—"
Yes.
Unless some of the tenets of quantum mechanics prove to be false.
Moses said, "You can see why these ideas could help us make sense of the paradoxes we have uncovered. If more than one history can indeed exist,
then causality violations are easily dealt with,"
Nebogipfel said.
Look, suppose you had returned through time with a gun and shot Moses summarily.
Moses paled a little at this. Nebogipfel went on,
So there we have a classic causality paradox in its simplest terms. If Moses is dead, he will not go on to build the time machine and become you, and so he cannot travel back in time to do the murder. But if the murder does not take place, Moses lives on to build the machine, travels back, and kills his younger self. And then he cannot build the machine, and the murder cannot be committed, and—
"Enough," I said. "I think we understand."
It is a pathological failure of causality,
Nebogipfel said.
a loop without termination. But if the many worlds idea is right, there is no paradox. History splits in two. In one edition, Moses lives. In the second, he dies. You, as a time traveller, have simply crossed from one history into the other.
"I see it," I said in wonder. "And surely this many worlds phenomenon is precisely what we have witnessed, Nebogipfel and I. We have already watched the unfolding of more than one edition of history." I felt enormously reassured by all this. For the first time I saw that there might be a glimmer of logic about the blizzard of conflicting histories which had hailed about my head since my second launch into time. Finding some sort of theoretical structure to explain things was as important to me as finding solid ground beneath his feet might be to a drowning man, though what practical application we might make of all this I could not yet imagine. And it occurred to me, if Nebogipfel was right, perhaps I was not responsible for the wholesale destruction of Wiener's history after all. Perhaps, in some sense, that history still existed. I felt a little of my guilt and grief lift at the thought. Now the smoking-room door clattered open, and in bustled Philby. It was not yet 9 in the morning. Philby was unwashed and unshaven, and a battered dressing-gown clung to his frame. He said to me, "There's a visitor for you. That scientist chap from the Air Ministry Bond mentioned." I pushed back my chair and stood. Nebogipfel returned to his studies, and Moses looked up at me, his hair still tousled. I regarded him with some concern. I was beginning to realize that he was taking all this dislocation in time quite hard. "Look," I said to him, "it seems I have to go to work. Why don't you come with me? I'd appreciate your insights." He smiled without humour. "My insights are your insights," he said. "You don't need me." "But I'd like your company. After all, this may be your future. Don't you think you'll be better off if you stir yourself a bit?" His eyes were deep, and I thought I recognized that longing for home which was so strong in me. "Not today. There will be time, perhaps tomorrow." He nodded to me. "Be careful." I could think of no more to say. Not then. I let Philby lead me to the hall. The man waiting for me at the open front door was tall and ungainly, with a shock of rough, greying hair. A trooper stood in the street behind him. When the tall chap saw me, he stepped forward with a boyish clumsiness incongruous in such a big man. He addressed me by name and pumped my hand. He had strong, rather battered hands, and I realized that this was a practical experimenter, perhaps a man after my own heart. "I'm glad to meet you, so glad," he said. "I work on assignment to the D-Cron-W. That's the Directorate of Chronic Displacement Warfare of the Air Ministry." His nose was straight, his features thin, and his gaze, behind wire-rimmed spectacles, was frank. He was clearly a civilian, for beneath the universal epaulettes and gas-mask cash he wore a plain, rather dowdy suit with a striped tie and yellowing shirt beneath. He had a numbered badge on his lapel. He was perhaps 50 years old. "I'm pleased," I said, "although I fear your face isn't familiar." "Why on earth should it be? I was just 80 years old when your prototype CDV departed for the future. I apologize. That's Chronic Displacement Vehicle. You may get the hang of all these acronyms of ours, or perhaps not. I never have. And they say Lord Beaverbrook himself struggles to remember all the directorates under his ministry. I'm not well known, not nearly so famous as you. Until a while ago, I worked as nothing more grand than Assistant Chief Designer for the Vickers Armstrong Company in the Weybridge bunker. When my proposals on time warfare began to get some notice, I was seconded to the headquarters of the D. Cron W, here at Imperial. Look, he said seriously, I really am so glad you're here. It's a remarkable chance that brought you. I believe that we, you and I, could forge a partnership that might change history, that might resolve this damned war forever. I couldn't help but shudder, for I had had my fill of changing history already, and this talk of time warfare, the thought of my machine, which had already done so much damage, deployed deliberately for destruction, the idea filled me with a deep dread, and I was unsure how to proceed. "Now, where shall we talk?" he asked. "Would you like to retire to my room at Imperial? I have some papers which—" "Later," I said. "Look, this may seem odd to you, but I'm still newly arrived here, and I'd appreciate seeing a little more of your world. Is that possible?" He brightened. "Of course! We can have our talk on the way." He glanced over his shoulder at the soldier, who nodded his permission. "Thank you," I said. "Mr.
"Actually, it's Dr. Wallace," he said. "Barnes Wallace."
6. Hyde Park. Imperial College, it turned out, was situated in South Kensington. It was a few minutes' walk from Queensgate Terrace. The college had been founded a little after my time, in 1907, from 3 principal constituent colleges with which I was familiar. They were the Royal College of Chemistry, the Royal School of Mines, and the City and Guilds College. As it happened, in my younger days I had done a little teaching at the Normal School of Science, which had also been absorbed into Imperial, and, emerging now into South Kensington, I was reminded of how I had made the most of my time in London, with many visits to the delights of such establishments as the Empire, Leicester Square. At any rate, I had got to know the area well, but what a transformation I found now. We walked out through Queensgate Terrace towards the college, and then turned up Queensgate to Kensington Gore at the southern edge of Hyde Park. We were escorted by a half-dozen soldiers, quite discreet, for they moved about us in a rough circle, but I wondered at the size of the force that might be brought down on us if anything went awry. It did not take long before the sticky heat started to sap my strength. It was like being in a large, hot building, and I took off my jacket and loosened my tie. On Wallace's advice, I clipped my heavy epaulettes to my shirt and reattached my gas mask bag to my trouser belt. The streets were much transformed, and it struck me that not all the changes between my day and this had been for ill. The banishment of the insanitary horse, the smoke of domestic fires, and the fumes of the motor car, all for reasons of the quality of the air under the dome, had resulted in a certain freshness about the place. In the major avenues, the roadway was surfaced over by a new, more resilient, glassy material, kept clean by a chain of workmen who pushed about trolley carts fixed with brushes and sprinklers. The roads were crowded with bicycles, rickshaws, and electrical trams, guided by wires which hissed and sparked blue flashes in the gloom. But there were new ways for pedestrians called the rows, which ran along the front of the houses at the height of the first story, and on the second or even third stories in some places. Bridges, light and airy, ran across the roads to join up these rows at frequent intervals, giving London, even in this Stygian darkness, something of an Italian look. Moses later saw a little more of the life of the city than I did, and he reported bustling shops in the West End, despite the privations of the war, and new theatres around Leicester Square, with frontages of reinforced porcelain, and the whole glowing with reflections and illuminated advertisements. But the plays performed were of a dull, educational or improving variety, Moses complained, with 2 theatres given over to nothing but a perpetual cycle of Shakespeare's plays. Wallace and I came past the Royal Albert Hall, which I have always regarded as a monstrosity, a pink hat-box. In the obscurity of the dome, this pile was picked out by a row of brilliant light beams, projected by Aldis lamps, Wallace said, which made that memorable heap seem still more grotesque as it sat and shone complacently. Then we cut into the park at the Alexandra Gate, walked back to the Albert Memorial, and set off along the Lancaster Walk to the north. Ahead of us, I could see the flickering of the Babel machine beams against the roof and hear the distant boom of amplified voices. Wallace kept up a descriptive chatter as we walked. He was good enough company, and I began to realize that he was indeed the sort of man who, in a different history, I might have called a friend. I remembered Hyde Park as a civilized place, attractive and calm, with its wide walkways and its scattering of trees. Some of the features I had known were still there. I recognized the copper-green cupola of the bandstand, where I could hear a choir of Welsh miners singing hymns in gusty unison. But this version of the park was a place of shadows, broken by islands of illumination around lamp standards. The grass was gone, dead, no doubt, as soon as the sun was occluded, and much of the bare earth had been covered with sheets of timber. I asked Wallace why the park had not simply been given over to concrete. He gave me to understand that Londoners liked to believe that one day the ugly dome over their city could safely be demolished, and their home restored to the beauty it had once known, parks and all. One part of the park, near the bandstand, had been given over to a sort of shanty town. There were tents, hundreds of them, clustered around crude concrete buildings, which turned out to be communal kitchens and bathhouses. Adults, children and dogs picked across the dry, hard-trodden ground between the tents, making their way through the endless, dull processes of living. "Poor old London has soaked up a lot of refugees in recent years," Wallace explained. "The population density is so much higher than it was. And yet there's useful work for them all. They do suffer in those tents, though. And yet there's nowhere else to keep them." Now we cut off Lancaster Walk and approached the round pond at the heart of the park. This had once been an attractive, uncluttered feature, offering a fine view of Kensington Palace. The pond was still there, but fenced off. Wallace told me it served as a reservoir to serve the needs of the increased populace, and of the palace there was only a shell, evidently bombed out and abandoned. We stopped at a stand, and were served rather warm lemonade. The crowds milled about, some on bicycles. There was a game of football going on in one corner, with gas masks piled up to serve as posts. I even heard speckles of laughter. Wallace told me that people would still turn out to the Speaker's Corner to hear the Salvation Army, the National Secular Society, the Catholic Evidence Guild, the Anti-Fifth Column League, who waged a campaign against spies, traitors, and anyone who might give comfort to the enemy, and so forth. This was the happiest I had seen people in this benighted time. Save for the universal epaulettes and masks, and the deadness of the ground beneath, and that awful looming roof over all our heads, this might have been a bank holiday crowd from any age, and I was struck again by the resilience of the human spirit. (7) The Babel Machine. To the north of the round pond, rows of dingy canvas deck chairs had been set out, for the use of those wishing to view the news projected on the roof above us. The chairs were mostly occupied. Wallace paid an attendant. The coins were metal tokens, much smaller than the currency of my day, and we settled in 2 seats, with our heads tipped back. Our silent soldier attendants moved into place around us, watching us and the crowd. Dusty fingers of light reached up from Aldis lamps situated, Wallace said, in Portland Place, and splashed grey and white tones across the roof. Amplified voices and music washed down over the passive crowd. The roof had been whitewashed hereabouts, and so the kinematographic images were quite sharp. The first sequence showed a thin, rather wild-looking man shaking hands with another, and then posing beside what looked like a pile of bricks. The voices were not quite lined up with the movements of the mouths, but the music was stirring, and the general effect was easy to follow. Wallace leaned over to me. "We're in luck. It is a feature on Imperial College. That's Kurt Gödel, a young scientist from Austria. You may meet him. We managed to retrieve Gödel recently from the Reich. Apparently he wished to defect because he has some crazy notion that the Kaiser is dead and has been replaced by an impostor. Rather an odd chap, between you and me, but a great mind." "Gödel?" I felt a flicker of interest. "The chap behind the incompleteness of mathematics and all of that?"
"Why, yes."
He looked at me curiously.
"How do you know about that? It's after your time."
"Well," he said,
"it's not his achievements in mathematical philosophy we want him for. We've put him in touch with Einstein in Princeton." I forbore to ask who this Einstein was. "And he's going to start up on a line of research he was pursuing in the Reich. It'll be another way into time travel for us, we hope. It was quite a coup. I imagine the Kaiser's boys are furious with each other."
"And the brick construction beside him? What's that?"
"Oh, an experiment."
He glanced around with caution.
"I shouldn't say too much. It's only on the babble for a bit of show. It's all to do with atomic fission. I can explain later, if you're interested. Gödel is particularly keen, apparently, to run experiments with it. In fact, I believe we've started some tests for him already."
We were presented now with a picture of a troop of rather elderly-looking men in ill-fitting battle dress, grinning towards the camera. One of them was picked out, a thin, intense-looking chap.
Wallace said, "The Home Guard. Men and women out of serviceable age who nevertheless do a bit of soldiering, in case the invasion of England ever comes. That's Orwell, George Orwell. A bit of a writer. Don't suppose you know him."
The news seemed to be finished for now, and a new entertainment blossomed over our heads. This turned out to be a cartoon, a kind of animated drawing with a lively musical backing. It featured a character called Desperate Dan, I gathered, who lived in a crudely drawn cartoon Texas. After eating a huge cow pie, this Dan tried to knit himself a jumper of wires, using telegraph poles as needles. Inadvertently he created a chain, and when he threw it away in the sea, it sank. Dan fished the chain out, and found that he had snagged no less than 3 German undersea juggernauts. A naval gentleman, observing this, gave Dan a reward of £50, and so forth. I had supposed this entertainment to be fit only for children, but I saw that adults laughed at it readily enough. I found it all rather crude and coarsely imagined propaganda, and I decided that the common slang epithet of babble machine suited this kinematographic show rather well. After this entertainment, we were treated to some more snippets of news. I saw a burning city, it might have been Glasgow or Liverpool, where a glow filled the night sky, and the flames were gigantic. Then there were pictures of children being evacuated from a collapsed dome in the Midlands. They looked like typical town children to me, grinning into the camera with their outsize boots and dirty skin, waifs, quite helpless in the tide of this war. Now we entered a section of the show entitled, according to a caption, Postscript. First there was a portrait of the king. He was, disconcertingly for me, a skinny chap called Egbert, who turned out to be a remote relation of the old queen I remembered. This Egbert was one of the few members of the family to have survived audacious German raids in the early days of the war. Meanwhile, a plum-voiced actor read us a poem. "All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well, when the tongues of flame are enfolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one," and so on. As far as I could make out, the piece was representing the effects of this war as a kind of purgatory, which in the end would cleanse the souls of humanity. Once I might have agreed with this argument, I reflected, but after my time in the sphere's interior, I think I had come to regard war as no more or less than a dark excrescence, a flaw of the human soul, and any justification for it was just that, justification, after the fact of it. I gathered Wallace didn't make much of this sort of stuff. He shrugged his shoulders. "Elliot," he said, as if that explained it all. Now there came an image of a man, a rather careworn, jowly old fellow with an unruly moustache, tired eyes, ugly ears, and a fierce, frustrated sort of manner. He sat with his pipe in his hand by a fireplace. The pipe was rather obviously unlit, and he began to proclaim, in a frail voice, a kind of commentary on the day's events. I thought the chap looked familiar, but at first I couldn't place him. He wasn't much impressed by the efforts of the Reich, it seemed. "That vast machine of theirs can't create a glimmer of that poetry of action which distinguishes war from mass murder. It's a machine, and therefore has no soul." He evoked us all to still sterner efforts. He worked the myths of the English countryside, the round green hills dissolving into the hazy blue of the sky, and asked us to imagine that English scene torn apart, to reveal the old Flanders front, trenches and bomb craters, ruined towns, a scarred countryside, a sky belching death, and the faces of murdered children. All this last pronounced with something of an apocalyptic glee, I thought. In a burst of realization, I remembered him. It was my old friend, the writer, withered into an old man. "Why, isn't that Mr. X?" I said, naming him.
"Yes," he said. "Did you know him? I suppose you could have."
"Of course you did, for he wrote up that popular account of your travels in time. It was serialized in the New Review, as I recall, and then put out as a book. That was quite a turning point for me, you know, to come across that. Poor chap's getting on now, of course. I don't think he was ever all that healthy, and his fiction isn't what it was, in my view." "No?"
"Too much lecturing and not enough action, you know the type. Still, his works of popular science and history have been well received. He's a good friend of Churchill, I mean, the First Lord of the Admiralty, and I suspect your pal has had a great deal of influence on official thinking on the shape of things to come after the war is done. You know, when we reach the uplands of the future," Wallace said, quoting some other speech of my former friend's. "He is working on a declaration of human rights, or some such, to which we all must adhere after the war. You know the sort of dreamy affair. But he's not so effective a speaker. Priestley's my favourite of that type." We listened to the writer's perorations for several minutes. For my part, I was gladdened that my old friend had survived the vicissitudes of this grisly history, and had even found a meaningful role for himself. But I was helplessly saddened to see what time had done to the eager young man I had known. As when I had met Philby, I felt a stab of pity for the anonymous multitudes around me, embedded in slow oozing time, and doomed to inexorable decay. And it was a ghastly irony, I thought, that a man with such strong faith in the perfectibility of man should find the greater part of his lifetime dominated by the greatest war in history. "Come on," Wallace said briskly. "Let's walk some more. The shows here repeat themselves pretty quickly, anyway." Wallace told me more of his background. In the Weybridge bunker, working for the Vickers Armstrong Company, he had become a designer of aeronautical devices of some reputation. He was known as a wizard boffin, in his words. As the war had dragged on, Wallace's evidently fertile brain had turned to schemes of how its end might be accelerated. He had considered, for instance, how one might go about destroying the enemy's sources of energy, reservoirs, dams, mines, and such like, by means of massive explosives to be dropped from the stratosphere by monster bomber flying machines. To this end, he had gone into studies of the variation of wind speed with height, the visibility of objects from great heights, and the effect of earth waves on coal mine shafts, and so forth. You can see the possibilities of such things, can't you? One just needs the right sort of imagination. With 10 tons of explosives, one could divert the course of the Rhine. And what was the reaction to these proposals? He sighed. Resources are always scarce during wars, even for priority schemes, and for unproven ventures like this, moonshine, they called it. Tripe of the wildest description, and there was a lot of talk from the military types about inventors like me throwing away the lives of their boys. I could see he was hurt by this memory. You know that men such as you and I must expect scepticism, but still.
But Wallace had persevered with his studies, and at last he had been given the go-ahead to build his monster bomber. "It is called the Victory," he said. "With a bomb load of 20,000 pounds, and operating at 40,000 feet, it can travel at over 300 miles per hour, and has a range of 4,000 miles. It is a magnificent sight at take-off, with its 6 Hercules engines blazing away. It takes no less than 2/3 of a mile to lumber in the air, and the earthquake bombs it can deliver have already begun to wreak havoc deep in the heart of the Reich." His deep, handsome eyes gleamed behind his dusty glasses. Wallace had thrown himself into the development of the Victory air machine for some years, but then his track had turned, for he came across that popular account of my time travels, and he had immediately seen the possibilities of adapting my machine for war. This time his ideas had received a decent hearing. His stock was high, and it didn't take much imagination to see the limitless military potential of a time machine, and the Directorate of Chronic Displacement Warfare was set up with Wallace as the civilian head of research. The first action of the D-Cron-W was to sequestrate my old house, which had stood abandoned in Richmond since my departure into time, and the relics of my research were dug out. "But what do you want of me? You have a time machine already, the juggernaut that brought me here." He clasped his hands behind his back, his face long and serious. "The Raglan. Of course, but you've seen that beast for yourself. As far as its time-travelling abilities go, it was constructed solely with the scrap that was found in the ruins of your laboratory. Bits of quartz and brass, doped with platnerite, impossible to balance or calibrate. The Raglan is a lumbering beast which can reach barely a half-century away from the present. We dared risk the naught for no more than to try to ensure that there was no anachronistic interference by our enemies with the development of your original machine. But now, by chance, it has brought us you. Already we can do more, of course. We have stripped the platnerite from your old machine, and have lodged the hull in the Imperial War Museum. Would you like to see it? It will be an honoured exhibit." I was pained at the thought of such an end for my faithful chariot, and disturbed at the destruction of my only route away from 1938. I shook my head stiffly. Wallace went on, "We need you to generate more of the substance you called platnerite. Tons of it. Show us how." So Wallace thought I had manufactured the platnerite. I kept the thought to myself. He went on, "We want to take your time machine technology and extend it, put it to uses beyond, perhaps, your most extraordinary dreams. With a CDV, one might bomb history and change its course. It is just like my scheme to divert the Rhine. Why not? If it can be conceived, it should be done. It's the most exciting technical challenge you can imagine, and it's all for the benefit of the war effort." Bomb history? Think of it. One might go back and intervene in the early stages of the war, or assassinate Bismarck. Why not? What a prank that would be, and put a stop to the formation of Germany in the first place. Can you see it, sir? A time machine is a weapon against which there can be no defence. Whoever first develops a reliable chronic displacement technology will be the master of the world, and that master must be Britain. His eyes shone, and I began to find his high-altitude enthusiasm for all of this destruction and power rather disturbing. The Uplands of the Future. We reached the Lancaster Walk, and began our stroll back to the southern boundary of the park. We were still flanked by our discreet soldiers. I said, "Tell me more of what will be done when Britain and her allies win this time war. Tell me about your Uplands of the Future." He rubbed his nose and looked uncertain. "I'm no politician, sir. I can't—" No, give me your own words." "Very well." He looked up at the dome. "To begin with, this war has stripped away a lot of our fond illusions, you know." "It has?" I thought that an ominous preamble, and my fears were soon justified. "The fallacy of democracy, for one thing. You see, it is now clear that it is no good asking people what they want. You have first to think out what they ought to want if society is to be saved. Then you have to tell them what they want and see that they get it. I know this may seem odd for a man of your century, he said, but it's the modern thinking, and I've heard your famous friend espouse much the same views on the phonograph before, and he's of your time, isn't he? I know little of history, but it seems to me that the modern state which we're developing in Britain and America, the form of things we intend to share with the rest of the world, is more like the republics of antiquity, Carthage, Athens, Rome, which were essentially aristocratic, you see. We have members of Parliament still, but they are no longer nominated by anything so crude as popular suffrage. And all that old business of opposition, well, we've given all of that up. Look, men like you and me know that about most affairs there can be no two respectable and opposed opinions. There is one sole right way and endless wrong ways of doing things. A government is trying to go the right way, or it is criminal. That is all there is to it. The opposition of the past was mostly just a spoiling job done for advancement, and the sabotage must cease. And some of the younger folk are going much further in their thinking on the future. The family, for instance, is dissolving, so they say. It was the common social cell, if you like, through all our agricultural past. But now, in our modern world, the family is losing its distinctness and has been dissolving into larger systems of relationships. The domestication of all our young people, including the women, is diminishing greatly. I thought, at that, of Captain Hilary Bond. But what's to replace the family? Well, the outlines aren't clear, but the youngsters are talking of a renucleation of society around different seeds. Teachers, writers, talkers who will lead us into a new way of thinking and get us away from this old tribalism and into a better way. Uplands, indeed. I doubted that much, or any, of this philosophizing originated with Wallace himself. He was acting simply as a mirror of his times, as moulded by the chattering opinion-makers in government and beyond. And how do you feel about all this? Me? He laughed, self-deprecating. Oh, I'm too old to change. And his voice was uneven. I'd hate to lose my daughters. But likewise, I don't want to see them growing up in a world like— He waved a hand at the dome, the dead park, the soldiers. Like this. And if that means changing the heart of man, then so be it. Now, he said, can you see why we need your cooperation? With such a weapon as a CDV, a time machine, the establishment of this modern state becomes not trivial, but more achievable. And if we fail— Yes? He stopped. We were approaching the south wall of the park now, and there were few people around. He said in a low voice, We have rumours that the Germans are building a time machine of their own, and if they succeed first, if the Reich gets functioning chronic displacement warfare capabilities— Yes? And he painted, for my benefit, a brief but chilling portrait, evidently informed by years of propaganda of the time war to come. The old Kaiser's cold-eyed staff officers would be planning how to project into our noble history their half-doped, crazy lads, their time warriors. Wallace portrayed these soldiers as if they were bombs with legs. They would swarm forward into 100 of our ancient battles as if they were death-dealing dolls. They would destroy England, strangle it in its cot, and that's what we have to stop, he said to me. You see that, don't you? You see it. I gazed into his deep, earnest face, quite unable to respond. Wallace returned me to the house in Queensgate Terrace. I don't want to press you for a decision on working with me, old man. I know how difficult all this must be for you. After all, it isn't your war, but time is short. And yet, what does time mean in such a circumstance, eh? I rejoined my companions in the smoking room. I accepted a whisky and water from Philby and threw myself into a chair. It's so close out there, I said. More like Burma, that damned dome. And doesn't it feel odd? Pitch dark outside, and yet it's only lunchtime. Moses glanced up from the volume he was reading. Experience is as to intensity and not as to duration, he quoted. He grinned at me.
Wouldn't that be a perfect epitaph for a time traveller? Intensity, that's what counts. Who's the author? Thomas Hardy. Close to a contemporary of yours, wasn't he? I've not read him. Moses checked the preface. Well, he's gone now, 1928. He closed the book. What did you learn from Wallace? I summarised my conversations for them. I concluded I was glad to get away from him. What a farrago of propaganda and half-baked politics, not to mention the most perfect muddle about causality and so forth. Wallace's words had deepened the sense of depression I had endured since my arrival here in 1938. It seemed to me that there is a fundamental conflict in the heart of man. He is swept along by the forces of his own nature. More than anyone, I have witnessed the remorseless action of the evolutionary currents which pulse through humanity, deriving even from the primal seas. And yet here were these bright young Britons and Americans, hardened by war, determined to plan, to control, to fight against nature, and set themselves and their fellows in a sort of stasis, a frozen utopia. If I were a citizen of this new modern state they intended, I knew I should soon have become one of the protesting spirits who squirmed in its pitilessly benevolent grip. But, even as I reflected thus, I wondered, deep in my heart, to what extent I would have fallen into Wallace's way of thinking, of this modern state with its controls and plans, before my time-travelling had opened up my eyes to the limitations of humanity. By the way, Nebogipfel, I said, I came across an old friend of ours, Kurt Gödel. And the Morlock uttered a queer, gurgling word in his own language. He spun in his chair and stood up in a rapid, liquid movement that made him seem more animal than human. Philby blanched, and I saw Moses's fingers tighten around the book he held.
Gödel? Is he here?
He's in the dome, yes. In fact, he's not a quarter-mile from this spot, in Imperial College. I described the Babel Machine show I had seen.
A fission pile. That is it,
hissed Nebogipfel.
I understand now. He is the key. Gödel is the key to everything. It must have been him with his insights into rotating universes.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Look, do you want to escape from this dreadful history?
I did. Of course I did. For 1,000 reasons. To escape this dreadful conflict, to try to get home, to put a stop to time-travelling before the inception of the insanity of time war. But for that we must find a time machine.
Yes, therefore you must get us to Gödel. You must. Now I see the truth.
What truth?
Barnes-Wallis was wrong about the Germans. Their time machine is more than a threat. It has already been built.
Now we were all on our feet and talking at once. What? What are you saying? How?
Already, the Morlock said, we are in a strand of history which has been engineered by the Germans.
How do you know? I demanded.
Remember that I studied your era in my history, he said. And in my history there was no such European war as this, which has already spanned decades. In my history there was a war in 1914, but it finished in 1918 with a victory for the Allies over the Germans. A new war started up in 1939, but under a new form of government in Germany, and...
I felt odd, dizzy, and I felt behind me for a chair and sat down. Philby looked terrified. "Those confounded Germans, I told you they'd cause trouble." Moses said, "I wonder if that final battle which Philby described, the Kaiserschlacht, was somehow modified in the Germans' favour. Perhaps the assassination of an Allied commander might have done it." "The bombing in Paris," Philby said, confused and wondering. "Could that have been it?" I remembered Wallace's horrid descriptions of robotic German soldiers dropping into British history. What are we to do? We must stop this dreadful time war.
"Get us to Gödel," the Morlock said.
But why?
Because it can only be Gödel who has manufactured the Germans' Platnerite.
9. Imperial College. Wallace called for me again after lunch. Immediately he started pressing me for a decision as to whether I would throw in my lot with his Time War project. I requested that I be taken into Imperial College to visit this Kurt Gödel. At first Wallace demurred. "Gödel is a difficult man. I'm not sure what you'd gain out of the meeting, and the security arrangements are pretty elaborate." But I set my jaw, and Wallace soon caved in. "Give me 30 minutes, he said, and I'll make the arrangements." The fabric of Imperial College seemed largely untouched by the intervening years, or by its re-establishment from the constituent colleges I remembered. Here was Queen's Tower, the central monument of white-cut stone flanked by lions, and surrounded by the rather dowdy red brick buildings that comprised this functional place of learning. But I saw that some neighbouring buildings had been appropriated for the college's expanded wartime purposes. In particular, the Science Museum had been given over to Wallace's Directorate of Chronic Displacement Warfare, and there were several newer structures on the campus, mostly squat, plain, and evidently thrown up in haste, and without much regard for the architectural niceties, and all of these buildings were joined together by a new warren of closed-over corridors, which ran across the campus like huge worm-casts. Wallace glanced at his watch. "We've a short while yet before Gödel will be ready for us," he said. "Come this way. I've got clearance to show you something else." He grinned, looking boyish and enthusiastic. "Our pride and joy." So he led me into the warren of worm-cast corridors. Inside, these proved to be walled with untreated concrete and illuminated at sparse intervals by isolated light bulbs. I remember how the uneven light caught the lie of Wallace's clumsy shoulders and his awkward gait as he preceded me deeper into that maze. We passed through several gates, at each of which Wallace had his lapel badge checked, was required to produce various papers, provide thumb and fingerprints, have his face compared to photographs, and so forth. I, too, had to be validated against pictures, and we were both searched, bodily, twice. We took several twists and turns on the way, but I took careful note of my bearings and built up a map of the college's various annexes in my head. "The college has been expanded quite a bit," Wallace said. "I'm afraid we've lost the Royal College of Music, the College of Art, and even the Natural History Museum. This damned war, eh? And you can see they've had to clear a lot of ground for this new stuff. There are still a good few scientific facilities scattered around the country, including the Royal Ordnance Factories at Chorley and Woolwich, the Vickers Armstrong facilities at Newcastle, Barrow, Weybridge, Burrell and Crawford, the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough, the Armament and Aeronautical Experimental Establishment at Boscombe Down, and so forth. Most of these have been relocated into bunkers and domes. Nevertheless, Imperial, enhanced as it has become Britain's primary centre for scientific research into military technology. After more security checks, we entered a kind of hangar, brightly lit, about which there was a healthy smell of engine grease, rubber, and scorched metal. Motor vehicles sat about on the stained concrete floor in various states of disassembly. Overall-clad men moved amongst them, some of them whistling. I felt my spirits lift a little from my habitual dome-induced depression. I have often observed that nothing much perturbs a man who has the opportunity to work with his hands. "This," Wallace announced, "is our CDV Development Division." CDV? Ah, I remember. Chronic Displacement Vehicle. In this hangar, these cheerful workmen were labouring to construct time machines, and on an industrial scale, it seemed. Wallace led me to one of the vehicles, which looked pretty much complete. This time car, as I thought of it, stood about 5 feet tall, and was an angular box shape. The cabin looked big enough to carry 4 or 5 people, and it sat on 3 pairs of wheels, about which tracks looped. There were lamps, brackets, and other pieces of equipment dotted about. In each corner of the hull was bolted a flask a couple of inches wide. These flasks were evidently hollow, for they had screw caps. The whole was unpainted, and its gunmetal finish reflected the light. "It looks a little different from your prototype design, doesn't it?" Wallace said. "It's actually based on a standard military vehicle, the Carrier Universal, and it functions as a motor car as well, of course. Look here. There's a Ford V8 engine driving the tracks by these sprockets, see?
and you can steer by displacement of this front bogey unit. He mimed it. Like this. Or, if you must make a more savage turn, you can try track braking. The whole thing's pretty much armoured. I pulled at my chin. I wondered how much I would have seen of the worlds I had visited if I had peered at them anxiously from within such an armoured time-car as this. Platinarite is essential, of course, Wallace went on, but we don't think there's any need to go doping components of the machine with the stuff, as you did. Instead, it should be sufficient to fill up these flasks with the raw stuff. He unscrewed a cap from one of the corner units to show me. See? And then the thing can be steered through time, if steer is the right verb, from within the cabin. And have you tried it out? He ran his fingers through his hair, making a lot of it stand on end. Of course not, for we have no platinarite. He clapped me on the shoulder. Which is where you come in. Wallace took me to another part of the complex. After more security checks, we entered a long, narrow chamber, like a corridor. This chamber had one wall made entirely of glass, and beyond the glass I could see into a larger room about the size of a tennis court. That larger room was empty. In our narrower companion chamber there were 6 or 7 researchers sitting at desks. Each wore the characteristic dirty white coat into which every experimentalist seems born, and they hunched over dials and switches. The researchers looked around at me as we entered. 3 of them were women, and I was struck by their drawn faces. There was a sort of nervous fatigue about them, despite their apparent youth. One class of instrument kept up a soft clicking the whole time we were there. This was the sound of radiation counters, Wallace told me. The larger chamber beyond the glass was a simple box of concrete with unpainted walls. It was quite empty, save for a monolith of bricks perhaps 10 feet tall and 6 wide, which stood, square and silent, at the chamber's centre. The bricks were of 2 sorts, light and dark grey, alternating in a neat pattern. This monolith was held up from the floor on a layer of thicker slabs, and wires trailed from it to sealed orifices in the walls of the room. Wallace stared through the glass. Remarkable, isn't it, that something so ugly, so simple, should have such profound implications. We should be safe here, the glass is leaded, and besides, the reaction is subdued at present. I recognized the heap from the Babel machine show. This is your fission machine? It is the world's 2nd graphic reactor, Wallace said. It's pretty much a copy of the first, which Fermi built at the University of Chicago. He smiled. He put it up in a squash court, I understand. It's a remarkable story. Yes, I said, becoming irritated, but what is reacting with what? Ah, he said, and he took off his spectacles and polished the lenses on the end of his tie. I'll try to explain. Needless to say, he took some time about this, but I managed to distill the essence of it from my understanding. I had already learned from Nebogipfel that there is a substructure within the atom, and that Thomson would take one of the first steps to this understanding. Now I learned that this substructure can be changed. This may happen through a coalescing of one atomic core with another, or perhaps spontaneously through the breaking up of a massive atom, and this disintegration is called atomic fission. And since the substructure determines the identity of the atom, the result of such changes is nothing less, of course, than the transmutation of one element into another, the ancient dream of the alchemists. Now, said Wallace, you won't be surprised to learn that on each atomic disintegration some energy is released, for the atoms are always seeking a more stable, lower energy state. Do you follow? Of course. So, in this pile we have 6 tons of carolinum, 50 tons of uranium oxide, and 400 tons of graphite blocks, and it is producing a flood of invisible energy even as we look at it. Carolinum? I have not heard of that. It is a new artificial element produced by bombardment. Its half-period is 17 days. That is, it loses half its store of energy in that period. I looked again at that nondescript heap of bricks. It looked so plain, so unprepossessing. And yet, I thought, if what Wallace said about the energy of the atomic core was true, what are the applications of this energy? He popped his glasses back onto his nose. We see 3 broad areas.
First, the provision of energy from a compact source. With such a pile aboard, we can envisage submarine juggernauts which could spend months below the ocean without the need to refuel. Or we could build high-altitude bombers, which could circle the Earth dozens of times before having to land, and so forth. Second, we're using the pile to irradiate materials. We can use the byproducts of uranium fission to transmute other materials. In fact, a number of samples are being run in there for Professor Gödel just now to support some obscure experiment of his. You can't see them, of course. The sample bottles are within the pile itself. And the third application? Ah, he said, and once more his eyes took on that remote, calculating look. I see it already, I said grimly. This atomic energy would make a fine bomb. Of course, there are severe practical problems to solve, he said. The production of the right isotopes in sufficient quantities, the timing of preliminary explosions, but yes, it looks as if one could make a bomb powerful enough to flatten a city, dome and all. A bomb small enough to fit into a suitcase. Professor Gödel. We set off through more of the narrow concrete corridors, emerging at last in the college's main office block. We came to a corridor carpeted in plush pile, with portraits of eminent men of the past on the walls. You know the sort of place, a mausoleum for dead scientists. There were soldiers about, but they were discreet in their presence. It was here that Kurt Gödel had been awarded an office. With quick, efficient strokes, Wallace sketched out Gödel's life for me. He was born in Austria and took his degree in mathematics in Vienna. Influenced by the gaggle of logical positivist thinkers he found there, I have never had much time for philosophizing myself, Gödel's interests drifted towards logic and the foundations of mathematics. By 1931, he was just 25, Gödel had published his startling thesis on the eternal incompleteness of mathematics. Later, he showed interest in the physicist's newly emerging studies of space and time, and he produced speculative papers on the possibility of time travel. These must have been the published studies to which Nebogipfel had referred, I thought. Soon, under pressure from the Reich, he was moved to Berlin, where he began work on the military applications of time travelling. We reached a door on which a brass plate bearing Gödel's name had been fixed, so recently, in fact, that I spotted spindles of wood from the drilling on the carpet below. Wallace warned me that I could have only a few minutes on this visit. He knocked on the door. A thin, high voice within called, "Come!" We entered a roomy office with a high ceiling, fine carpet and rich wallpaper, and a desk inlaid with green leather. Once this room must have been sunny, I realized, for the wide windows, now curtained, faced westwards. In fact, in the direction of the terrace where I was lodged. The man at the desk continued to write as we entered. He kept his arm tucked around the page, evidently lest we see. He was a short, thin, sickly-looking man with a high, fragile forehead. His suit was of wool and quite crumpled. He was in his 30s, I judged. Wallace cocked an eyebrow at me. "He's a rum cove," he whispered, "but a remarkable mind." There were bookshelves all around the room, though currently bare. The carpet was piled high with crates, and books and journals, mostly in German, had spilled out in uneven piles. In one crate I caught a glimpse of scientific equipment and various sample bottles, and in one such I saw something which made my heart pound with excitement. I turned resolutely from the crate and tried to conceal my agitation. At last, with a gasp of exasperation, the man at the desk hurled his pen from him, it clattered against a wall, and he crumpled the written pages within his fists, before discarding the whole lot, everything he had written, in a waste-bin. Now he glanced up, as if noticing we were there for the first time. "Ah," he said, "Wallace." He tucked his hands behind his desk, and seemed to shrink inside himself. "Professor Gödel, it is good of you to let us visit you. This is—" He introduced me. "Ah," Gödel said again, and he grinned, showing uneven teeth. "Of course." Now he stood, in angular jerks, and stepped around the desk and proffered his hand. I took it. It was thin, bony, and cold. He said,
The pleasure is mine. I anticipate we will have many engrossing discussions. His English was good, lightly accented. Wallace took the initiative and waved us to a set of armchairs close to the window. I hope you find a place for yourself in this new age, Girdle said to me sincerely. It may be a little more savage than the world you remember, but perhaps, like me, you will be tolerated as a useful eccentric, yes? Wallace blustered. Oh, come now, Professor. Eccentric, he snapped. Ekentros. Out of the centre. His eyes swiveled to me. That's what we both are, I suspect. A little out of the centre of things. Come, Wallace, I know you steady British think I'm a little odd. Well, poor Wallace can't get used to my habit of my drafting and redrafting my correspondence, Girdle said to me. Sometimes I will go through a dozen drafts or more and still finish by abandoning the piece altogether, as you saw. Is that strange? Well, so be it. I said, You must have some regrets at leaving your home, Professor. None. None. I had to get away from Europe, he said to me, and his voice was low, like a conspirator's. Why? Because of the Kaiser, of course. Barnes Wallace shot me warning glares. I have evidence, you know, Girdle said intently. Take 2 photographs, one from 1915, say, and one from this year, of the man purporting to be Kaiser Wilhelm. If you measure the length of the nose and take its ratio with the distance from the tip of the nose to the point of the chin, you'll find it different. Great Scott! Indeed. And with such a simulacrum at the helm, who knows where Germany is heading, eh? Quite, said Wallace, hastily. Anyway, whatever your motives, we're glad you accepted our offer of a professorship here, that you chose Britain to make your home. Yes, I said. Couldn't you have found a place in America, perhaps at Princeton, or... He looked shocked. I'm sure I could, but it would be quite impossible. Quite impossible. Why? Because of the Constitution, of course. And now this extraordinary chap went into a long and rambling discourse on how he had discovered a logical loophole in the American Constitution, which would allow the legal creation of a dictatorship. Wallace and I sat and endured this. Well, Girdle said when he had run down, what do you think of that? I got more stern looks from Wallace, but I decided to be honest. I can't fault your logic, I said, but its application strikes me as outlandish in the extreme. He snorted. Well, perhaps, but logic is everything, don't you think? The axiomatic method is very powerful. He smiled. I also have an ontological proof for the existence of God, quite faultless as far as I can see, and with honourable antecedents going back 800 years to Archbishop Anselm. You see... Perhaps another time, Professor, Wallace said. Ah, yes. Very well. He looked from one to other of us. His gaze was piercing, quite unnerving. So, time travel. I'm really quite envious of you, you know. For my travelling? Yes, but not for all this tedious hopping about through history. His eyes were watery. They gleamed in the strong electric light. What then? Why, for the glimpses of other worlds than this, other possibilities, do you see? I felt chilled. His grasp seemed extraordinary, almost telepathic. Tell me what you mean. The reality of other worlds, containing a meaning beyond that of our brief existence, seems evident to me. Anyone who has experienced the wonder of mathematical discovery must know that mathematical truths have an independent existence from the minds in which they lodge, that the truths are splinters of the thoughts of some higher mind. Look, our lives, here on earth, have but a dubious meaning, and so the true significance must lie outside this world. Do you see? So much is mere logic. And the idea that everything in the world has an ultimate meaning is an exact analogue of the principle that everything has a cause, a principle on which rests all of science. It follows, immediately, that somewhere beyond our history is the final world, the world where all meaning is resolved. Time travel, by its very nature, results in the perturbation of history, and hence the generation or discovery of worlds other than this. Therefore, the task of the time traveller is to search on until that final world is found or built. By the time we left Gödel, my thoughts were racing. I resolved never to mock mathematical philosophers again, for this odd little man had journeyed further in time, space, and understanding without leaving his office than I ever had in my time machine. And I knew that I must indeed visit Gödel again soon, for I was convinced that I had seen a flask of raw platnerite tucked inside his crate. The New World Order. I was returned to our lodging at about 6. I came in calling hellos, and found the rest of my party in the smoking room. The Morlock was still poring over his notes. He seemed to be trying to reconstruct the whole of this future science of quantum mechanics from his own imperfect memory, but he jumped up when I came in.
"Did you find him, Gödel?"
I did. I smiled at him. And, yes, you were right. I glanced at Philby, but the poor old chap was dozing over a magazine and could not hear us. I think Gödel has some platnerite.
Ah.
The Morlock's face was as inexpressive as ever, but he thumped one fist into the other palm in a decidedly human gesture.
"Then there is hope."
Now Moses walked up to me. He handed me a glass of what proved to be whisky and water. I gulped at the drink gratefully, for the day had stayed as hot as in the morning. Moses moved a little closer to me, and the three of us bent our heads together and spoke quietly. "I've come to a conclusion as well," Moses said, "which is that we must indeed get out of here by any means possible." Moses told me the story of his day. Growing bored with his confinement, he had struck up conversations with our young soldier guards. Some of these were privates, but others were officer class, and all of those assigned to guard us and to other duties in this scientific campus area were generally intelligent and well educated. They seemed to have taken a liking to Moses, and had invited him to a nearby hostelry, the Queen's Arms in Queensgate Mews, and later they had taken rickshaws into the West End. Over several drinks, these young people had evidently enjoyed arguing through their ideas, and the concepts of their new modern state, with this stranger from the past. For my part, I was pleased that Moses seemed to be shaking off his timidity and was showing interest in the world in which we found ourselves. I listened to what he had to say with fascination. "These youngsters are all highly likeable," Moses said. "Competent, practical, clearly brave. But their views—" The great concept of the future, Moses had learned, was to be planning. When the modern state was in place, as directed by a victorious Britain and her allies, an air and sea control would take effective possession of all the ports, coal mines, oil wells, power stations, and mines. Similarly, a transport control would take over the world's shipyards and turn them away from warships to manufacturing steel cargo ships by the score. The Allied supply control would organize the production of iron, steel, rubber, metals, cotton, wool, and vegetable substances. And the food control— "Well," Moses said, "you get the picture. It's an end of ownership, you see. All these resources will be owned by the new Allied world state. The resources of the world will be made to work together, at last, for the repair of the war-ravaged lands, and later, for the betterment of humanity. All planned, you see, by an all-wise, all-knowing fellowship, who, by the by, will elect themselves." "Aside from that last, it doesn't sound so bad," I mused. "Maybe, but this planning isn't to stop with the physical resources of the planet. It includes the human resources as well. And that's where the problems start. First of all, there is behaviour." He looked at me. "These youngsters don't look back with much favour on our times," he said. "We suffer from a profound laxity of private conduct, so I was informed. These new types have gone back the other way, towards a severe austerity, particularly regarding sexual excitement, Decent busyness, that is the order of the day. I felt a twinge of nostalgia. I suppose this bodes ill for the future of the Empire Leicester Square. Closed already, demolished, to make way for a railway planning office. And it goes on. In the next phase, things will get a little more active. We will see the painless destruction of the more pitiful sorts of defectives, these are not my words, and also the sterilization of some types who would otherwise have transmitted tendencies that are, I quote, plainly undesirable. In some parts of Britain, it seems, this cleansing process has already begun. They have a type of gas called Pabst's kinetogens. Well, you can see that they are making a start here at directing humanity's racial heredity. I said. I find myself with a deep distrust of such normalizing. Is it really so desirable that the future of the human species should be filtered through the tolerance of the Englishman of 1938? Should his long shadow stretch down through all the millions of years to come? It's all planning, you see, Moses said, and, they say, the only alternative is a relapse through chaotic barbarism to final extinction. Are men, modern men, capable of such epochal deeds? Moses said, there will surely be bloodshed and conflict on a scale not yet envisaged, even by the standards of this dull, ghastly war, as the majority of the world resists the imposition of a flawed plan by these allied technocrats. I met Moses's eyes, and I recognized there a certain righteous anger, an infuriation at the foolishness of mankind, which had informed my own younger soul. I had always had a distrust of the advancement willy-nilly of civilization, for it seemed to me an unstable edifice which must one day collapse about the foolish heads of its makers, and this modern state business seemed about the most extreme folly, short of actual war, I had heard in a while. It was as if I could see Moses's thoughts in his grey eyes. He had thrown off his funk and become a younger, more determined version of me, and I had not felt closer to him since we met. Well then, I said, the matter is decided. I don't think any of us can tolerate such a future. Moses shook his head. Nebogipfel appeared to acquiesce, and for my part, I renewed my resolve to put an end to this time-travelling business once and for all. We must escape, but how? And then, even before I could finish framing the question, the house shook. I was hurled down, nearly catching my head on the desk. There was a rumble, a deep boom like the slamming of a door, deep inside the earth. The lamps flickered, but did not die. All around me there were cries. Poor Philby whimpered, and I heard the tinkle of glass, the clatter of falling furniture. The building seemed to settle. Coughing, for an inordinate quantity of dust had been raised, I struggled to my feet. "Is everyone all right, Moses? Morlock?" Moses had already turned to help Nebogipfel. The Morlock seemed unhurt, but he'd got himself caught under a fallen bookcase. I let them be, and looked for Philby. The old chap had been lucky. He'd not even been thrown out of his chair, but now he stood up and made his way to the window, which was cracked clean across. I reached him and put my arms around his bowed shoulders. "Philby, my dear chap, come away." But he ignored me. His rheumy eyes streaming with water, and his face caked with dust, he raised a crooked finger to the window. "Look." I leaned closer to the glass, cupping my hand against the reflection of the electric lamps. The Babel machine Aldis lamps had died, as had many of the street lamps. I saw people running, distraught, an abandoned bicycle, a soldier with his mask over his face firing shots into the air, and there, a little further in the distance, was a shaft of brilliant light, a vertical slice of scudding dust motes. It picked out a cross-section of streets, houses, a corner of Hyde Park. People stood in its glare, blinking like owls, their hands before their faces. The shaft of brilliancy was daylight. The dome was breached. 12. The German assault on London. Our street door was hanging from its hinges, evidently shaken open by the concussion. There was no sign of the soldiers who had been guarding us, not even of the faithful Puttick.
Outside in the terrace we heard the clatter of running footsteps, screams and angry shouts, the shrill of whistles, and we could smell dust, smoke, and cordite. That fragment of June daylight, bright and sharp, hung over everything. The people of carapaced London blinked like disturbed owls, baffled and terrified. Moses clapped me on the shoulder. "This chaos won't last long. Now's our chance." "Very well. I'll fetch Nebogipfel and Philby. You collect some supplies from the house." "Supplies? What supplies?" I felt impatient and irritated. What fool would proceed into time equipped with nothing more than a housecoat and slippers? "Oh, candles and matches, as many as you can find. Any fashion of a weapon. A kitchen knife will do if there's nothing better. What else? What else? A camphor, if we have it. Underwear. Fill your pockets with the stuff." He nodded. "I understand. I'll pack a satchel." He turned from the door and made for the kitchen. I hurried back to the smoking room. Nebogipfel had donned his schoolboy's cap. He had gathered up his notes and was slipping them into a cardboard file. Philby, poor old devil, was down on his knees beneath the window frame. He had his bony knees tucked up against his concave chest, and his hands were up before his face, like a boxer's guard. I knelt before him. "Philby, Philby, old chap." I reached out to him, but he flinched from me. "You must come with us. It's not safe here."
"Safe? And will it be safer with you, eh? You conjurer? You quack?"
His eyes, flooded with tears from the dust, were bright like windows, and he hurled those words at me as if they were the vilest insults imaginable.
"I remember you, when you scared the life out of all of us with that damned ghost trick of yours that Christmas time. Well, I'll not be fooled again."
I restrained myself from shaking him. "Oh, have some sense, man. Time travel is no trick, and certainly this desperate war of yours isn't." There was a touch on my shoulder. It was Nebogipfel. His pale fingers seemed to glow in the fragments of daylight from the window.
"We cannot help him," he said gently.
Philby had dropped his head into his trembling, liver-spotted hands now, and I was convinced he could no longer hear me. "But we can't leave him like this."
"What will you do? Restore him to 1891? The 1891 you remember doesn't even exist anymore, except across some unreachable dimension."
Now Moses burst into the smoking room, a small, crammed knapsack in his hand. He had donned his epaulettes and his gas mask was at his waist. "I'm ready," he gasped. Nebogipfel and I did not respond immediately, and Moses glanced from one to the other of us. "What is it? What are you waiting for?" I reached out and squeezed Philby's shoulder. At least he did not resist, and I took this as a last shred of friendly contact between us. That was the last I saw of him. We looked out into the street. This had been a comparatively quiet part of London, to my memory, but today people poured through the Queen's Gate terrace, running, stumbling, bumping up against each other. Men and women had simply decanted from their homes and workplaces. Most of them had their heads hidden by gas masks, but where I could see faces, I read pain, misery, and fear. There seemed to be children everywhere, mostly in drab school uniforms with their small, shaped gas masks, for the schools had evidently been closed up. The children wandered about the street, crying for their parents. I considered the agony of a mother searching for a child in the huge, teeming ant-hill which London had become, and my imagination recoiled. Some people carried the paraphernalia of the working day, briefcases and handbags, familiar and useless, and others had already gathered up bundles of household belongings and bore them in bulging suitcases or wrapped up in curtains and sheets. We saw one thin, intense man stumbling along with an immense dresser, packed no doubt with valuables, balanced on the handlebars and the saddle of a cycle. The wheel of his cycle bumped against backs and legs.
"Go on! Go on!"
he cried to those ahead of him. There was no evidence of authority or control. If there were policemen or soldiers, they must have been overwhelmed, or had torn off their insignia and joined the rush. I saw a man in the uniform of the Salvation Army. He stood on a step and bawled, "Eternity! Eternity!" Moses pointed.
Look, the dome is breached to the east, towards Stepney. So much for the impregnability of this marvellous roof. I saw that he was right. It looked as if a great bomb had punched an immense hole in the concrete shell close to the eastern horizon. Above that main wound, the dome had cracked like an eggshell, and a great irregular ribbon of blue sky was visible, almost all the way up to the dome's zenith above me. I could see that the damage hadn't settled yet, for bits of masonry, some the size of houses, were raining down all over that part of the city, and I knew that the damage and loss of life on the ground must be vast. In the distance, to the north, I thought, I heard a sequence of dull booms, like the footsteps of a giant. All around us, the air was rent by the wail of sirens, and by the immense groans of the broken dome above us. I imagined looking down from the dome, on a London transformed in moments from a fearful but functioning city to a bowl of chaos and terror. Every road leading west, south or north, away from the dome breach, would be stippled black with streaming refugees, with each dot in that stippling representing a human being, a mote of physical suffering and misery, each one a lost child, a bereft spouse or parent. Moses had to shout over the cacophony of the street. "That confounded dome is going to come down on us all any minute." "I know. We must get to Imperial College. Come on, use your shoulders. Nebogipfel, help us if you can." We stepped to the middle of the crowded street. We had to go eastwards, against the flow of the crowd. Nebogipfel, evidently dazzled by the daylight, was almost knocked down by a running, moon-faced man in a business suit and epaulettes, who shook his fist at the Morlock. After that, Moses and I kept the Morlock between us, each with a skinny arm clamped in one fist. I collided with a cyclist, almost knocking him off his vehicle. He screamed at me, incoherent, and swung a bony punch, which I ducked. Then he wobbled on into the press of people behind me, his tie draped over his shoulder. Now there came a fat woman who stumbled backwards up the street, lugging a rolled-up carpet behind her. Her skirt had ridden up over her knees, and her calves were streaked with dust. Every few feet, some other refugee would stand on her carpet, or a cyclist's wheel would run over it, and the woman would stumble. She wore her mask, and I could see tears pooling behind those goggles as she struggled with the unreasonable, unmanageable mass that was so important to her. Where I could see a human face, it didn't seem so bad, for I could feel a shard of fellow feeling for this red-eyed Clarke or that tired shop-girl. But with the gas masks, and in that patchy, shadowed illumination, the crowd was rendered anonymous and insectile. It was as if I had once more been transported away from the earth to some remote planet of nightmares. Now there came a new sound, a thin, shrill monotone which pierced the air. It seemed to me it came from that breach to the east. The crowds around us seemed to pause in their scrambling past each other, as if listening. Moses and I looked at each other, baffled as to the meaning of this new, menacing development. Then the whistling stopped. In the silence that followed, a single voice set up a call. "Shell! As a blooming shell!" Now I knew what those distant giants' footsteps to the north had signified. It was the landing of an artillery barrage. The pause broke. The panic erupted around us, more frantic than ever. I reached over Nebogipfel and grabbed at Moses's shoulders. Without ceremony I wrestled him and the Morlock to the ground, and a layer of people stumbled around us, covering us with warm, squirming flesh. In that last moment, as limbs battered against my face, I could hear the thin voice of that Salvation Army man still shrieking out his call. "Eternity! Eternity!" And then there was a flash, bright even under that heap of flesh, and a surge of motion through the earth. I was lifted up. My head cracked against another man's, and then I was cast to the ground, for the moment, insensible. 13. The Shelling. I woke to find Moses with his hands under my armpits, dragging me from beneath fallen bodies. My foot caught on something, I think it was a bicycle frame, and I cried out. Moses gave me a moment to twist my foot free of the obstruction, and then he hauled me free. "Are you all right?" He touched my forehead with his fingertips, and they came away bloody. He had lost his knapsack, I saw. I felt dizzy,
and a huge pain seemed to be hovering around my head, waiting to descend. I knew that when I lost this momentary numbness, I should suffer indeed, but there was no time. "Where's Nebogipfel?"
"Here."
The Morlock stood in the street, unharmed. He had lost his cap, though, and his goggles were starred by some flying fragment. His notes were scattered about, their file having burst, and Nebogipfel watched the pages blow away. People had been scattered like skittles by the blast and concussion. All round us they lay in awkward positions, with body on top of body, flung arm, twisted feet, open mouth, staring eyes, old men on top of young women, a child lying on a soldier's back. There was much stirring and groaning as people struggled to rise. I was reminded of nothing so much as a heap of insects, squirming over each other, and here and there I saw splashes of blood, dark against flesh and clothing. "My God," Moses said with feeling. "We have to help these people, can you see?" "No," I snapped at him. "We can't. There are too many. There's nothing we can do. We're lucky to be alive, don't you see that? And now that the guns have got their range, come. We have to stick to our intention. We have to escape from here and into time." "I can't bear it," Moses said. "I've never seen such sights." The Morlock came up to us now.
"I fear there's worse to see before we're done with this century of yours," he said grimly.
So we went on. We stumbled over a road surface become slippery with blood and excrement. We passed a boy, moaning and helpless, evidently with a shattered leg. Despite my earlier admonitions, Moses and I were quite unable to resist his plaintive weeping and cries for help, and we bent to lift him from where he lay, close to the body of a milkman, and we sat him up against a wall. A woman emerged from the crowd, saw the child's plight, and came to him. She began to wipe his face with a handkerchief. "Is she his mother?" Moses asked me. "I don't know. That odd, liquid voice sounded behind us, like a call from another world. "Come!" We went on, and at length we reached the corner of Queen's Gate with the terrace, and we saw how this had been the epicentre of the blast. "No gas, at least," I said. "No," Moses said, his voice tight. "But, oh God, this is enough." There was a crater, torn into the road surface, a few feet across. Doors were beaten in, and there was not a window left intact as far as I could see. Curtains dangled, useless. There were subsidiary craters in the pavements and walls, left by bits of shrapnel from the exploded shell. And the people. Sometimes language is incapable of portraying the full horror of a scene. Sometimes the communication of remembered events between humans, which is the basis of our shared society, breaks down. This was one such time. I could not communicate the horror of that London street to anyone who did not witness it. Heads were blown off. One lay on the pavement, quite neatly, beside a small suitcase. Arms and legs littered the scene, most still clothed. Here I saw one outstretched limb with a watch at the wrist. I wondered if it was still working. And here, on a small detached hand which lay close to the crater, I saw fingers curled upwards, like a flower's petals. To describe it sounds absurd, comical. Even at the time I had to force myself to understand that these detached components had comprised, a few minutes ago, conscious human beings, each with a life and hope of his own. But these bits of cooling flesh seemed no more human to me than the pieces of a smashed-up bicycle, which I saw scattered across the road. I had never seen such sights before. I felt detached from it all, as if I were moving through the landscape of a dream, but I knew that I should forever revisit this carnage in my soul. I thought of the interior of the Morlocks sphere, and imagined it as a bowl filled with 1,000,000 points of horror and suffering, each as ghastly as this. And the thought that such madness could descend on London, my London, filled me with an anguish that caused a sensation of actual physical pain in my throat. Moses was pallid, and his skin was covered by a sheen of fine sweat and dust. His eyes were huge and flickered about, staring. I glanced at Nebogipfel. Behind his goggles, his large eyes were unblinking as he surveyed that awful carnage. and I wondered if he had begun to believe that I had transported him, not into the past, but to some lower circle of hell. 14. The Rota Mine. We struggled through the last few dozen yards to the walls of Imperial College, and there we found, to my dismay, our way blocked by a soldier, masked and with a rifle. This fellow, stout-hearted, but evidently quite without imagination, had stayed at his post, while the gutters of the street before him had turned red with blood. His eyes became huge behind their protective discs of glass at the sight of Nebogipfel. He did not recognize me, and he adamantly would not let us pass without the proper authority. There was another whistle in the air. We all cringed. Even the soldier clutched his weapon to his chest like a totemic shield. But this time the shell fell some distance from us. There was a flash, a smash of glass, a shudder of the ground. Moses stepped up to the soldier with his fists clenched. His distress at the bombing seemed to have metamorphosed into anger.
"Did you hear that, you confounded uniformed flunky?" he bellowed. "It's all chaos anyway. What are you guarding? What's the point anymore? Can't you see what's happening?"
The guard pointed his rifle at Moses's chest.
"I'm warning you, chappie."
"No, he doesn't see." I interposed myself between Moses and the soldier. I was dismayed by Moses's evident lack of control, regardless of his distress. Nebogipfel said,
"We may find another way, if the college walls are breached."
"No," I said with determination. "This is the route I know." I stepped up to the soldier. "Look, Private, I don't have authority to pass you, but I have to assure you I'm important for the war effort." Behind the soldier's mask, his eyes narrowed. "Make a call," I insisted. "Send for Dr. Wallace, or Professor Girdle. They'll vouch for me, I'm sure of it. Please check, at least." At length, and with his gun pointed at us, the trooper backed into his doorway and lifted a light telephone receiver from the wall. It took him several minutes to complete the call. I waited with mounting anguish. I could not have borne to be kept away from an escape into time by such a pettifogging obstacle, not after having made it through so much. At last, grudgingly, he said, "You're to go to Dr. Wallace's office." And with that our simple, brave soldier stood aside, and we stepped out of the chaos of that street and into the comparative calm of Imperial College. "We'll report to Wallace," I told him. "Don't worry. Thank you." We entered that maze of enclosed corridors I have described earlier. Moses let out a grunt of relief. "Just our luck," he said, "to come up against the only soldier still at his post in all of confounded London. The hopeless little fool." "How can you be so contemptuous?" I snapped. "He is a common man doing the job he's been given as best he can in the middle of all this, a madness not of his making. What more do you want from a man, eh?" "Huh! How about imagination, flair, intelligence, initiative?" We had come to a halt and stood nose to nose.
"Gentlemen," Nebogipfel said, "is this the time for such navel-gazing?"
Moses and I stared at the Morlock, and at each other. In Moses's face I saw a sort of vulnerable fear which he masked with his anger. Looking into his eyes was like peering into a cage at a terrified animal, and I nodded at him, trying to transmit reassurance. The moment passed, and we moved apart. "Of course," I said, in an attempt to break the tension. "You never do any navel-gazing, do you, Nebogipfel?"
"No," the Morlock said easily. "For one thing, I do not have a navel."
We hurried on. We reached the central office block and set off in search of Wallace's room. We moved through carpeted corridors, past rows of brass-plated doors. The lights were still burning. I imagined the college had its own secured supply of electricity, and the carpet deadened our footsteps. We saw no one about. Some of the office doors were open, and there were signs of hasty departure, a spilled cup of tea, a cigarette burning down in an ashtray, papers scattered across floors. It was hard to believe that carnage reigned only a few dozen yards away. We came to an opened door. A bluish flicker emanated from it. When we reached the doorway, the single occupant, it was Wallace, was perched on the corner of the desk.
"Oh, it's you. I'm not sure I expected to see you again."
He wore his wire spectacles and a tweed jacket over a woolen tie. He had one epaulette attached and his gas mask on a desk beside him. He was evidently in the midst of preparations to evacuate the building with the rest, but he had let himself be distracted. "This is a desperate business," he said. "Desperate." Then he looked at us more closely. It was as if he was seeing us for the first time. "Good God, you're in a state." We moved into the room, and I could see that the blue flickering came from the screen of a small glass-fronted box. The screen showed a view down a stretch of river, presumably the Thames, in rather grainy detail. Moses leaned forward, with his hands on his knees, the better to see the little set. "The focus is pretty poor," he said, "but it's quite a novelty." Despite the urgency of the moment, I too was intrigued by the device. This was evidently the picture-carrying development of the phonograph which Philby had mentioned. Wallace snapped a switch on his desk, and the picture changed. It was the same in its broad details, the river winding through built-over landscape, but the lighting was a little brighter. "Look here," he said. "I've been watching this film over and over since it happened. I really can't quite believe my eyes." "Well," he said, "if we can dream up such things, I suppose they can too." "Who?" Moses asked. "The Germans, of course, the blessed Germans. Look, this view is from a camera fixed up at the top of the dome. We're looking east, beyond Stepney. You can see the curve of the river. Now, look here. In she comes." We saw a flying machine, a black, cross-shaped craft, sweeping low over the shining river. It came in from the east. "You'll see, it's not easy to bomb a dome," Wallace said. "Well, that's the point, of course. The whole thing's pretty much solid masonry, and it's all held together by gravity as much as by steel. Any small breaches tend to heal themselves." Now the flying machine dropped a small package towards the water. The image was grainy, but the package looked cylindrical, and it was glinting in the sunlight, as if spinning as it fell. Wallace went on, "The fragments from an airburst will simply hail off the concrete, by and large. Even a bomb placed somehow directly against the face of the dome won't harm it, in ordinary instances, because so much of the blast goes off into the air. Do you see? But there is a way. I knew it. The rotor mine, or surface torpedo. I wrote up a proposal myself, but it never progressed, and I had no energy, not with this D-Cron-W business as well. Where the dome meets the river, you see, the carapace extends beneath the surface of the water. The purpose is to keep out attack by submersibles and so forth. Structurally, the whole thing is like a dam. Now, if you can place your bomb against the part of the dome beneath the water," Wallace spread his large, cultured hands to mime it, "then the water will help you see. It contains the blast and directs the energy inward into the structure of the dome." On the screen, the package, the German bomb, struck the water, and it bounced in a mist of silvery spray and leapt on over the surface of the water towards the dome. The flying machine tipped to its right and swept away, quite graceful, leaving its rotor mine to stride on towards the dome in successive parabolic arcs. "But how to deliver a bomb accurately to such an inaccessible place?" Wallace mused. "You can't simply drop the thing. Sticks end up scattered all over the shop. If you drop a mine even from a modest height of, say, 15,000 feet, a crosswind of just 10 miles an hour will create 200 yards in accuracy." "But then it came to me," he said. "Give it a bit of backspin, and your bomb could bounce over the water. One can work out the laws of ricochet with a bit of experiment and make it all quite accurate. Did I tell you about my experiments at home on this subject with my daughter's marbles? The mine bounces its way to the foot of the dome and then slides down its face under the water until it reaches the required depth. And there it is, a perfect placement." He beamed, and with his shock of white hair and those uneven glasses he looked quite avuncular. Moses squinted at the imprecise images. "But this bomb looks to me as if it's going to fail. Its bounces will surely leave it short." "Ah!" Now a plume of smoke, brilliant white even in the poor image, had burst from the back of the rotor mine. The bomb leapt across the water as if invigorated. Wallace smiled. "Those Germans.
You have to admire them. Even I never thought of that little wrinkle.
The rotor mine, its rocket engine still blazing, passed beneath the curve of the dome and out of sight of the camera, and then the image shuddered, and the screen filled with a formless blue light. Barnes-Wallis sighed. "They've done for us, it looks like." "What about the German shelling?" Moses asked.
"The guns?" Wallis scarcely sounded interested. "Probably 105mm light gun 42s dropped in by paratroop units. All in advance of the invasion by sea and air that's to follow, I don't doubt."
He took off his glasses and began to polish them on the end of his tie.
"We're not finished yet, but this is a desperate business. Very bad indeed."
"Dr. Wallis," I said, "what about Gödel?"
Who?"
He looked at me from large, fatigue-rimmed eyes.
"Oh, Gödel. What about him?"
"Is he here?"
"Yes, I should think so. In his office."
Moses and Nebogipfel made for the door. Moses indicated urgently that I should follow. I held up my hand. "Dr. Wallis, won't you come with us?"
"Whatever for?"
"We might be stopped before we reach Gödel. We must find him." He laughed and thrust his glasses back over his nose.
"Oh, I don't think security in any of that matters very much anymore, do you? Anyway, here."
He reached up to his lapel and tugged free the numbered button that was clipped there.
"Take this. Tell them I'm authorizing you, if you meet anyone mad enough to be at his post."
"You might be surprised," I said with feeling. He turned back to his television set. Now it was showing a random assortment of scenes, evidently taken from a series of cameras about the dome. I saw flying machines take to the air like black gnats, and lids in the ground which were drawn back to reveal a host of juggernaut machines which toiled out of the ground, spitting steam, to draw up in a line which stretched, it seemed to me, from Leytonstone to Bromley. And all this great horde pressed forward, breaking up the earth, to meet the invading Germans. But then Wallis pressed a switch, and these fragments of Armageddon were banished, as he made his record of the rotor mine run through again.
"A desperate business," he said. "We could have had it first. But what a marvellous development. Even I wasn't sure it could be done."
His gaze was locked on the screen, his eyes hidden by the flickering, meaningless reflection of the images. And that was how I left him. With an odd impulse towards pity, I closed his office door softly behind me. 15. The Time Car. Kurt Gödel stood at the uncurtained window of his office, his arms folded.
"At least the gas hasn't come yet," he said without preamble. "I once witnessed the result of a gas attack, you know, delivered by English bombers on Berlin, as it happens. I came down the Unter den Linden and along the Sieges Allee, and there I came upon it. So undignified. The body corrupts so quickly, you know."
He turned and smiled sadly at me.
"Gas is very democratic, do you not think?"
I walked up to him. "Professor Gödel, please, we know you have some platnerite. I saw it." For answer, he walked briskly to a cupboard. As he passed a mere 3 feet from Nebogipfel, Gödel did no more than glance at him. Of all the men I met in 1938, Gödel showed the coolest reaction to the Morlock. Gödel took a glass jar from the cupboard. It contained a substance that sparkled green, seeming to retain the light. Moses breathed.
"Platnerite." "Quite so. Remarkably easy to synthesize from Carolina, if you know the recipe and have access to a fission pile for irradiation."
He looked mischievous.
"I wanted you to see it," he said to me. "I hoped you would recognize it. I find it delightfully easy to tweak the nose of these pompous Englishmen with their directorates of this and that, who could not recognize the treasure under their own noses. And now it will be your passage out of this particular vale of tears, yes?"
"I hope so," I said fervently. "Oh, I hope so."
"Then come," he shouted, "to the CDV workshop."
And he held the platnerite up in the air like a beacon and led us out of the office. Once more we entered that labyrinth of concrete corridors. Wallis had been right. The guards had universally left their posts, and, although we came across 1 or 2 white-coated scientists or technicians hurrying through the corridors, they made no attempt to impede us, nor even to inquire where we were going. And then, whoomp! A fresh shell hit. The electric lights died, and the corridor rocked, throwing me to the ground. My face collided with the dusty floor, and I felt warm blood start from my nose. My face must have presented a fine sight by now, and I felt a light body, I think Nebogipfel's, tumble against my leg. The shuddering of the foundations ceased within a few seconds. The lights did not return. I was taken by a fit of coughing. The concrete dust was thick on the air, and I suffered a remnant of my old terror of darkness. Then I heard the fizz of a match. I caught a brief glimpse of Moses's broad face, and I saw him apply the flame to a candle wick. He held up the candle, cupping the flame in his hands, and its yellow light spread in a pool through the corridor. He smiled at me. "I lost the knapsack, but I took the precaution of loading some of those supplies you recommended in my pockets," he said. Girdle got to his feet, a little stiffly. He was, I saw with gratitude, cradling the platnerite against his chest, and the jar was unbroken. "I think that one must have been in the grounds of the college. We must be grateful to be alive, for these walls could easily have collapsed in on us." So we progressed through those gloomy corridors. We were impeded twice by fallen masonry, but with a little effort we were able to clamber through. By now I was disoriented and quite lost, but Girdle, I could see him ahead of me, with the platnerite jar glowing under one arm, made his way quite confidently. Within a few more minutes we reached the annex Wallace had called the CDV Development Division. Moses lifted his candle up, and the light glimmered about the big workshop. Save for the lack of lights, and one long, elaborate crack which ran diagonally across the ceiling, the workshop remained much as I remembered it. Engine parts, spare wheels and tracks, cans of oil and fuel, rags and overalls, all the paraphernalia of a workshop, lay about the floor. Chains dangled from pulleys fixed to brackets on the ceiling, casting long, complex shadows. In the centre of the floor I saw a half-drunk mug of tea, apparently set down with some care, with a thin layer of concrete dust scumming the liquid's surface. The one almost complete time car sat in the centre of the floor, its bare gunmetal finish shining in the light of Moses's candle. Moses stepped up to the vehicle and ran a hand along the rim of its boxy passenger compartment. "And this is it?" I grinned. "The pinnacle of 1930s technology. A universal carrier, I think Wallace called it." "Well," Moses said, "it's scarcely an elegant design." "I don't think elegance is the point," I said. "This is a weapon of war, not of leisure, exploration, or science." Girdle moved to the time car, set the platnerite jar on the floor, and made to open one of the steel flasks welded to the hull of the vehicle. He wrapped his hands around the screw-cap lid and grunted with exertion, but could not budge it. He stepped back, panting. "We must prime the frame with platnerite," he said, "or—" Moses set his candle on a shelf and cast about in the piles of tools, and emerged with a large adjustable wrench. "Here," he said, "let me try with this." He closed the clamps about the cap's rim, and with a little effort got the cap unstuck. Girdle took the platnerite jar and tipped the stuff into the flask. Moses moved around the time car, unfixing the caps of the remaining flasks. I made my way to the rear of the vehicle, where I found a door, held in place by a metal pin. I removed the pin, folded the door downwards, and clambered into the cabin. There were 2 wooden benches, each wide enough to take 2 or 3 people, and a single bucket seat at the front, facing a slit window. I sat in the driver's bucket seat. Before me was a simple steering wheel. I rested my hands on it, and a small control panel fitted with dials, switches, levers, and knobs. There were more levers close to the floor, evidently to be operated by the feet. The controls had a raw, unfinished look. The dials and switches were not labelled, and wires and mechanical transmission levers protruded from the rear of the panel. Nebogipfel joined me in the cabin, and he stood at my shoulder. The strong, sweet smell of Morlock was almost overpowering in that enclosed space. Through the slit window I could see Girdle and Moses filling up the flasks. Girdle called, "You understand the principle of the CDV? This is all Wallace's design, of course. I've had nothing much to do with the construction of it." I brought my face up against the slit window. "I am at the controls," I said, "but they're not labelled."
and I can see nothing resembling a chronometric gauge. Girdle did not look up from his careful pouring. I've a suspicion such niceties as chronometric dials aren't yet fitted. This is an incomplete test vehicle, after all. Does that trouble you? I have to admit the prospect of losing my bearings in time does not appeal to me very much, I said. But no, it is scarcely important. One can always ask the natives. The principle of the CDV is simple enough, Girdle said. The platinoid suffuses the subframes of the vehicle through a network of capillaries. It forms a kind of circuit. When you close the circuit, you will travel in time. Do you see? Most of the controls you have are to do with the petrol engine transmission and so forth, for the vehicle is also a functioning motor car. But to close the time circuit, there is a blue toggle on your dashboard. Can you recognize it? I have it. Now Moses had fixed the last of the flask caps back into place, and he walked around the car to the door at its rear. He clambered in and placed his wrench on the floor, and he pounded his fists against the cabin's inner walls. "A good, sturdy construction," he said. I said, "I think we are ready to depart." "But where, when, are we going to?" "Does it matter?" "Away from here, that's the only significant thing. Into the past, to try to rectify things." "Moses, we are done with the 20th century. Now we must take another leap into the dark. Our adventure is not over yet." His look of confusion dissolved, and I saw a reckless determination take its place. The muscles of his jaw set. "Then let's do it, or be damned." Nebogipfel said,
"I think we quite possibly will be."
I called, "Professor Girdle, come aboard the car." "Oh, no," he said, and he held his hands up before him. "My place is here." Moses pushed into the cabin behind me. "But London's walls are collapsing around us. The German guns are only a few miles away. It's hardly a safe place to be, Professor." "I do envy you, of course," Girdle said, "to leave this wretched world with its wretched war." "Then come with us," I said. "Seek that final world of which you spoke." "I have a wife," he said. His face was a pale streak in the candlelight. "Where is she?" "I lost her. We did not succeed in getting out together. I suppose she is in Vienna. I cannot imagine they would harm her as punishment for my defection." There was a question in his voice, and I realized that this supremely logical man was looking to me in that extreme moment for the most illogical reassurance. "No," I said. "I'm sure she—" But I never completed my sentence, for, without even the warning of a whistle in the air, a new shell fell, and this was the closest of all. The last flicker of our candle showed me, in a flashbulb slice of frozen time, how the westerly wall of the workshop burst inwards. Simply that. It turned from a smooth, steady panel into a billowing cloud of fragments and dust in less than a heartbeat. Then we were plunged into darkness. The car rocked, and "Down!" Moses called. I ducked, and a hail of masonry shards, quite lethal, rattled against the shell of the time car. Nebogipfel climbed forward. I could smell his sweet stink. His soft hand grasped my shoulder.
"Close the switch," he said.
I peered through the slit window, and into utter darkness, of course. "What of Girdle?" I cried. "Professor!" There was no reply. I heard a creak, quite ominous and heavy, from above the car, and there was a further clatter of falling masonry fragments.
"Close the switch,"
Nebogipfel said urgently.
"Can you not hear? The roof is collapsing. We will be crushed."
"I'll get him," Moses said. In pitch darkness, I heard his boots clump over the car's panels as he made his way to the rear of the cabin. "It will be fine. I've more candles." His voice faded as he reached the rear of the cabin, and I heard his feet crunch on the rubble-strewn floor. And then there was an immense groan, like a grotesque gasp, and a rushing from above. I heard Moses cry out. I twisted, intending to dive out of the cabin after Moses, and I felt a nip of small teeth in the soft part of my hand. Morlock teeth. At that instant, with death closing in around me, and plunged into primal darkness once more, the presence of the Morlock, his teeth in my flesh, the brush of his hair against my skin,
It was all unbearable. I roared and drove my fist into the soft flesh of the Morlock's face. But he did not cry out. Even as I struck him, I felt him reach past me to the dashboard. The darkness fell from my eyes. The roar of collapsing concrete diminished into silence, and I found myself falling once more into the grey light of time travel. Falling into time. The time car rocked. I grasped for the bucket seat, but I was thrown to the floor, clattering my head and shoulders against a wooden bench. My hand ached irrelevantly from the Morlock's nip. White light flooded the cabin, bursting upon us with a soundless explosion. I heard the Morlock cry out. My vision was blurred, impeded by the mats of blood which clung to my cheeks and eyebrows. Through the rear door and the various slit windows, a uniform, pale glow seeped into the shuddering cabin. At first it flickered, but it soon settled to a washed-out grey glow. I wondered if there had been some fresh catastrophe. Perhaps this workshop was being consumed by flames. But then I recognized that the quality of light was too steady, too neutral for that. I understood that we had already gone far beyond that wartime laboratory. The glow was, of course, daylight, rendered featureless and bland by the overlaying of day and night, too fast for the eye to follow. We had indeed fallen into time. Well, this car, though crude and ill-balanced, was functioning correctly. I could not tell if we were falling into future or past, but the car had already taken us to a period beyond the existence of the London Dome. I got my hands under me and tried to rise, but there was blood, mine or the Morlock's, on my palms, and they slid out from under me. I tumbled back to the hard floor, thumping my head on the bench once more. I fell into a huge, bone-numbing fatigue. The pain of my rattling about during the shellings, deferred by the scramble I had been through, now fell on me with a vengeance. I let my head rest against the floor's metal ribs and closed my eyes. What's it all for, anyhow? I asked, of no one in particular. Moses was dead. Lost, with Professor Girdle, under tons of masonry in that destroyed lab. I had no idea whether the Morlock was alive or dead, nor did I care. Let the time car carry me to future or past as it would. Let it go on forever until it smashed itself to pieces against the walls of infinity and eternity. Let there be an end to it. I could do no more. It's not worth the candle, I muttered. Not worth the candle. I thought I felt soft hands on mine, the brush of hair against my face, but I protested, and, with the last of my strength, pushed the hands away. I fell into a deep, dreamless, comfortless darkness. I was woken by a severe buffeting. I was rattled against the floor of the cabin. Something soft lay under my head, but that slipped away, and my skull banged against the hard corner of a bench. This renewed hail of pain brought me to my senses, and, with some reluctance, I sat up. My head ached pretty comprehensively, and my body felt as if it had been through a gruelling boxing bout. But, paradoxically, my mood seemed a little improved. The death of Moses was still there in my mind, a huge event, which I knew I must confront, in time. But after those moments of blessed unconsciousness, I was able to look away from it, as one might turn away from the blinding light of the sun, and consider other things. That dim, pearly mixture of day and night still suffused the interior of the car. It was quite remarkably cold. I felt myself shiver, and my breath fogged before my face. Nebogipfel sat in the pilot's bucket seat, his back turned to me. His white fingers probed at the instruments in the rudimentary dashboard, and he traced the wires which dangled from the steering column. I got to my feet. The car's swaying, together with the battering I had endured in 1938, left me uncertain on my feet. To steady myself, I had to cling to the cabin's ribbed framework, and found the metal ice-cold under my bare hands. The soft item which had been cushioning my head, I found, was the Morlock's blazer. I folded it up and placed it on a bench. I also saw, dropped on the floor, the heavy wrench which Moses had used to open the platnerite flasks. I picked it up with my fingertips. It was splashed with blood. I still wore my heavy epaulettes. Disgusted by these bits of armour, I ripped them from my clothes and dropped them with a clatter. At the noise, Nebogipfel glanced towards me, and I saw that his blue goggles were cracked in two, and that one huge eye was a mess of blood and broken flesh.
"Prepare yourself," he said thickly.
"What for? And the cabin was plunged into darkness. I stumbled backwards, almost falling again. An intense cold sucked the remaining warmth out of the cabin air and from my blood, and my head pounded anew. I wrapped my arms around my torso. What has happened to the daylight? The voice of the Morlock seemed almost harsh in that swaying blackness.
"It will last only a few seconds. We must endure."
And as quickly as it had come, the blackness receded, and the grey light seeped into the cabin once more. Some of the edge of that immense cold was blunted, but still I shivered violently. I knelt on the floor beside Nebogipfel's seat. What is happening? What was that?
"Ice," he said. "We are travelling through an age of periodic glaciation. Ice sheets and glaciers are sweeping down from the north and covering the land, overwhelming us in the process, and then melting away. At times, I would hazard, there is as much as 100 feet of ice above us."
I peered through the slit windows in the car's front panel. I saw a Thames valley made over into a bleak tundra inhabited only by tough grass, defiant blazes of purple heather, and sparse trees. These latter shivered through their annual cycles too fast for me to follow, but they looked to me like the hardier varieties, oak, willow, poplar, elm, hawthorn. There was no sign of London. I could make out not even the ghosts of evanescent buildings, and there was no evidence of man in all that grey landscape, nor indeed of any animal life. Even the shape of the landscape, the hills and valleys, seemed unfamiliar to me, as it was remade over and again by the glaciers. And now I saw it approach in a brief flood of white brilliance before it overwhelmed us. The great ice came again. In darkness I cursed, and dug my hands into my armpits. My fingers and toes were numb, and I began to fear frostbite. When the glaciers receded once more, they left a landscape inhabited by much the same variety of hardy plants, as far as I could see, but with its contours adjusted. Evidently the intervals of ice were remaking the landscape, though I could not tell if we were proceeding into future or past. As I watched, boulders taller than men seemed to migrate across the landscape, taking slow slithers or rolls. This was clearly some odd effect of the erosion of the land. For how long was I unconscious?
"Not long. Perhaps 30 minutes.
And is the time car taking us into the future?
"We are penetrating the past,"
the Morlock said. He turned to face me, and I saw how his graceful movements had been reduced to stiff jerks by the fresh pummelling I had inflicted on him.
"I am confident of it. I caught a few glimpses of the recession of London, its withering back to its historical origins. From the intervals between glaciations, I should say we are travelling at some tens of thousands of years every minute."
Perhaps we should work out how we might stop this car's headlong drive into time. If we find an equable age—
"I do not think we have any way of terminating the flight of the car."
What? The Morlock spread his hands. I saw how the hair on the back of them was sprinkled with a light frost, and then we were plunged once more into a darkened sepulchre of ice, and his voice floated out of obscurity.
"This is a crude, unfinished test vehicle, remember. Many of the controls and indicators are disconnected. Those that do have connections largely appear non-functional. Even if we knew how to modify the workings without wrecking the vehicle, I can see no way for us to get out of the cabin and to reach the inner mechanism."
We emerged from the ice into that reshaped tundra once more. Nebogipfel watched the landscape with some fascination.
"Think of it. The fjords of Scandinavia are not yet cut, and the lakes of Europe and North America, deposited by melting ice, are phantasms of the future. Already we have passed beyond the dawn of human history. In Africa we might find races of australopithecines, some of them clumsy, some gracile, some carnivorous, but all with a bipedal gait and ape-like features, a small brain case and large jaws and teeth.
A great, cold loneliness descended on me. I had been lost in time before, but never, I thought, had I suffered quite this intensity of isolation. Was it true? Could it be true that Nebogipfel and I, in our damaged time-car, represented the only candle flames of intelligence on the whole of the planet? "So we are out of control," I said. "We may not stop until we reach the beginning of time."
"I doubt it will come to that," Nebogipfel said. "The Platnerite must have some finite capacity. It cannot propel us deeper into time forever. It must exhaust itself. We must pray that it does so before we pass through the Ordovician and Cambrian time layers, before we reach an age in which there is no oxygen to sustain us."
"That's a cheerful prospect," I said. "And things may become worse still, I suppose."
"How?"
I got my stiff legs out from under me and sat on the cold, ribbed metal floor. "We have no provisions of any kind, no water, no food, and we're both injured. We don't even have warm clothing. How long can we survive in this freezing time bark? A few days? Less?" Nebogipfel did not reply. I am not a man to submit easily to fate, and I invested some energy in studying Nebogipfel's controls and wires. I soon learned he was right. There was no way I could find to build this tangle of components into a dirigible vehicle, and my energy, sapped as it was soon spent. I reverted to a sort of dull apathy. We passed through one more brief, brutal glaciation, and then we entered a long, bleak winter. The seasons still brought snow and ice flickering across the land, but the age of permanent ice lay in the future now. I saw little change in the nature of the landscape, millennium on millennium. Perhaps there was a slow enrichment of the texture of the blur of greenery that coated the hills. An immense skull, it reminded me of an elephant's, appeared on the ground not far from the time-car, bleached, bare and crumbled. It persisted long enough for me to make out its contours, a second or so, before it vanished as fast as it had appeared. "Nebogipfel, about your face, You have to understand." He regarded me from his one good eye. I saw he had reverted to his Morlock mannerisms, losing the human coloration he had adopted.
"What? What must I understand?"
"I didn't mean to injure you."
"You do not now," he said,
with a surgeon's precision.
"but you did then. Apology is futile, absurd. You are what you are. We are different species, as divergent from each other as from the australopithecines."
I felt like a clumsy animal, my huge fists stained once more with the blood of a Morlock. "You shame me," I said. He shook his head, a brief, curt gesture.
"Shame? The concept is without meaning in this context."
I should no more feel shame, I saw he meant, than should some savage animal of the jungle. If attacked by such a creature, would I argue the morals of the case with it? No. Without intelligence, it could not help its behaviour. I should merely deal with its actions. To Nebogipfel, I had proved myself, again, to be little better than those clumsy brutes of the African plains, the precursors of men in this desolate period. I retreated to the wooden benches. I lay there, cradling my aching head with my arm, and watched the flicker of ages beyond the still open door of the car. "17. The Watcher. The bleak, wintry cold passed, and the sky took on a more complex, mottled texture. Occasionally, the rocking sunband would be blotted out by a shell of dark cloud for as long as a second. New species of trees flourished in this milder climate, deciduous types, as best I could make out, maple, oak, poplar, cedars, and others. Sometimes these antique forests lapped over the car, shutting us into a twilight of flickering green-brown, and then receded as if a curtain had been drawn aside. We had entered a time of powerful earth movements, Nebogipfel said. The Alps and Himalayas were being forced out of the ground, and immense volcanoes were spewing ash and dust into the air, sometimes obscuring the sky for years on end. In the oceans, the Morlock said, great sharks cruised, with teeth like daggers. And in Africa, the ancestors of humanity were shrivelling back into primitive mindlessness, with shrinking brains, stooping gait, and blunted, clumsy fingers. We fell through that long, savage age for perhaps 12 hours. I tried to ignore the hunger and thirst that clawed at my belly, while centuries and forests flickered past the cabin. This was the longest journey through time I had taken since my first plunge into the remote future beyond Wiener's history, and the immense, futile emptiness of it all, for hour after unchanging hour, began to depress my soul. Already the brief flourishing of humanity was a remote sliver of light, far away in time. Even the distance between man and Morlock, of whatever variety, was but a fraction of the great distance I had travelled. The hugeness of time, and the littleness of man and his achievements, quite crushed me, and my own petty concerns seemed of absurd insignificance. The story of humanity seemed trivial, a flash-lamp moment lost in the dark, mindless halls of eternity. The earth's crust heaved like the chest of a choking man, and the time-car was lifted or dropped with the evolving landscape. It felt like the swell of an immense sea. The vegetation grew more lush and green, and new forests pressed up against the time-car. I thought they were deciduous trees by now, though flowers and leaves were reduced to a uniform green blur by our velocity, and the air grew warmer. The ache of those eons of cold left my fingers at last, and I discarded my jacket and loosened the buttons of my shirt. I abandoned my boots and flexed the circulation back into my toes. Barnes-Wallace's numbered security badge fell out of my jacket pocket. I picked it up, this little symbol of man's suspicious fencing off of his fellow man, and I do not think I could have found, in that primeval greenness, a more perfect symbol of the narrowness and absurdity on which so much human energy is wasted. I threw the badge into a dark corner of the car. The long hours, suspended in that cloaking greenery, passed more slowly than ever, and I slept for a while. When I woke, the quality of the greenness around me seemed to have changed. It was more translucent, with something of the shade of platnerite, and I thought I saw a hint of star-fields. It was like being immersed in emeralds rather than leaves. Then I saw it. It hovered in the moist, gloomy air of the cabin, immune to the rocking of the car, with its huge eyes, fleshy V of a mouth, and those articulated tentacles which trailed towards, but did not touch, the floor. This was no phantasm. I could not see through it to details of the forest beyond, and it was as real as me, Nebogipfel, or the boots I had set on the bench. The watcher regarded me with a cool analysis. I felt no fear. I reached out towards it, but it bobbled away through the air. I had no doubt that its grey eyes were fixed on my face. "Who are you?" I asked. "Can you help us?" If it could hear, it did not respond. But the illumination was already changing. That light-suffused quality of the air was fading back to a vegetable greenness. I caught a sensation, then, of spinning. That great skull was like some improbable toy turning on its axis, and then it was gone. Nebogipfel walked up to me, his long feet picking over the floor's ribs. He had discarded his 19th-century clothes, and he went naked, save for his battered goggles and the coat of white hair on his back, now tangled and grown out.
"What is it? Are you ill?"
I told him of the watcher, but he had seen nothing of it. I returned to my rest on the bench, uncertain if what I had witnessed was real or a lingering dream. The heat was oppressive, and the air in the cabin grew stifling. I thought of Gödel and of Moses. That unprepossessing man, Gödel, had deduced the existence of multiple histories purely from ontological principles, while I, poor fool that I am, had needed several trips through time before the possibility had even occurred to me. But now, that man who had dreamed his magnificent dreams of the final world, a world in which all meaning is resolved, lay crushed and broken under a heap of masonry, killed by the narrowness and stupidity of his fellow men. And as for Moses, for him I simply grieved. It was something of the desolation one might feel if a child is killed, I think, or a younger brother. Moses was dead at 26, and yet I, the same person, breathed on at 44. My past had been cut out from under me. It was as if the ground had evaporated, leaving me stranded in the air. But beyond this, I had come to know Moses, if briefly, as a person in his own regard. He had been cheerful, erratic, impulsive, a little absurd, just like me, and immensely likeable. It was another death on my hands. All Nebogipfel's double talk of a multiplicity of worlds, all the possible arguments that the Moses I had known was never, in the end, destined to be me, but some other variant of me, none of that made any difference to the way it felt to have lost him. My thoughts dissolved into half-coherent fragments. I struggled to keep my eyes open, fearing I should not wake again, but once more, consumed by confusion and grief, I slept. I was woken by my name, pronounced in the Morlocks' odd, liquid guttural. The air was as foul as before, and a new throb caused by the heat and lack of oxygen was jostling for room in my skull with the residue of my earlier injuries. Nebogipfel's battered eyes were huge in that arboreal gloom. "Look around," he said. The greenery pressed about us, with as much persistence as before, and yet now the texture seemed different. I found that, with care, I was able to follow the evolution of single leaves on the crowding branches. Each leaf sprang from the dust, went through a sort of reverse withering, and crumpled into its bud in less than a second, but even so. "We are slowing," I breathed.
"Yes, the platnerite is losing its potency, I think."
I uttered a prayer of thanks, for my strength had recovered sufficiently that I no longer wished to die on some airless, rocky plain at the dawn of the earth. "Do you know where we are?"
"Somewhere in the Paleocene era. We've been travelling for 20 hours. We are perhaps 50 million years before the present."
"Whose present? Mine, of 1891, or yours?" He touched the blood still matted over his face.
"On such timescales it scarcely matters."
The blossoming of leaves and flowers was now quite slow, almost stately. I became aware of a flickering, of impermanent intrusions of deeper darkness, superimposed on the general green gloom. "I can distinguish night and day," I said. "We're slowing."
"Yes."
The Morlock sat on the bench opposite me and gripped its edge with his long fingers. I wondered if he was afraid. He had every right to be. I thought I saw a motion in the floor of the car, a gentle upward bulging below Nebogipfel's bench. What should we do? He shook his head.
"We can only wait on events. We are hardly in a controlled situation."
The flapping of night and day slowed further, until it became a steady pulse around us, like a heartbeat. The floor creaked, and I saw stress marks appear in its steel plates. Suddenly, I understood. I cried, "Look out!" I stood, reached over, and grabbed Nebogipfel by the shoulders. He did not resist. I lifted him as if he were a skinny, hairy child, and stumbled backwards. And a tree accreted out of the air before me, ripping the car's metal like paper. One immense branch probed towards the controls like the arm of some huge, purposeful man of wood, and smashed through the casing's front panel. We were evidently arriving in the space occupied by this tree, in this remote era. I fell backwards against a bench, cradling Nebogipfel. The tree shrank a little as we receded towards the moment of its birth. The flapping of night and day grew slower, still more ponderous. The trunk narrowed further, and then, with an immense crack, The cabin of the car broke in two, snapped open from within like an eggshell. I lost hold of Nebogipfel, and the Morlock and I tumbled to the soft, moist earth, amid a hail of metal and wood. Book 4, The Paleocene Sea, 1, Diatrema Gigantica. I found myself on my back, peering up at the tree which had riven through our time car as we fell out of diluted presentation. I heard Nebogipfel's shallow breathing close by, but I could not see him. Our tree, now frozen in time, soared up to join its fellows in a canopy thick and uniform far above me, and shoots and seedlings sprouted from the ground around its base, and through the wrecked components of the car. The heat was intense, the air moist and difficult for my straining lungs, and the world around me was filled with the coughs, trills, and sighs of a jungle, all overlaid on a deep, richer rumble, which made me suspect the presence of a large body of water nearby, either a river, some primeval version of the Thames, or a sea. It was more like the tropics than England. Now, as I lay there and watched, an animal came clambering down the trunk towards us. It was something like a squirrel, about 10 inches long, but its coat was wide and loose, and hung about its body like a cloak. It carried a fruit in its little jaws. 10 feet from the ground, this creature spotted us. It cocked its sharp head, opened its mouth, dropping its fruit, and hissed. I saw that its incisor teeth divided at their tips into 5-pronged combs. Then it leapt headlong from its tree trunk. It spread its arms and legs wide, and its cloak of skin opened out with a snap, turning the animal into a sort of fur-covered kite. It soared away into the shadows and was lost to my view. "Quite a welcome," I gasped. "It was like a flying lemur. But did you see its teeth?" Nebogipfel, still out of my sight, replied,
"It was a planetatherium, and the tree is a dipterocarps. Not much change from the species which will survive in the forests of your own day."
I pushed my hands into the mulch under me. It was quite rotten and slippery, and endeavoured to turn so that I could see him. "Nebogipfel, are you injured?" The Morlock lay on his side, his head twisted so that he was staring at the sky.
"I am not hurt," he whispered. "I suggest we begin a search for—"
But I was not listening, for I had seen, just behind him, a beaked head, the size of a horse's, pushing through the foliage and dipping down towards the Morlock's frail body. For an instant, I was paralyzed by shock. That hooked beak opened with a sort of liquid pop, and disc-shaped eyes fixed on me with every evidence of intelligence. Then, with a heavy swoop, the great head ducked down and clamped its beak over the Morlock's leg. Nebogipfel screamed, and his small fingers scrabbled at the ground, and bits of leaf clung to his coat of hair. I scrambled backwards, kicking at the leaves to get away, and finished up against a tree trunk. Now, with a crackle of smashed branches, the beast's body came lumbering through the greenery and into my view. It was perhaps 7 feet tall, and coated with black, scaly feathers. Its legs were stout, with strong, clawed feet, and covered with a sagging yellow flesh. Residual wings, disproportionately small on that immense torso, beat at the air. This bird monster hauled its head back, and the poor Morlock was dragged across the mulchy ground. "Nebogipfel!"
"It is a diatrema," he gasped. "A diatrema gigantica. Oh!"
"Never mind its phylogeny," I cried. "Get away from it!"
"I am afraid. I have no way to— Oh!"
Again his speech disintegrated into that wordless yowl of anguish. Now the creature twisted its head from side to side. I realized that it was endeavouring to club the Morlock's skull against a tree trunk, no doubt as a preliminary to making a feast of his pale flesh. I needed a weapon, and could think only of Moses's wrench. I got to my feet and scrambled into the wreckage of our time car. A profusion of struts, panels, and wires lay about, and the steel and polished wood of 1938 looked singularly out of place in this antique forest. I could not see the wrench. I plunged my arms, up to the elbows, into the decaying ground cover. It took long, agonizing seconds of searching, and all the while the diatrema dragged its prize further towards the forest. And then I had it. My right arm emerged from the compost, clasping the handle of the wrench. With a roar, I raised the wrench to shoulder height and plunged through the mulch. Diatrema's bead-like eyes watched me approach. It slowed its head-shaking, but it did not loosen its grip on Nebogipfel's leg. It had never seen men before, of course. I doubted that it understood that I could be a threat to it. I kept up my charge and tried to ignore the awful, scaly skin around the claws of the feet, the immensity of the beak, and the whiff of decaying meat that hung about the thing. In the manner of a cricket stroke, I swung my makeshift club, thump, into Diatrema's head. The blow was softened by feathers and flesh, but I felt a satisfying collision with bone. The bird opened its beak, dropped the Morlock, and squawked. It was a noise like sheet metal tearing. That huge beak was poised above me now, and every instinct told me to run, but I knew that if I did, we should both be done for. I raised my wrench back over my head and launched it towards the crown of the Diatrema's skull. This time the creature ducked, and I caught it only a glancing blow, so, after completing my swing, I lifted up my wrench and smote against the underside of the beak. There was a splintering noise, and Diatrema's head snapped back. It reeled, then it gazed at me with eyes alight with calculation. It emitted a squawk so deep-pitched it was more like a growl. Then, quite suddenly, it shivered up its black feathers, turned, and hobbled away into the forest. I tucked the wrench into my belt and knelt beside the Morlock. He was unconscious. His leg was a crushed, bloody mess, the hair on his back soaked by the bird monster's looping spittle. "Well, my companion in time," I whispered, "perhaps there are occasions when it is useful to have an antique savage on hand after all." I found his goggles in the mulch, wiped them clear of leaves on my sleeve, and placed them over his face. I peered into the forest's gloom, wondering what I should do next. I may have travelled in time and across space to the Morlock's great sphere, but in my own century I had never journeyed to any of the tropical countries. I had only dim recollections of travellers' tales and other popular sources to guide me now in my quest for survival. But at least, I consoled myself, the challenges that lay ahead would be comparatively simple. I would not be forced to face my own younger self, nor, since the time car was wrecked, would I have to deal with the moral and philosophical ambiguities of multiple histories. Rather, I must simply seek food and shelter against the rain, and to protect us against the beasts and birds of this deep time. I decided that finding fresh water must be my first mission. Even leaving aside the needs of the Morlock, my own thirst was raging, for I had had no sustenance since before the shelling of London. I placed the Morlock in the midst of the time car's wreckage, close to the tree trunk. I thought it as safe a place as anywhere from the predations of the monsters of this age. I doffed my jacket and placed it under his back, to protect him from the moisture of the mulch, and anything that crawled and chewed that might live therein. Then, after some hesitation, I took the wrench from my belt and laid it over the Morlock, so that his fingers were wrapped around the weapon's heavy shaft. Reluctant to leave myself weaponless, I cast about in the car's wreckage until I found a short, stout piece of iron ribbing, and I bent this sideways until it broke free from the frame. I hefted this in my hand. It did not have the satisfying solidity of the wrench, but it would be better than nothing. I decided to make for that sound of water. It seemed to lie in a direction away from the sun. I rested my club on my shoulder and struck out through the forest. Book 4, The Paleocene Sea, 1, Diatrema Gigantica. I found myself on my back, peering up at the tree which had riven through our time car as we fell out of diluted presentation. I heard Nebogipfel's shallow breathing close by, but I could not see him. Our tree, now frozen in time, soared up to join its fellows in a canopy thick and uniform far above me, and shoots and seedlings sprouted from the ground around its base, and through the wrecked components of the car. The heat was intense, the air moist and difficult for my straining lungs, and the world around me was filled with the coughs, trills, and sighs of a jungle, all overlaid on a deep, richer rumble, which made me suspect the presence of a large body of water nearby, either a river, some primeval version of the Thames, or a sea. It was more like the tropics than England. Now, as I lay there and watched, an animal came clambering down the trunk towards us. It was something like a squirrel, about 10 inches long, but its coat was wide and loose, and hung about its body like a cloak. It carried a fruit in its little jaws. 10 feet from the ground, this creature spotted us. It cocked its sharp head, opened its mouth, dropping its fruit, and hissed. I saw that its incisor teeth divided at their tips into 5-pronged combs. Then it leapt headlong from its tree trunk. It spread its arms and legs wide, and its cloak of skin opened out with a snap, turning the animal into a sort of fur-covered kite. It soared away into the shadows and was lost to my view. "Quite a welcome," I gasped. "It was like a flying lemur. But did you see its teeth?" Nebogipfel, still out of my sight, replied,
"It was a planetotherium, and the tree is a dipterocarps. Not much changed from the species which will survive in the forests of your own day."
I pushed my hands into the mulch under me. It was quite rotten and slippery, and endeavoured to turn so that I could see him. "Nebogipfel, are you injured?" The Morlock lay on his side, his head twisted so that he was staring at the sky.
"I am not hurt," he whispered. "I suggest we begin a search for—"
But I was not listening, for I had seen, just behind him, a beaked head, the size of a horse's, pushing through the foliage and dipping down towards the Morlock's frail body. For an instant I was paralyzed by shock. That hooked beak opened with a sort of liquid pop, and disc-shaped eyes fixed on me with every evidence of intelligence. Then, with a heavy swoop, the great head ducked down and clamped its beak over the Morlock's leg. Nebogipfel screamed, and his small fingers scrabbled at the ground, and bits of leaf clung to his coat of hair. I scrambled backwards, kicking at the leaves to get away, and finished up against a tree trunk. Now, with a crackle of smashed branches, the beast's body came lumbering through the greenery and into my view. It was perhaps 7 feet tall, and coated with black, scaly feathers. Its legs were stout, with strong, clawed feet, and covered with a sagging yellow flesh. Residual wings, disproportionately small on that immense torso, beat at the air. This bird monster hauled its head back, and the poor Morlock was dragged across the mulchy ground. "Nebogipfel!"
"It is a diatrema,"
he gasped.
"A diatrema gigantica. Oh!"
"Never mind its phylogeny," I cried. "Get away from it!"
"I am afraid. I have no way to— Oh!"
Again his speech disintegrated into that wordless yowl of anguish. Now the creature twisted its head from side to side. I realized that it was endeavouring to club the Morlock's skull against a tree trunk, no doubt as a preliminary to making a feast of his pale flesh. I needed a weapon, and could think only of Moses's wrench. I got to my feet and scrambled into the wreckage of our time car. A profusion of struts, panels, and wires lay about, and the steel and polished wood of 1938 looked singularly out of place in this antique forest. I could not see the wrench. I plunged my arms, up to the elbows, into the decaying ground cover. It took long, agonizing seconds of searching, and all the while the diatrema dragged its prize further towards the forest. And then I had it. My right arm emerged from the compost, clasping the handle of the wrench. With a roar, I raised the wrench to shoulder height and plunged through the mulch. Diatrema's bead-like eyes watched me approach. It slowed its head-shaking, but it did not loosen its grip on Nebogipfel's leg. It had never seen men before, of course. I doubted that it understood that I could be a threat to it. I kept up my charge and tried to ignore the awful, scaly skin around the claws of the feet, the immensity of the beak, and the whiff of decaying meat that hung about the thing. In the manner of a cricket stroke, I swung my makeshift club, thump, into Diatrema's head. The blow was softened by feathers and flesh, but I felt a satisfying collision with bone. The bird opened its beak, dropped the Morlock, and squawked. It was a noise like sheet metal tearing. That huge beak was poised above me now, and every instinct told me to run, but I knew that if I did, we should both be done for. I raised my wrench back over my head and launched it towards the crown of the diatremer's skull. This time the creature ducked, and I caught it only a glancing blow, so, after completing my swing, I lifted up my wrench and smote against the underside of the beak. There was a splintering noise, and Diatremer's head snapped back. It reeled, then it gazed at me with eyes alight with calculation. It emitted a squawk so deep-pitched it was more like a growl. Then, quite suddenly, it shivered up its black feathers, turned, and hobbled away into the forest. I tucked the wrench into my belt and knelt beside the Morlock. He was unconscious. His leg was a crushed, bloody mess, the hair on his back soaked by the bird monster's looping spittle. "Well, my companion in time," I whispered, "perhaps there are occasions when it is useful to have an antique savage on hand after all." I found his goggles in the mulch, wiped them clear of leaves on my sleeve, and placed them over his face. I peered into the forest's gloom, wondering what I should do next. I may have travelled in time and across space to the Morlock's great sphere, but in my own century I had never journeyed to any of the tropical countries. I had only dim recollections of travellers' tales and other popular sources to guide me now in my quest for survival. But at least, I consoled myself, the challenges that lay ahead would be comparatively simple. I would not be forced to face my own younger self, nor, since the time car was wrecked, would I have to deal with the moral and philosophical ambiguities of multiple histories. Rather, I must simply seek food and shelter against the rain, and to protect us against the beasts and birds of this deep time. I decided that finding fresh water must be my first mission. Even leaving aside the needs of the Morlock, my own thirst was raging, for I had had no sustenance since before the shelling of London. I placed the Morlock in the midst of the time car's wreckage, close to the tree trunk. I thought it as safe a place as anywhere from the predations of the monsters of this age. I doffed my jacket and placed it under his back, to protect him from the moisture of the mulch, and anything that crawled and chewed that might live therein. Then, after some hesitation, I took the wrench from my belt and laid it over the Morlock, so that his fingers were wrapped around the weapon's heavy shaft. Reluctant to leave myself weaponless, I cast about in the car's wreckage until I found a short, stout piece of iron ribbing, and I bent this sideways until it broke free from the frame. I hefted this in my hand. It did not have the satisfying solidity of the wrench, but it would be better than nothing. I decided to make for that sound of water. It seemed to lie in a direction away from the sun. I rested my club on my shoulder and struck out through the forest.